Dr. Jumoke Yacob Haliso of the Center for Democracy and Development. Thanks for being here with us again.
Thank you.
Yes, you were with us yesterday?
Yes, it was interesting too.
Right, we hope we'll continue with the things we started talking about yesterday.
Sure, thank you.
Right. But first, we'd like to bring to you this report by our correspondent, Mie Ogidi.
It is a contest not by physical strength, but by numerical strength. And the only way to get victory is by selling the party's manifestos. So, it's a campaign from door to door, street to street, and of course, dances on the podium as a campaign diplomacy. The contest is scheduled for 119,973 venues, 73 presidential candidates gunning for one seat, 1,904 targeting 109 red seats, 4,680 vying for 360 green seats, 1,066 eyeing 29 governorship seats, 14,583 for 991 state assembly seats, 105 for 6 chairmanship seats, and 701 gunning for 62 councillorship positions in the Federal Capital Territory. And the fate of the candidates lies in the hands of more than 84 million voters.
This is my liberty.
It's just a few days to the contest, and the referee, that is the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, has recruited its ad hoc staff. Lecturers are to serve as collation and returning officers. University students and National Youth Service Corps members are to assist other staff of the INEC, transport unions and the Nigerian Air Force to deliver election materials, and some states have already received theirs. The man of the moment, that is the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, INEC is good to go for the elections.
In terms of preparations, we are good to go. Equally importantly, we requested the executive for the sum of 189 billion naira to prosecute the elections, and every kobo of 189 billion has been released to the commission. So it gives us hope and confidence to speak in the way we have been speaking.
148 election observers were screened fit to participate. That is 119 local and 29 foreign observers, and their role clearly spelled out.
They are observers. They are not monitors of our election.
International observers and the EU in particular wish to stress our impartiality. We are here to support no particular candidate, but to support a democratic process.
Security is set and the rules read out. First, no security personnel is allowed to guide very important persons on election day. 2. Construction of tents and makeshift structures not allowed in the polling units. 3. Security personnel are warned not to bear firearms at polling units, while a sufficient number of officers rolled out to be on election duty.
The tactical unit, over 24,000 mobile police personnel will be deployed. 4,000 counter-terrorism personnel will be deployed, and about 8,000 special protection unit personnel will be deployed.
And we are clear on where we are coming from and where we want to go. I want to reassure each and every Nigerian that you will be allowed to exercise your civic responsibilities in an atmosphere devoid of intimidation or inhibition.
The International Conference Center in Abuja, where the presidential results will be collated, is getting set as the committee in charge has already taken a tour around the venue to ensure it's befitting of such a grade A national assignment. In all, the stage is set, and Saturday the 16th of February 2019 is sacrosanct for Nigeria to decide. Mie Ogidi, NT News.
All right, we also have Mie Ogidi at the INEC headquarters, where the chairman received the former Zambian president, who is in Nigeria, to observe the general elections. Mie, what's the purpose of the former president of Zambia's visit?
As the elections approach, we are getting more of foreign observers, and here with me is the head of mission from one of the observation teams. Sir, can we meet him?
Yes, the name of the organization is ISA, and we arrived in the country yesterday. Some of our team arrived before that. We constituted a team of about 30 of our people who have traveled to various parts of the country to observe the elections. And what we've seen so far, first, they are very complex elections simply by the numbers of the people that are standing for various positions like president and so forth, is something we never meet anywhere else in Africa. But we see that you have a very formidable team of organizers, commissioners who are in charge of this election, and we've seen what they are doing, and we believe that you will have good and credible elections. We hope that they will be peaceful. We hope that the Nigerian people can continue to do what they need to do to grow the country.
Okay, sir, are you comfortable with the arrangements they briefed about?
Yes, yes. Very, very much impressed by the work that the chairman and his team are putting into this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
It's me, Mia Ogidi, and just had a chat with the head of mission of the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa. Back to the studio for the continuation of Nigeria Decide. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mia. And back here in the studio, we have, as we introduced earlier, Dr. Jumoke Yacob Aliso. Well, we started this discussion yesterday. The build-up to the general elections, we took a look at some of the arrangements by INEC, some by the police, and other such interested bodies. Since our discussion last night, a number of developments have taken place. For instance, we know now that the borders will be closed. We also know about the restriction of movement. Let's start talking about that from that premise. How do you view these?
I think the new measures that have been announced are not new. When we have general elections, we expect now in Nigeria that there will be some measure of restriction on the free movement of persons, personnel, equipment, goods, and whatever. And so Nigerians right now are less focused on the big picture and more focused on the excitement that is gripping the electorate. And right now, of course, most people have made up their minds, I want to believe, in many parts of the country, but there are still parts of the country where the electorate may still be undecided until the last moment. But having said that, INEC and the security agencies and the government continue to build our confidence in the process with the periodic updates on these various measures that we're hearing about that have been put in place. So we are confident, quite confident, that the elections will proceed as planned tomorrow, and not just proceed as planned, but that most of the plans put in place will unfold exactly as anticipated. However, we also believe that the security agencies, INEC, and other agencies that are involved in managing the elections have alternative and backup plans, which they have also informed us about. We just heard about replacement of smart card readers that have been lost and other such plans. We also know that the sensitive materials have started to move, and so there is some hope also that many of the logistical difficulties we had with previous elections will not rear their heads tomorrow. But Nigerians are watching and the world is watching, and I think this fact is very, very important for every actor in the elections, both voter, election management body, observers, monitors, to know that the level of scrutiny is perhaps unprecedented, and so all should act with decorum and as expected.
Now, even as we talk about the preparedness of security agencies to deal with any eventuality, there are still some worrying reports from certain areas of the country. We talk about Benue, to deal with INEC officials and materials. Now, these are things that we are yet to overcome. Agreed, they are at a much smaller scale at this time. If you cast your mind back to precisely 4 years ago, we could say, yes, they're at a reduced scale. But what does that tell of the electorate and the desire of the citizens to do what is right?
For the citizens, they want to have an opportunity to cast their ballots tomorrow and in the subsequent election in March. And for the security agencies, as usual, as we said yesterday on this program, they have assured us that in various states arrangements have been made. They have done their show of force and all that. But on the ground, on D-Day, many citizens across the country have also expressed their fear of going out to vote tomorrow, to cast their ballot tomorrow. The CDD, which I represent here today, has monitors across the country in every geopolitical zone, in almost every local government in this country.
And what are they telling you?
Yes, we have received reports as at this morning, which we gave at a press conference, that in some of these troubled spots you spoke about, Benue, Borno, and a few other spots in the country, many citizens have indicated that their decision to vote will be spontaneous, basically. In other words, for those who do not have the assurance as at today that there will be peace and there will be safety for them to reach the polls and do their accreditation, cast their ballots, and also observe the process, they are not yet sure that they will have the opportunity to do that. So there are many Nigerians indeed who will not go to the polls because of the threat of violence. And now this is a recurring decimal, and I do not want to link it just to troubled spots right now. At almost every election since 1999, one of the major factors that has affected voter turnout is the threat of violence. Initially, 2003, 2007, the threat of violence was from political party operatives who would show up with arms and disrupt voting at various. That was the preponderant threat, apart from in a few places like the troubled Niger Delta. But then, beyond that time, since 2011, 2015, that there has been some limitation on the freedom of party operatives to disrupt voting. It has the responsibility for keeping this violence at bay has fallen more and more on the government. And permit me to say, perhaps, that this is just one small indication of more that the government needs to do, basically, to perform its statutory responsibilities.
All right. In times like this, you hear that governments, particularly sitting governments, have a huge responsibility to ensure that citizens can go out and perform their civic duty without any hindrance. But the question is asked over and over again. What is the responsibility of the citizens themselves? We've talked about politicians going out of their way to incite their supporters. But again, throwback to the citizens, the supporters. What is their responsibility to the state? I mean, you could have all the security apparatus in the world, but if the people do not cooperate, then you would still have situations. What is the responsibility of the voting public?
Thank you very much for that. Two or three things would be my response. One is that the Constitution is clear about the responsibility of government to provide safety and security for citizens. And so I would say, while the government always does its best within its capabilities and capacities, that responsibility must not be shifted. Secondly would be to agree with you completely that security is a partnership. It's very impossible for only trained security personnel to ensure community security, local security, security at elections, neighborhood security. So the citizens should be full partners in this equation. And having said that, during elections, we expect citizens in the first instance to be vigilant and to report any unusual movements or appearances that they may observe. It's been mandated that security agencies should not appear with arms and all those kinds of regulations. And so citizens who see anything that's out of the ordinary should ordinarily report to.
See something,
yes,
say something.
Say something to the security agencies. And of course, to look out for one another, which means that when you see something, say something. You keep saying to everyone, avoid this area because something is happening there. Unfortunately, during elections, the effects of saying something is that some persons will end up not having the opportunity to cast their ballots. You know, so citizens are partners, but during elections, frankly speaking, their responsibility becomes really constrained because they are also bound by these laws that we just spoke about. And so we hope that come tomorrow, the major, would I say the structural violence in places like Benue and other places which have been ongoing for years now will be minimal at voting places, and that this will not affect significantly the turnout of voters.
When you talk to Nigerians, the civil populace, especially through your organizations, do you detect an increased awareness among the populace on what it entails to be part of the decision process and choosing those who would steer the affairs of the state? Do you detect an increased awareness on that? I mean, we started off from a premise of apathy to what's happening in there. Oh, I can't be bothered. They'll just go ahead and do their thing. Have you detected an increase in awareness and a greater desire to be part of the process?
Absolutely, yes. Nigerians since 2011 have greater confidence that their votes will count because of the incremental improvements in the electoral process that the Electoral Commission with the legislature and relevant agencies, by making laws and putting systems in place, have been able to achieve over the last 8 years or so. So yes, Nigerians want to participate. Now the question of I really can't be bothered is apathy that is based on a different set of variables entirely, and that would be citizens' tendency. We call it retrospective voting, and it's citizens saying their votes as business, basically. If I give my vote to the government, what do I get in return? And so they're thinking at election time, what have I gotten in return? And so I'm going to use my vote or withhold my vote on the basis of my assessment of what I have gotten from participating in previous elections or not participating in previous elections. So there are different kinds of calculations that that affect citizens' turnout. Let me use turnout specifically, because turnout addresses actually going to the polls. You may even identify with a political party, you may even attend all the rallies, and at the end of the day, you don't actually go to cast your ballot. There are a lot of Nigerians like that. So that's one other scenario. So what to do about that, I think, is for us to continue to build that confidence that votes will count. On the other hand, for governments to continue to, perhaps I would say, deliver on their promises.
All right, so progressively things get better.
Yeah.
The process becomes more transparent with each move and more credible, and we move ahead. So some optimists would say that, well, very soon we'll get to that stage where some of these issues we contend with now would no longer be tenable. Things like restriction of movement on a larger scale in many parts of the world. People go about their business as elections are conducted. This is a peculiar feature in these parts, the restriction of movement. Now, how has that, in your opinion, helped the development of the process, or what are the advantages of that, and if there are any drawbacks in that?
Thank you. Permit me to just quickly respond to one of the questions you asked just now about the level of voter education about the process. Right. And we think there's been some improvement. And in fact, one of the things the CDD, the Center for Democracy and Development, which I'm representing here today, is particularly engaged in during these elections is countering fake news, because Nigerians have been so involved and there are now so many platforms to be so engaged in the process that what we're having is more of miseducation than lack of education. And so countering fake news is one of the central pillars of our activities during this electoral cycle, actually. And we have experts who have been sieving the news and immediately identifying fake news and countering this. So and INEC has also been doing some of that. We're all aware of the index finger, thumb finger scenario, which played out in the last 2-3 days, you know. So these are some of the ways in which we know that people are getting some news. The question is it the correct information that they're having? And then in terms of some of the features of would we say abnormal features of the, I wouldn't say they are abnormal personally, because everywhere in the world, every political system, every electoral system must some way or the other adapt to its own peculiar environment. So government is not just politics, it's sociological too. And so if Nigeria must restrict movement because of security reports, intelligence reports, and those kinds of reports, then so it must, until we reach that point at which security issues are addressed before elections and not on election day.
All right. The Presidential Collation Center is usually an important part of the whole process. So once again, our correspondent Mia Ogidi was at the ICC, that's the International Conference Center, which will serve as the Collation Center. Mia was at the ICC, and he tells us about what's on there.
Thank you, studio. This is the situation room of the 2019 presidential election, where all the activities from the various states will be monitored as the elections progress. As you can see, both human and material resources have been deployed, and probably they are even waiting for tomorrow to commence actual activities. Let me take you now to the Collation Center. Activities there are also going on. Please join me. This is the venue of the collation for the presidential elections. A very beautiful setting, I can see. And right on this podium, that is where all the results from the 36 states of the Federation, including the FCT, for the presidential elections will be collated. And at the end of it all, the Chief Returning Officer of the Federation, I mean the INEC Chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, will declare the winner of the presidential elections right here on this podium. Until then, I am Mie Ogidi, taking you back to the studio.
All right, thanks, Mia. That's what we expect to have from the International Conference Center here in Abuja. That's ICC, which will serve as the Presidential Collation Center. It's time for us now to go to our very first center today, and we'll go off to Jos Network Center. Sani Ibn Sali is right there, and he'll take us through the preparations for tomorrow's polls. Sani Ibn Sali, good to see you.
Joe was sworn in as democratically elected president and served between 1999 and 2007. Late Omar Musa Adwa took over but died in May 2010. Thereafter, Goodluck Jonathan was sworn in as president. However, a fit
Right, we seem to be having some challenges with the audio from Sani Ibn Sali in our Jos Network Center. We'll return to that center when we can fix whatever it is. And, well, while we work on that, let's come back here to our Abuja Center. And we're still here with Dr. Yakob Aliso. Yes, every clime would have to adapt to its own peculiarities, and this well has been part of it. And but some have said there are advantages and disadvantages about not being able to move, and they look forward to when we'll get to the stage in our development politically where elections will be organized without the heavy presence of security personnel. Do you see that in the next few years, since we all agree that we have been making good progress?
In the next few years is what I have to think about.
Right.
Well, because we are already at this election and we are already with the same situation. So this is knocked out. The question is, will we be ready for that in 2023 or 2027? I think we will get there if we continue to make progress. I think one of the factors that will lead us to progress eventually, that will make heavy security presence unnecessary, would be eventually the point at which technology makes it possible for me to vote without going out of my house. Makes it possible for me to vote even before the election day.
Right.
Makes it possible for me, yes.
Early voting.
Exactly. Right. Early voting, and then electronic voting. When you have that, you reduce the time that each person spends at the polls. You reduce the logistical nightmares. Of course, technology comes with its own bag of issues that you need to be ready for and be ready to prepare for also. But in my opinion, I think, and this is one of the factors that will minimize, in the first place, the number of persons that will be at polling centers that need guarding, and then that will minimize the physical materials that need guarding, that will minimize the need to guard the movement of results from, and those ferrying the results to the collation centers, and so on. So already part of the process is gradually being automated, and that gives us hope. At each polling center, your results can be displayed.
Right.
So really a human being does not need to carry the paper and fly to Abuja anymore. So we are gradually doing away with some of the, will I say, analog aspects of the system.
Okay, transparency and technology, and the same issues we still have about staying back to protect your votes and being part of the counting process. You think that stems from the deeply, rooted skepticism about most citizens about results, election results?
Yes. The skepticism is not just about elections. Nigeria is what you would call a low-trust society. It shows in almost everything that we do, from banking to business to education. In schools, at universities, you still need a lot of invigilators to watch university students write exams so they do not cheat. These are some things you would say are almost abnormalities compared to other places. And then how much more elections where the stakes are very high for the politicians who have invested literally billions of naira. So we can understand why this would be the case for elections. There is skepticism. Everyone is mistrustful of one another. It's a carryover from so many other factors.
All right. Talking about the politicians themselves, now that there's no more time to do the campaigns, well, some would argue they didn't have much time to do it, but others would say, yeah, it was adequate. But let's look at the politicians themselves and the build-up to the elections. Did they acquit themselves to the electorate in terms of selling their best points?
That's good. That's that's also one of the issues we addressed at the Election Analysis Center of the CDD this morning. Yesterday, or should I say this morning at 12 midnight, the campaigns officially closed, so to speak. And so we did a review of the campaigns, and we are of the view that the campaigns have proceeded the way they've always proceeded, which is that they were marked by some violence, which is that they were marked, of course, by politicians crisscrossing the country to every local government as necessary, and that, of course, they were marked by very bitter rhetoric and personal attacks, which, again, we are hoping somehow with subsequent elections will be greatly reduced. The campaigns have been a period of division rather than coming together of the electorate, and that's to be expected. Partisan politics should be vigorously contested in a democracy for us to have a democracy properly so-called. And with partisan politics, there must also be competition, rivalry, and part of that. But it's the bitterness that we hope will be eliminated going forward.
All right, but it would seem that many people, maybe that's understandable. There's a high concentration on the presidential. Now, how do you think the increased number of contestants will affect the electorate? We have over 70 who vying to be president of Nigeria.
We have 72. It was to be 73, and someone dropped out, and then there are 72. It's a good thing, Cyril, because one of the fundamental challenges we've had since 1999 is that it was either, in fact, that it was in 1999 there were perhaps two major contending parties, but since then it's been almost a one-party dominant system in which the incumbent party held on to power by all means necessary, and there was virtually no political space left for other parties to thrive. And so to have 73 presidential candidates is a victory for democracy in Nigeria.
You seem to belong to the school that says the more the merrier. The more the merrier,
with some caveats. With some caveats, because the more the merrier we have, even when we didn't have 73, has never translated to, it hasn't changed the political landscape in any way. Nigerians and campaigns will still proceed as if there were only two candidates as in the 2015 election, two major parties as in the 2015 elections. So, but it's been welcome, for example, to have new voices showing up at debates, just providing alternative programs for Nigerians to think about, to cogitate about, and perhaps to choose at the polls that are coming up. And so the fact that we have alternatives should be celebrated. However, the fact that we have 73 logos on the ballot paper, that's a different kettle of fish.
We'll come to that to see how confusing that can be, yes. And whether this same issue of thumbprint or index fingerprint, well, we'll come to those as we go on in the program. Sure. But you're still on to Nigeria Decides. Bayo Adewusi is sitting in our Lagos Network Center, and it's time to go over to Bayo and find out just what's happening at that end. Bayo, welcome on board.
Hello and welcome to Nigeria Decides Studio from the Lagos Network Center. Lagos, as you're well aware, is not only the center of excellence, but the custodian of the nation's political history. With a population of over 20 million and 6 million or so registered voters, Lagos plays a pivotal role in the scheme of things. Tomorrow, as we are well aware, heralds the beginning of a new era with the presidential and National Assembly elections. Safety and security are very important components, and we are very fortunate to have with us today on this program the Commissioner of Police for Lagos State, Mr. Zubairu Muazu. Mr. Muazu, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much.
You know, we had conflicting reports lately as though your posting were a new one, but you just changed positions. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, I've been in Lagos since the beginning of the year as the Commissioner of Police in charge of the Interpol unit of the 4th CID. And the office in Ikoyi, and there, so I only moved from Ikoyi to Ikeja to take over as the Commissioner of Police in Lagos State.
So you're very familiar with Lagos State?
Yes, I've spent 10 years of my 30-year service in Lagos.
Okay, and you know what the problems seem to be, particularly in an election year and in an election?
Yes, I know what the issues are in Lagos. Maybe I will start by giving a rundown of the role of security agencies in the electoral process as a whole. The police, along with other security agencies, are responsible for securing the entire electoral process, beginning with the electioneering campaigns to the election day, to the post-election. And specifically, we are responsible for the security of the INEC offices, from the state level to the local governments. We are responsible for the security of the electoral officers themselves, the INEC staff, and all the ad hoc staff INEC will recruit for this purpose. We are responsible for the security of the electoral materials, the ballot papers, the ballot boxes, the result sheets when the votes are being casted. So the entire process is our responsibility. We are also responsible to ensure that there is adequate security during the voting exercise and after the elections proper.
Mr. Commissioner, sir, since you've laid out what the responsibilities of the police are, I want to take you back to the campaigning. Some people have observed that campaigning in some quarters have been very unruly. Posters of some candidates have been turned down. Did the police deliberately turn a blind eye to all of that?
The campaigns, if I would say, were generally peaceful. Of course, you can't rule out pockets of some disturbances by some political party supporters, but generally speaking, the campaigns were peaceful. We have not recorded any very serious or major incident during the campaigns.
But there were reports on social media of killings in certain campaigns. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. No any case of death was reported during any campaign in Lagos.
Okay, sir. As Commissioner of Lagos State, are you satisfied? I'll come back to the elections per se, but observations have come across that if, for example, you drive on the 3rd Mainland Bridge at night, or you drive on the bridge that leads from the island to the mainland, Ido Bridge, there are all kinds of lawless activities. 12 midnight, 1 midnight, motorists coming in the wrong direction, Okada riders going in the wrong direction. Are you aware of these?
I'm not aware of any specific incidents of such during this election period. Of course, there is no city like Lagos that has no pockets of crime here and there. But we are aware of this, and we are on top of it. And I assure you that with the elections coming, more drastic measures will be taken to ensure that no such things occurs within Lagos.
Why do you say drastic measures?
Because there may be incidences that may erupt. So those measures must be drastic to ensure that they don't affect the electoral process at all.
Okay, sir. You talked about you securing INEC offices, the ballot papers. How ready are you?
We are ready.
And what is the coordination between you and other agencies in terms of the ballot papers, the use of the ballot papers and PVCs, as well as the movement?
We are very much ready. In fact, I
place?
will tell you that most of it has been done already as far as the pre-election deployments and movement of the papers are concerned. For the past few days, we have been engaged with INEC, transporting electoral materials from the state headquarters of INEC to the various local governments. We started with the non-sensitive materials, and by today, all the materials are moving to the various local governments.
Which are the non-sensitive materials? Which are the non-sensitive materials?
Non-sensitive materials include the voters list and things like that. And the sensitive materials include the ballot papers and the result sheets.
So, the ballot papers, for example, you are guaranteeing the security?
I'm guaranteeing security.
How?
Of
Why?
the ballot papers. We have adequate deployments at INEC headquarters, as I'm talking to you now, and we have adequate manpower at INEC headquarters moving out with all these materials. I guarantee adequate security for the movement of all these materials between now and tomorrow morning.
And you are sure nothing is likely to go wrong?
Well, so far we haven't got any serious threats. Our intelligence operatives are all out there giving us feedbacks So far, no adverse intelligence report from any part of Lagos State.
What would you consider the major challenges in this forthcoming election? The presidential and National Assembly elections taking place tomorrow. What do you see as the major challenges? The black spots, for example.
The black spots are well taken care of. And the restriction of movement on the election day is going to be enforced. So we don't expect any adverse activity on that day. We are anticipating, or we believe that every voter has registered in the voting unit close to his house, very close to his house. So no mass movement of people from one part of Lagos to another. We don't anticipate any problems at all.
What about movement in terms of essential services? I know that mass movement is discouraged or mass movement is prohibited, but if you're involved in essential duties, are exceptions made?
Exceptions are made to essential duties. Exceptions are made. Certainly the ambulances will not be stopped if they're carrying patients, and journalists like you who are doing their duties, provided they have the appropriate accreditation tax, they will move. Election observers and monitors will move around, provided they have the appropriate tax provided by INEC.
What do you have to say to Nigerians who believe that the police in the conduct of the elections is already biased?
The police is not biased. Let me categorically state here that the police are neutral and they remain neutral throughout this electoral process.
How do you convince Nigerians? How do you convince Lagosians that that is the position?
So far, they have seen it from the sharing campaigns. We have provided adequate security to all the political parties while they are campaigning. We have provided security to candidates from all the parties as being requested by the candidates. So far, we have not shown any sign that the police is going to be partisan. And I assure you that police will never be partisan. We will be neutral in these elections.
Sir, what is your advice for Lagosians in this forthcoming election?
I advise all Lagosians to remain peaceful. They should go and vote peacefully. The police will not condone any act of violence, forgery, or hooliganism anywhere in part of Lagos. I assure Lagosians that we have provided adequate security to ensure that the atmosphere is convenient for everybody to go and cast his vote peacefully.
So when you are given these assurances, I am tempted to ask you, what's the strength of your men? How many policemen have been deployed for the conduct of this election?
The police, like I said earlier, is working in collaboration with other agencies.
Yes.
So altogether, we have 30,000 security personnel to be deployed for the elections. We're going to have at least 3 security agents at every polling unit. Maybe a police officer.
When you say security agents, you mean 3?
We are working together with the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. We are working with the Nigerian Immigration Service. They have given us a personnel too. The DSS are there too. They are all security agents, and we work together. So we can't have the police alone doing it. So at every polling unit, I assure you that at least 3 of these security personnel will be there to secure the polling unit.
So give me a figure. So like how many? Because we have local government areas. We have local governments scattered all over Lagos. Are you prepared?
We are prepared for all the 20 local governments areas of Lagos State and 37 local development areas, the LCDS. Yes. All of them are going to be fully manned. Altogether, we have 57. And we have the exact number of polling units in each local government. And we have deployed per those polling units. So no polling unit at all is going to be left unmanned by a security agent.
Tell me something, Mr. Commissioner. When you cast your vote, because the political parties, observers have been saying protect your votes. When you cast your votes, would it be legal for you to stand there, observe the counting, and listen to the result?
It is legal, but there's a minimum distance you're supposed to keep from the polling units.
What's that distance? Yes.
When you cast your votes, you're not supposed to be at exactly the particular place you vote. I assure you there are enough security around the polling units that will take care of any eventuality in case people decide to become unruly.
So you're giving us the assurance, Mr. Commissioner, that we're good to go.
We are good to go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Muazu, for your time. We wish you the very best in the conduct of these elections.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Abuja, we're done with the Commissioner for Police, Mr. Muazu. It's time to hand over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Bayo. And just as we were in our Lagos Center with Bayo Adewusi, we were joined by the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of operations, Abdul Majid Ali. Thanks for being here with us. All right, let me also introduce another gentleman who joined us. His DCC Emmanuel Oke is the Public Relations Officer of the Niger Security and Civil Defense Corps. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Right, well, gentlemen, we've been taking on situation reports about what's happening. Interestingly, we heard Lagos State Police Commissioner Muazu respond to Bayo's question about what to tell Nigerians who already have a perception that there is a bias. I would like the DIG first to reinforce the position of the police with regards to this election and give us an overview of the general security arrangements.
Thank you very much. I want to lay more emphasis on the preparedness of Nigerian police, and also to inform Nigerians that we are ready. We have made all the deployment. We have sensitized our men enough. We have a series of lectures. We have told them what to do and what not to do. We have been guided by INEC guidelines, and in all our functions, what we are going to do is in line with what INEC actually directs us to do. We will not go out of the way of what INEC did not permit us to do. Nigerian police, this is not the first time, this is not the first election. We have been involved in election for a very long time, and we have been excelling. We have a lot of things we have been doing it very well most of the time. And also want to inform you that we have made adequate deployment in collaboration with our sister agencies, and this all the polling units will adequately be covered, and we have done the rehearsal that for officers to know where actually they belong and where they will be guided. We have done a show of force to tell the general public that we are ready, and to ensure that the election goes on smoothly without any hindrance.
Okay, people will also be looking at some areas, some parts of the country with concerns, especially in the last few hours, I might say, places like Benue and Borno, for instance. What would you have to say to those?
I said some times ago, even when I had my own press conference with some of the men, we did all this threat analysis to actually analyze what we expect in most of the states. And we have made adequate arrangement to ensure that we cover those areas. Benue, for instance, is calm. So far, the situation report received today, we are monitoring Benue, no much problem. Maiduguri as well has been Borno State. The IDP camp has been adequately fortified to ensure that people there are safe. And we also take the other group, the opposition group, particularly the BH, so seriously, because any single threat should be taken very, very seriously, and adequate arrangement have been made to infiltrate some of these areas with our own plainclothes policemen that will be on guard and passing information for appropriate action.
All right, let's turn to DCC Emmanuel K, PRO of Civil Defense Corps, and tell us how you've keyed into the whole security arrangements. And Nigerians can't stop requesting for further reassurances.
Well, thank you very much. Just like the DIG said, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps have carried out a lot of sensitization program for our personnel, and a lot of training with Clean Foundation, UNDP, and also organizing town hall meetings for stakeholders for the purpose of this election. And earlier, before now, we'll be having enlightenment programs using the peace and conflict unit of the Corps, trying to educate the electorate. These votes, their vote count, the election is election which is meant for them to elect a leader for this country. And it's not a season which they should look at it as a do or die affair. And for the purpose of the election, the Corps has been in synergy with the Nigeria Police, which is the lead agency in election matters, and other security agencies. And as a matter of fact, the Commandant General have also directed the deployment of personnel to all strategic areas. And right now, all the Deputy Commandant Generals, the Assistant Commandant Generals have been deployed to various zones to make sure they work along with the state commandants and to ensure that the personnel do not go out of their jurisdiction. Whatever they are to do, let it be within the confine of the law. Also educate and enlightening them to be civil and to be apolitical, and not to look at any party as a party of their own. They are Nigerians, all parties belong to them, all candidates are their candidates. Whoever at the end of the day emerge is going to be the president of Nigeria, and the Corps is ready to serve the nation through whoever is the president. And that's why the deployment has made available all the necessary logistics, have briefed all personnel, and have made them to understand that there is need for them to keep relating with the civil populace, making them to understand and to know that they have to exercise their civic right by coming out to vote, and not to look at it as an avenue where they are to foment trouble or to cause trouble. All they need to do is to vote and to wait for the results and get the outcome of it without causing any mayhem.
All right. Well, DIG, just before you joined us on this program, we were discussing with Dr. Jumoke Yakob Aliso, and we were talking about the 12-hour restriction of movement tomorrow, Saturday, the day of the polls. And we think that for the purposes of emphasis, we should, talk a little more about that, those who can move around from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Let's talk about that.
Well, as I said earlier, sir, that this election is not the first election being held in this country. We have been having elections all over for years, and the restriction order had always been there. The restriction order is just to avoid people moving from one area to the other, causing problem. 6 a.m., that's the time given by INEC, and not the time given by police. And as I said earlier, we follow the guidelines of INEC, and we must work together with INEC. 6 to 6. Move from your place to polling unit. After voting, you go back home. But we find out that 6, let me commence the voting by 6 or 12. As the voting ends by 2. Collation, canteen, and all this may take to 4 or 5. And again, to avoid election problem, particularly we have after. That's we have before, during, and after.
All right.
After there might be a group trying to invade. So, but the police, particularly the polling unit, but the restriction of not move till 6, but by 6, before 6, the result might be at the calling center, particularly the ward calling center. So we are moving from the polling unit to the collation, the polling ward collation center to the final center. So by then, all this movement will have been completed before 6 o'clock.
Well, then certainly some people, some groups of people would certainly need to move around during that period.
We have them.
Right.
We have the observers are to move around, the journalists are to move around, and INEC officials as well. Which, we have said it many times, police officers that are not on duty are not to move around. We will have tag to identify those people actually on duty, but not those people moving around other with VIP. We have said it. As the Inspector General of Police have made it very clear. Any policeman found moving with VIP, either in mufti or in uniform, will be arrested.
Right.
So this we are not going to allow it, and we stand by it.
Okay. Well, Nigeria Decides now moves to Ibadan, and sitting in at a center in Ibadan is Femi Johnson. He's got an update on the preparations in Oyo State. Femi Johnson.
Yes, sir. Indeed, if there is any election that many Nigerians will be looking forward to, of course, it is the presidential and National Assembly elections that is fixed for tomorrow. For INEC, the stage is set in Oyo State. Sensitive materials have been received from the Central Bank of Nigeria and is about now being distributed. Candidates are also vying for the 3 senatorial seats. Oyo North, candidates are vying for the 3 senatorial seats for Oyo North, Oyo Central, and Oyo South, while 202 candidates are in the race for the 14 House of Representatives seat. 2,176,532 have so far collected their permanent voter cards, representing 73.5%, while a total of 786,294 PVCs remain uncollected, representing 26.5%. 4,783 polling units will be used. Additional 1,607 voting points are set. And this is Ibadan Network Center. The stage is set for the 2019 general elections. My name is Femi Johnson, and with me in the studio is Chief Mrs. Grace Ademidu Uluwatoye, a public affairs analyst.
Yes, so good afternoon. And greetings to all at home. We are indeed excited about this election, and people are very, very much agog with going out to cast their votes.
Before we discuss more on the mood and happenings ahead of the election with Chief Mrs. Grace, let's take some of this report. Domestic election observers have pledged their commitments towards tomorrow's general elections. They made this known at a training organized by the Independent National Electoral Commission in Oyo State. Kayode Oladosu has more.
Election observation is a valuable tool to measure the credibility of an election, and observers help to build public confidence in the electoral process. In view of this, the Independent National Electoral Commission in Oyo State, at the interactive training session with domestic election observers, urged them to promote civic involvement in the election.
We have told them the do's and don'ts, and if they follow these do's and don'ts, it will help the INEC, it will help the observer group, it will help all our stakeholders.
The domestic observers, on their part, emphasize their commitment to abide by the rules and not being partisan.
Conduct themselves in a good manner. So we don't want thuggery. We want everything to go smoothly in peace.
We want to give the international body, we want to give the country, but is the electorate and even all others, we want to give them good report about what has happened, what transpired.
The electoral umpire organized the training to ensure that all electoral stakeholders recognize that election observation is a cooperative exercise necessary for the success in a democratic dispensation. In Ibadan, Kayode Oladosu, NTA News.
Thank you, Kayode. And Deputy Inspector General of Police, DIG, supervising election in the Southwest, Yakubu Jibril, has also charged officers and men of the Nigerian Police Force in the state to be punctual, alert, and also be professional by abiding by the electoral laws for a smooth service delivery in the general elections. Correspondent Rufiat and Nimashan Badmos has this report.
DIG supervising election in the Southwest, Yakubu Jibrin, while interacting with officers and men of the command, said proactive patrol of all nooks and crannies of the zone, interagency cooperation, as well as strict adherence to professionalism are key to ensuring security of officials, electorate, and electoral materials before, during, and after the elections.
Everybody should come out and vote. Nobody should stay behind for fear of insecurity. Good arrangements are already in place to allow everybody to come out. Nobody will be denied this opportunity.
Policemen are going to be put on patrol. There will be show of force to be able to tell the members of the public that we are ready for action. We are going to deploy everything in our arsenal.
At an interactive session with major players in the election, some flashpoints for Crime Watch were highlighted for attention as the preparations ahead of the election heightens in Ibadan. Rofia Animashan Badmos, NTA News.
Rofia Animashan Badmos there with our report. Chief Mrs. Grace Ademido Oluwatoye, a public affairs analyst. First of all, what generally is the mood in the town now?
People are expecting this election because majority of Nigerians know now that their destiny lies in their hands, and it also depends on those who vote into offices to represent us, to lead us, so as to provide the necessary services that people are expecting. And people have actually been sensitized and mobilized to go out and vote, and they are ready, including us women. People, different kinds of training have been undertaken, letting them know what to expect, what the electoral procedure will be, the accreditation processes, and what constitutes an offense if you go to a polling center, how to move, how not to move, how to dress, including how to cast your vote. All these have been properly given as information to the general public. And you know, quite a lot of the young people too are now in the voting cohort, and they are really looking forward to saying, now this is all right, we are not too young to vote, we are not too young to rule, and everybody is actually ready in Oyo State. We are ready.
Independent National Electoral Commission has also received the sensitive materials. What is the symbolic nature of this, and what does it portend for this election that we're looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, for us, that means their state of readiness, because they did say that by Friday, they're expecting that all the sensitive materials will have been in town and received at the central bank for distribution, and also when they organize training for all the different constituent leaders here in Oyo State, they did tell us what to expect and what not to expect. And I believe that with that kind of orientation and preparation, the people have been mobilized. And we are optimistic that all will be well.
If that is the case, you are a woman.
Yes.
What are you expecting from women tomorrow?
Women are coming out to vote because they've been sensitized. Usually Nigerian women vote. And this time around, we know that when we vote, we also have the right to demand our needs from the leaders. And it's no longer just stay home and saying it's the men alone who should go. And we have mobilized ourselves and told ourselves, please cook early, wake up early, cook food and put food in the house so that you can be there to actually get yourself accredited and vote as you should.
On a last note, before we hand over to Cyril, official vote buying is a major issue Independent National Electoral Commission is concerned about. What do you want to say about this, and what would you want security agencies to do about this?
People have been warned about what not to do around the election arena on that day, and including not having a lot of money on you. If you are found with a lot of money, that is suspicious enough to say, what are you doing with this kind of money? Including even educating the masses, the voting masses, not to go ahead with their phones near the voting booth. So I think vote buying, as much as possible, not on the day of election, even though we know we've passed the era of stomach infrastructure, and there are other ways that people have been trying to reach out to the electorate, promising. I hope that it stops at that, and that nobody is coming tomorrow to say you get this amount of money to get your vote cast.
So for the 2,962,646 eligible voters that will be participating in tomorrow's general election, be wary of electoral offenses and make sure that you don't do anything that will land you in trouble. Cyril, take it away.
All right, thank you, Femi. As we go on, we'll be returning to you to find out more about what's going on in Oyo State. Femi Johnson joining us from our Ibadan Network Center. Now, Kano is one of the states with a high number of voters, and it's always been a place where political gladiators jostle to secure large number of votes. Abdullahi Mustafa has been finding out the level of voter awareness of the civic responsibility in rural areas of Kano State.
This is the main street in Gunduawa, a community in Gezawa local government area of Kano State. The residents, who are mostly farmers, are among the more than 5,000 registered voters in Babawa ward who are expected to take part in the Saturday's presidential and national assembly elections. Malan Shitu, a vegetable seller in the community, has since collected his permanent voter card and hopes to use it in casting his vote.
I have got it since. I carry it along and bring it frequently to look at it.
Not only casting his vote, Malam Shitu is also poised to contribute towards making conduct of the exercise peaceful.
Because I want to be protected from anything unpleasant and enjoy dividends of democracy, such as roads, security, and health.
NTA crew was also at Charo village in Dawakin Kudu local government area. It is a community of not more than 2,000 residents with only one polling unit. This is Takai Primary School here in Charo village of Dawakin Kudu local government area. It is the only polling unit in this community, which is under Gurjia ward. And Gurjia is one of the 15 wards in Dawakin Kudu local government area. People of this community will on this Saturday come out and decide on who to rule the country and who is to represent them at the National Assembly. That is the two chambers of the National Assembly, the Senate and the House of Representatives.
I collected my PVC. It is at home. My wife too. So also every member of the family.
Magaji Abdullahi is joining the 5.4 million registered voters in Kano State in deciding the nation's future with the hope of having improved living condition of Charo community.
Thank you. That report by Abdullahi Mustafa from Kano. Back here in Abuja, Dr. Jumoke Yakob Aliso, you've seen Lagos, Ibadan, well, Oyo State and Kano, level of awareness, and someone there brandishing their PVCs. Generally, if you look across the country, the feeling is the same. As you said earlier, all voters want to do is cast their ballot. How aware do you think they are?
Well, we are reasonably convinced that most voters are aware of the process and know what to do on election day. You know, one very important statistic that came out from the 2015 election was that the highest percentage, the largest demographic in terms of occupation at that election were farmers, and then housewives, and then students, meaning that ahead of people you would expect to be highly educated are these Nigerians who knew what to do and actually took the pains to cast their ballots at those elections, and their numbers counted, and it became so preponderant in that election. So I am reasonably convinced that Nigerians know that when they go out tomorrow, they should not wear party insignia. They should not approach the ballot box with their mobile phones and all the rules that the Electoral Commission has been communicating in various ways. And as the security bosses have just said also, security officials also know what they should do. INEC has invested a lot in training the young people and the other staff who will be working tomorrow, and we hope that all that knowledge by voters and by election managers will lead to a more credible process.
All right, tell me what you think. Is the story that you often hear bandied around, is it a myth or is it real? People say the elites, who are the ones who discuss all the high points of elections, electioneering, voting and all that, don't really come out and vote. That is the rural populace, it's the people there who do these things. Is that a myth or is it real?
It's not a myth. I led a research that was funded recently by the MacArthur Foundation. The Nigerian Election Working Group commissioned analysis of data from the smart card readers in the 2015 elections, which I personally was in charge of. And that was what we found out. Just as I said, the demographics that were largest were not those you would ordinarily expect to be so many at the polls. So this is being validated over and over. You have a state like Lagos with almost 6 million voters or more now, you know, of which voter turnout at the end of the day in that urban area with a highly educated population is less than 30%. And then in other places, as high as 60-something%. So this is no longer a myth and no longer a fairy tale. This has become a serious matter that I think we need to find a way to address.
All right. So now we'll be turning the enlightenment campaigns at the elite, not just the people in the right.
Can you imagine that?
Okay. Well, Paul Abel in Calabar, Cross River State, reports from the INEC headquarters that all is set for tomorrow's election, with the distribution of materials almost completed. Let's get that report from Paul.
Now at the Central Bank of Nigeria, head office Calabar here in Cross River State, and the INEC is taking delivery of sensitive materials. Here we have with us the security representatives, we have the party representatives and all others who have come to witness this event. And we have the privilege to speak with the resident electoral commissioner, Dr. Franklin Briai, on the preparation of INEC towards conducting a free and fair and credible presidential election.
As of now, we have achieved 98% preparedness. We are prepared, security-wise. So far, so good as of now. I think they're on course. We appreciate the effort.
These sensitive materials are made up of ballot papers and result sheets for the presidential election, as well as the Senate and the House of Representatives, which will be distributed to the 18 local government areas of the state, and subsequently to the 2,283 polling units, as well as the 196 wards in the state. The various sensitive items are being prepared to be loaded to the various trucks that are waiting right outside these premises. From the CBN headquarters here in Calabar, Cross River State, I am Paul Abel, NTA News.
Thank you, Paul Abel. Well, Dauda Mohammed is in Mina, Niger State. Now, he's been feeling the pulse of the city just as we build up to tomorrow's election. And let's see what the mood is right there in Mina, Niger State.
The mood in Mina, the capital city of Niger State, is that of calm few hours to the commencement of the general elections.
This is one of the 3,185 polling units we have in Niger State. This particular one is situated at Tudunwada South in Chanchaga local government area. And Niger State has a registered voting population of 2,181,400. And they are all expected to vote in the presidential and national assembly elections coming up on Saturday.
19-year-old Peter Shokolo Husseini, an engineering student, is a first-time voter having attained the lawful voting age last year.
I am very confident about the electoral process of Nigeria because right now it has gotten better. I know that the INEC has provided new facilities for this electoral process. And again, you don't sell your vote.
The Independent National Electoral Commission office in Niger State, situated along David Mark Road in Mina, has been a beehive of activities since early in the morning, making preparations for the upcoming presidential polls just hours away. Niger State has 25 local government areas, and we have 2,423 persons with disabilities registered to participate in this year's polls. And with me here is the INEC
officer in charge of persons with disabilities and other matters, Mohammed Lawal Suleiman. Sir, what preparations have you made to capture the persons living with disabilities in this election, sir?
Very much. The preparation has been done for them. Most importantly, there is a policy framework on access and participation of persons with disability in the electoral process. This policy framework is aimed to reduce barriers faced by the PWD's participation in the electoral process as a voter, as a candidate, as well as the staff of the commission. So the preparation has been made for them right from the national headquarters to mainstream disability issue into the electoral process. This is the sample of the magnifying glasses for them. Secondly, we introduce what we call from EC40H to capture disability at the polling unit so that we may be able to know the exact disability they are having after election. Thirdly, we introduce what we call the Braille. This is the Braille for the visually impaired person with disabilities. This is the Braille for them. Secondly, thirdly, the leprosy and the amputees. Formerly, they don't have access to vote, but now the commission has modified their voting system, saying that even if they don't have fingers and their hands, if they have only one finger and their toe, they may be able to cast their vote. Thirdly, if they don't have fingers, both hand and the leg, they may be able to cast their vote with their own elbows. Then in the deaf people, we provide sign language interpreter for them well located in jail number throughout the state. This is the new innovation introduced by the Commission for the participation and inclusion of persons with disability in the electoral process in Niger State.
Preparations for the success of the poll, according to the Niger State Resident Electoral Commissioner, is at 100%.
Only last night, we concluded a meeting with the 25 electoral officers in the 25 local governments of Niger State to review one by one what they have done in terms of preparations for the election.
However, efforts to get comments for the Niger State Police Command were unsuccessful. In Mina, Dauda Mohammed, NTA News.
All right, thank you, Dauda in Mina. And interesting report there about the inclusion of persons living with disabilities, those without the fingers, those who might end up voting with their elbows. We'll talk about that, later on as we progress. But let's look at the other side, the security side. Dauda was saying he couldn't get anyone to talk about the security situation in Mina, but we do have the DIG operations right here. And yes, you've put in place so many arrangements to make sure that there's no breach of the law. But then you always prepare for eventualities, and citizens would want to know what is the first thing they should do if there's any reason for them to quickly engage security agencies, especially the lead agency, like yours, the police, for instance.
Well, thank you very much. And from the report from Mina, you can actually see that police and other security agencies are fully on run and ready to go. As you said, we have put everything in place. We have sent a senior police officers to go around to meet the men, to talk to the stakeholders, and a lot of meetings and sensitization is still going on. Nigerians have been told when to move out of their houses, when to report or vote, what to do, going back to their house or remain if they want to remain and see what is happening. And also the distance to keep, to the polling unit. And after the voting, when the result is being vote are being counted, for their presence at least once, it does not constitute any nuisance. Yes,
right.
They can as well remain and watch the counting being done by the presiding officer. And when the result had been announced, I said where to paste it of the result, and when that one is done, well, it's all over. But however, we put our contingency plan in place, particularly patrols. We'll continue to patrol with other security group, patrolling around the towns, not to have those people rejoicing or, they're trying to attack.
Right, because you know, sometimes excitement gets out of hand. In a particular place, some I think, okay, yes, we've won here, and the euphoria, and you have contingency plans to deal with situations like that.
Same with those people that lost, trying to react. So all these things have been put in place. We don't want to be caught packed down, just like what happened in 2011. But this time around, we are fully prepared. The military too are there to assist in case of when things are getting out of hand. But however, we are fully in charge and in control.
All right, let's stay with the federal capital, Abuja, here. And as Nigerians are getting set to decide who runs the affairs of government, Ignatius Nkwo has been at the Federal Secretariat here in Abuja to see how public servants, civil servants at the federal level are keen into what is expected to be the biggest event in this country within this week. Let's join Ignatius Nkwo.
All right, the Federal Secretariat, the complex housing the majority of federal civil servants here in Abuja, is bearing the vivid look of the season. Well, from what we've gathered, quite a number of the civil servants here have traveled outside Abuja to go and cast their votes, because you can only vote where you registered. And then some of them are still behind, but then some of them will be casting their votes in one or two of the various 6 area councils here in Abuja. But then the outlook here has actually shown that the Secretariat actually is not having the number of people it used to have because of the election. And it simply goes to show that the civil servants, that is the workers, are actually taking the electoral process very serious. You spoke to some of civil servants here in the Federal Secretariat. They are in the spirit of voting.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. How do you feel? Are you ready to go and cast your vote?
Yes, I'm ready to cast my vote to exercise my civil right. By the preparation of INEC, I think it will come free and fair and credible. And from the information I've got so far, I think INEC has done a good job, and we expect a good result from their preparation.
Yes, the time has come for everyone to go out to exercise their right. We're all ready, even though we're civil servants. We're not left out because we're Nigerians. And I believe that as civil servants who are enlightened in their own way, have been educated more on the right and to getting their PVCs ready to cast our votes tomorrow. We'll rightly be there as early as possible. And I can assure you that we'll get the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, all right. We still have another civil servant here who's actually eager to tell us how he feels as well.
Yeah, I'm very elated, you understand, for this democratic process that is going on in Nigeria. If you remember, this country has been under military dictatorship for a long time. And we have been sustaining this democracy for almost 20 years now, if not more than. So I'm very happy that another democratic process is going to take place. You understand? So we all go and cast our votes to our preferred candidates, and we pray democracy will not be derailed in this country.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, well, the election, according to the guidelines released by the INEC, it's expected to commence both accreditation and voting tomorrow from 8 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the collation sorting of results will begin from that 2 o'clock. And then by Monday, when civil servants will resume work for the next week, it's expected that, well, if the result is not totally out, it will be on the process. Well, this is the situation here at the moment from the Federal Secretariat Abuja, housing more than 7 federal ministries.
All right. Thank you, Ignatius Nkwo, reporting from the Federal Secretariat here in Abuja, the federal capital. Let's quickly turn to one of those features we saw in our earlier report, which came in from Mina, Dr. Aliso, and that has to do with the PWDs, persons living with disabilities, those who neither have the thumb nor the index finger, and they're not excluded from this process.
Absolutely. INEC now has guidelines that allows them access to the polls also, and we think it's a wonderful thing that all Nigerians, irrespective of their ability or disability, can exercise their civic right and cast their ballots at the polls. And this is a sign of good things to come, because it's not only people with disabilities that need access to the polls. There are many other Nigerians, for one reason or the other, whose special needs need to be recognized. INEC now has also a gender policy. Now we don't think of gender as another kind of, would I say, discriminating factor, but actually it is. We talk about it all the time, and we tend to think, is it not just voting? Is it not just putting yourself forth as a candidate? But it's far more deeper than that. So the provision for persons with disabilities is indeed very welcome. But that does not mean there's still not more to be done to make the process more inclusive. Right. So it's in terms of inclusion that I thought of gender inclusion. Right. And then, of course, there are these young people who are voting for the first time. I am not sure there are voter education programs targeted at these first-time voters, for example. So there are all kinds of groups whose needs would still need to be included. You talk about the gender, and you say they also have special needs. It goes just beyond going to vote and offering standing to be voted for. What are those specifics? So, for example, how many polling officers are female or male? Is it possible for a breastfeeding mother to get there and both take care of her child and perform her duty? These are just a few small little things that at the polling unit on election day, and beyond election day there are just a lot of other variables. Right, when you speak of those nursing mothers, so also remember the senior citizens. I would, of course, I would also include them. They need to be given, but you know, our society, without anything being written in books, gives deference to the elderly. And in fact, if that does not happen, there would be something very wrong in that polling unit. Okay. Well, on a lighter note, how do you respond to this? You know, we understand that there was a gimmick, a popular gimmick that was used during the collection of PVCs when people went there and they found long queues, and some women went back home and became pregnant in over 10 minutes, and they were given priority treatment. You expect to see that during voting? Yes, but that's well, human beings are creative. That's just what makes life interesting. So, you know, but just as the police chief was saying, the DIG was saying, whoever is planning anything must have contingency plans, must anticipate things like this, and just be ready for eventualities such as this. And I think that should not discourage the commission and its staff from still making provision for people with special needs. All right. Speaking about contingencies and being ready, the DIG here has a number of some numbers that will come in handy, which of course members of the public will have. We'll try to get those numbers on screen so that when he calls them out, you can see those numbers, and those are numbers to contact in case of any eventuality. We have those numbers. We'll put them on your screens when we get to that. But easily you can still have them here. We'll reinforce that. You can just tell us now, and later on we'll have a rehash of those numbers, and we'll put them on screen. But we can have some of them right now. While we're still preparing to put them on screen. We'll do that again. And these are numbers we'll keep talking about so that people will have them.
We have the numbers for the Deputy Inspector General of Police that are detailed to monitor and control the election in the various geopolitical zone. And also for the control room. We have a control room here, the central control room. Okay. So the control room for calls, we have 080 866 691-901. I repeat, 800 866 69910. That's for calls. But for SMS, you can send 080 92 56 9884.
Okay.
That is for Abuja.
So we have numbers in Abuja here. They can call, and there's another one dedicated to SMS. And of course, again, as you see right on the screens, you can see the numbers 080-866-69910. Those are for calls, and the SMS 080-9256-9884. And those are for
the zones. For the zones, and we have a Deputy Inspector General of Police, Antonio Guizi. Is in Port Harcourt, from northeast or southeast. That is in Imo right now. We have 070-339-18891.
Okay.
That's for the southeast.
All right.
For the south, we have Deputy Inspector General of Police Taiwo Lakanu, 080-371-60989. We have any complaint sent to him there.
All right, okay.
The North Central Zone, we have DIG Onwobodo. We have 080-636-36-92-29. So we have the last one.
All right. Well, we'll recap on those numbers as we go on with this discussion, because these are numbers that many Nigerians would want to know, have them at their fingertips, and so these are very crucial numbers. And so we'll have them. We'll have a recap as we go on in today's program on Nigeria Decides. So we'll do all that as we go on. But let's bring in at this point DCC Emmanuel Luke of the Civil Defense. And yes, you also have areas where you're putting in special attention, monitoring, and you have your commanders at various points across the country. As I said earlier on, we can't talk too much about the arrangements to ensure that things are smooth and orderly as we go to the polls tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, sir. The arrangement we have made before, during, and after, we've deployed especially those critical national assets and infrastructure.
Right.
Seasons like this are time that saboteurs catch on to vandalize those infrastructures that are key to government. And again, after the election, the process of jubilation, it is my party, it is not my party. They take advantage of such opportunity to also vandalize and to willfully destroy government's infrastructure. Taking into considerations these are factors, we made adequate deployment to all these infrastructures to make sure they are being protected before, during, and after.
All right.
And we also put in place the mobile surveillance vehicle to make sure every happening in the states, in all the polling units, is being reported back to the command and control centers at the headquarters, so that they will harness all the necessary informations we gathered from the field and make appropriate attempt of climbing down on those hoodlums and fraudsters that might want to frustrate the processes.
All right. It's a good thing you talked about protecting critical national infrastructure, because well, a few days ago there were rumors all over the place about certain miscreants and certain groups who were planning on doing damage to such infrastructure's pipelines. So it's good that you're already taking care of those areas, and you've been proactive to do that. So it was good to hear you talk about that. This is critical infrastructure. And so for all those who might be thinking this period, the security agencies will be too busy at polling centers and they can have their way on national. Say that again. And
we've already sent a signal to them that it's a no-go area. Don't even attempt that this season is a season for you to look towards destroying or vandalizing those infrastructures.
Okay.
The cost of repair is high that government can use such amount in building new ones. So we don't want to give chances to them to do that. And the Corps have ensured that anyone that is caught vandalizing or destroying any of those infrastructure will pay dearly for it. In fact, the law is the respecter of no one, and we wouldn't know where you are coming from and whatever is your background. So the best bet for you is to stay away from those infrastructure. Because if you are caught, the law will take its course.
All right. Well, ahead of the elections, security agencies in Ondo State have warned that no disruption of any kind will be tolerated, and we just heard the PRO of the Civil Defense emphasize that they're fully ready to protect all critical infrastructure. Doris Olumoko is standing by with details from Ondo State.
It is few hours to Nigeria's presidential and National Assembly elections, and in Ondo State, security agencies are working in synergy to ensure a smooth electionary process. Now, it is in view of this that the Ondo State Security Council had a meeting where they reviewed the security strategy for this election. On standby now is the Ondo State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ondo Adi, who will brief us on the outcome of that strategic meeting.
What I want to assure you is that all the polling units are going to be adequately secured. They are going to be adequately provided for. And there is no polling unit that is going to have less than 3 personnel to monitor the security situation of the polling areas. And apart from this, we are having striving units, striving teams that are going to be strategically placed in all the local governments. You are going to have 2, 3, 4, 5, or even more, depending on our assessment of the various locations, that will be there ready and to respond to any form of threat to the process.
And the Security Council advised people to conduct themselves in orderly manner and give assurance that no one will be unduly harassed. It's now back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Doris. And at this point, we would like to thank DIG Abdul Majid Ali for being with us on this part of it. Thank you so much. We'll still keep getting regular updates from you on how we're securing the whole process. Thank you. Right. So now let's return to our Jos Network Center. Hopefully we've been able to fix that glitch we had earlier on when we joined them. So let's go back to Sani Ibn Sali, who will update us on INEC preparations.
Thank you, Cyril. We shall be bringing you some reports on preparations, beginning with the distribution of sensitive materials that we had less than 24 hours ahead of the 2019 general elections. The Independent National Electoral Commission in Plateau State has taken delivery of sensitive materials and commenced the distribution for the conduct of the election in the 17 local government areas. The distribution was witnessed by INEC officials, political parties, civil society organizations, the Nigeria police, and the media. Nero Domtu was at the Central Bank, Jos, where the materials were kept for safekeeping.
The materials, which arrived at about 4 p.m. on Thursday amidst watertight security, include ballot papers and result sheets, were offloaded for distribution. Resident Electoral Commissioner Plateau State Hussein Halilupai said the distribution is done openly for transparency, as the commission is poised to conduct a free, fair, credible and violence-free election. Explained that the materials are customized and sorted out according to local government areas.
Very, very sensitive materials, which is key to every election, and that is the distribution of the ballot papers and result sheets in its bid to show to everybody in Nigeria that INEC is willing to conduct a free, fair, and credible election.
The branch controller, Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Jato Satu, said the materials are safe in their custody before delivery. Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations, Aliu Tafida, pledged the determination of the police to discharge their duties by ensuring all sensitive electoral materials get to their destination without any hitch. In Jos, Mary Domtur, NTA News.
In the meantime, the Plateau State Commissioner of Police, Isaac Akimoyede, says the role of election observers is restricted to only observing the elections and not to advise or interview voters, INEC officials, or security personnel on the election day. The Commissioner of Police stated this while addressing INEC accredited observers at an event organized by INEC in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency in Plateau State. The report.
Mr. Akin Moyede called on political parties to be orderly during campaigns and also informed the gathering that it is the duty of the police to protect and secure electoral officials, materials as well as voters during elections. Furthermore, he said, due to manpower demands, other law enforcement agencies have been called upon to assist the police on the issue of internal security during the elections. The police boss said the police shall deploy its personnel ahead of time to acclimatize with their new environment and terrain for effective performance and called on citizens to cooperate with the police before, during and after the elections. While fielding questions on the role of the police during the elections, the CP assured of a seamless and symbiotic relationship between the police and INEC. He warned that underage voters should steer clear of polling centers on voting days, while on the issue of hate speech, the CP appealed to politicians and their followers to guard against inflammatory and inciting utterances. The CP gave assurances that the police and other security agencies shall remain professional during the period of elections and called on parents and guardians to educate their children and wards to enable them serve the public better.
Well, as for those who are planning to cause trouble and to reassure the members of the public of preparedness of the security agencies, a show of force as usual was given so that members of the public would be reassured and troublemakers will also be told to keep away. River and Niger tells us more.
The operation, which is usually done to show that the security is ready to handle any situation, had men of the Army, Air Force, the police, road safety on ground. Addressing the men, Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of operations said the show of force is not to harass members of the public, but to assure them of security during the elections.
The purpose of us going out for show of force is just to show that we are prepared for the forthcoming election, which is in just 2 days' time for the presidential election. And another 2 weeks for the governors and the state assemblies. The show of force is going to be conducted in an orderly manner.
The operation started from the police headquarters through Rukuba Road, Zaria Road, Faringada, Bauchi Roads and Bypass, Angwal Rukuba, right through to Maraban Jama'a, after which the personnel were debriefed. In Jos, Rinret Silvanus Lot, NTA News.
Thank you, Rinret. With me in the studio are Mr. Osaretin Imahirebo, the head of voter education and publicity, INEC Plateau State. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Also in the studio is the State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Isaac Akimoyede. Sir, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Marito.
Now, straight away, let's go to INEC. One of the topical issues, as you have started the distribution, how far?
Well, the distribution is still ongoing, and we know that since we want to start commence the elections at 8 o'clock in the morning, we want to ensure that the materials get to the various local governments, and as we speak, the farthest local government have all received their materials, and I'm sure by now they will be distributing those materials to the various RAC centers. For the others close by, their materials are being distributed as we speak. We are good to go. All the materials are there. The names of the ad hoc staff are already pasted and they'll be posted. The supervisory presiding officers equally are on ground, so they all do their work. For tomorrow, we were very sure that the materials will get to the polling unit quite early so that the election will start at 8 o'clock.
Well, thank you very much. Now to the CP. I am sure, even with the show of force, but people still need to be reassured. How prepared, how fair is the Nigerian police going to be to face this task?
Thank you. You have said it all when you were running the brief on the activities of the police. That's the pre-election activities. Of course, the police have been trained before this time. Apart from the training, when I even came to the command last Friday, I lectured officers and men. That was the first thing that I did because my predecessor had already arranged that for me before I came in.
Okay, so, now what of the deployment of your officers?
Officers and men have been deployed already. Yesterday, the electoral materials came around 4 o'clock, and when the materials came, the men were there on ground, armed men at the central bank, and the materials were deployed to the local governments. And as I'm speaking with you now, almost all the local governments have confirmed that they have received the materials. So I think we are good to go for tomorrow.
Okay. Now, INEC, people still need to be told this voting process because it is quite different from what happened in 2015. Can you enlighten our viewers the more?
I think what is the only difference is that the previous election in 2015, people get accredited and they will go back home, and only to return back to start voting. But we have what we call continuous accreditation and voting, okay, which we think will fast track the process for people to vote and then go home if they have some other businesses to do. That is it. And then you come with your PVC. The first thing you do, they will check the register. Is your name in the register? The next thing is to take your PVC and give it to them to check if your card reader is genuine. If it's our own card reader, for instance, if it is, it might either be failed to read or failed to authenticate. If it failed to authenticate, what it means is that, okay, it has read that this PVC belongs to you. I mean, you would have made 2 out of 3. That is not to stop you from voting because, one, your name is in the register, you have your PVC which identifies, and the smart card reader says, okay, this is yours. And then another area where we probably have had improvement is this use of taking your phones to the polling booths. This is occasioned by the fact that before now, people were really not talking about vote buying. People now try to, you vote and snap and then you show the person. But right now, what it means that even if you have to take your phone to the polling unit, but when you are going to vote, you drop your phone. You are not supposed to take your phone to where...
Someone cannot enter with his or her phone into the cubicle.
No, because that is to forestall this idea of vote buying. People, in fact, if you even check that the way you roll the ballot paper and then flatten it before you put it in the the ballot box, it will even take them a long time to begin to unroll before you should. So what it means is that we were trying to stop vote buying by every means.
Well, Honorable Commissioner, please, do you have some dark spots or black spots, as you call them, and how prepared are you for them in Plateau State?
Yes, I will not want to start mentioning names of dark spots now, because whoever wants to cause any problem want to take them unawares. But I can assure you that there are some areas that we have identified that are known and notorious for troublemaking, and those areas have been identified, and we are going to put eyes on those areas, and we are going to ensure that there is a heavy presence of security agents around that area, so as to assure those people that have come to vote that police are ready and that they are ready to ensure that there is peace and orderliness on that day.
Let me ask you a very funny question, Honorable Commissioner of Police, because I have had some people discussing somewhere Does the Nigerian police have a political party?
Well, Nigeria police, well, if you say political party, that political party is known as Nigeria Police Force. As far as I'm concerned, the Nigeria police have no leaning. We are not leaning. We are not supporting any one party or the other. We are as neutral as possible, and that will be demonstrated tomorrow. Our men have been lectured, our men have been trained, and you will see that difference even tomorrow, because they will be as professional as possible.
Thank you very much. Now, coming back to INEC, one of the areas of concern, as we speak in Plateau State, in some areas, some people still say that they haven't identified their polling units. And just before we entered this studio, you showed us a trick or a means of identifying your polling units. We tried it with my own PVC.
Yeah, I think you see, people, you know, we pasted the list of polling units in all the polling units across the 17 local government areas first in November last year. But even as we speak, people are still complaining that they don't know their polling units. I was in a radio station this morning and somebody called that they've not been able to identify. And then there was an application that we saw that was used, which you eventually displayed here when we used your own PVC, www.gotomypu and then .com. And then we tried it in less than 5 seconds. It showed all your details and where the registration area and the polling unit, which is quite good. And for those who are still thinking of how to locate their polling unit, I think it's the best way to do it.
So it's to go to www.gotomypu.com.
Yes.
That is if they have phones that can access the internet. Well, so
I think it's
easy. We just tried it just before we started this discussion here. Now let me come back to the Honorable CP. You seem to have something to add.
Yes, I want to tell the good people of Plateau that Nigeria Police Force has set up a joint ops room at the state headquarters, and you can reach the joint ops room on 0818-40461 and 0902-44-53126. I repeat, 0818-40461 and 0902-44-53126. And the joint ops and the phone numbers are given, so that anyone that is in distress or anyone that has any information to pass to the police concerning the conduct of the election can easily reach the control room.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Commissioner of Police. Now, I think viewers still need to be educated on some of the do's and don'ts. And this you share with the police, how to protect the do's and don'ts during the electoral process.
Yeah, but what we want to say, like people will say, oh, well, vote and defend vote and all that. We had an SS meeting on Monday, and where it was agreed and that after you vote, nobody is asking you to go. If you want to go, you can go, but you must stay away 300 meters
away from
the voting cubicle and all that, so that you don't disturb others. There are other people who are on queue and they want to vote. Once you finish voting, you go away, because the essence of this is to ensure that there will be orderliness. And number two, the party agents coming to the polling units are supposed to ensure that the process goes well. It is not to come and protect or begin to speak on behalf of their political parties. If you see the tag given to the party agent, you'll find just that the names of their political parties are not too visible. Why? Because we don't want a situation where somebody with that kind of tag will use it as a kind of symbol for people to identify the logo of the party, to identify this is the person they want to vote for. So for everything that we're trying to do is to ensure that everything is done orderly. And we want to ensure that people who come in, once they must come in before 2, even if you come in late, but if you come in before 2, whatever the number of line, the last person who comes in by 2, an APO will stand behind the person. so that others will not come in. You know, people also, a lot of Nigerians they are known for late coming. People will say, "Oh, I've been doing my business since it's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. Let me join the queue." Of course, we will not allow that, because if we do that, it will mean that we will be shifting the whole thing. And secondly, we want to assure people that the card readers will work. A lot of people have been saying, "Oh, well, the votes will work. The card reader had not been working, and so it will work." The card readers have been so configured; they've been updated to such an extent that it will work. And even if it doesn't work, there's a backup. And we have officers that have been trained to be on ground, to be on standby in case there are challenges. So I just believe that if we all agree as stakeholders to face reality and say, look, this election must come out free, fair, and transparent, it will work. And other countries have done that. And why can't we do it as Nigeria? He just said that, look, Nigeria is our political party. Every one of us, if Nigeria is good, we can stay. But if we have crisis, there is no nation in Africa that can take the kind of refugees that will come in. So whatever it is, politics is a game or it's sports. You can win today and then the next time you lose. But the fact that you won today does not necessarily mean that is the end. Or the fact that you lose today will not tell you that, oh, you can't win the next time. So people have tried it. So what we're calling on people, particularly those in Plateau, we've never had problems, challenges during elections here. 2015 was peaceful. So let's make 2019 a peaceful election.
Well, thank you. The police is certainly there to ensure that. Now, how prepared are you to deal with some of these electoral offenses that we would witness normally during the elections?
Yes. To tell you how prepared we are, we have set up electoral offenses investigation teams. And we have set up 4 teams. One to take care of each area command, because we have 4 area commands in the state. Okay. And I want to also mention that people that don't have PVC, they don't have any business at the polling units or polling stations. If you don't have PVC, don't just come near that voting arena, because you are not welcome. And I want to also mention that anyone that commits crime, if crime is committed, police don't need INEC to tell the police that you should arrest if a crime is committed. But there are some electoral crimes, electoral things that probably the INEC will draw the attention of the police to find. But there are some clear-cut crimes. If somebody, you see people approaching the polling center, with the aim of snatching box or whatever, if they are arrested, they will find themselves, they will have themselves to blame. We are not going to take any chances, and we are telling the members of the public or the electorates that are coming to the polling booths that they should comport themselves. Nobody should come there to come and fight or to come and disturb the peace of the public, because that one will not be tolerated. But for those people that have genuine reason to come there, they should cast their vote. If they want to defend their vote, yes, there is provision for that, but move away 300 meters from the polling center, from the polling unit. Give those people that have to vote, give them the chance to vote.
Okay, one of the peculiarities of Plateau State this time around is that we are going to have IDP voting. How is that going to be?
Well, yes, thank you. The IDP voting is being taken care of. You know that in areas like Rion and back in Ladi, you have IDPs. We've been trying to. We have put in place about 27 IDP centers. So instructions have been given that they will vote in where they are located presently. So they will not have problems there, because during the registration and during the display and then the collection of PVCs, we met them at their various IDP camps. So we got those IDP camps from the SEMA, the State Emergency Management Agency, and so we've been working with that, and it has been working well with us.
So in other words, somebody in an IDP camp does not need to go back to his own polling unit, the original polling unit?
No, he doesn't need to go there, because this is not the first time we're doing it. You know that in 2015, there were IDP camps in Abuja, and then they voted, and then the people from Borno and Adamawa, they all voted, and at the end of the day, their votes counted. So the same thing applies to this in Plateau. We had a large number before, but I think it has thinned down. But with the number we have, I think it's manageable, and our candidates have been configured to take to enable them vote where they are living presently. They don't need to go back home, because we know that those areas they may not be able to go there because of security challenges. But wherever they are, we are giving them the assurance that none of them will be disenfranchised, that all of them will vote where they are presently.
Now there is this issue. If someone has his own card PVC,
yes.
You know, when the display of voters' names was made for people to go and check, many people lackadaisically didn't go and check. So when you come and your PVC is here, but your name is absent from the voters' register.
Well, I think that is one issue that, again, we need to really address in this country. When periods are created for certain events, we must learn to take advantage of those events. We are aware that in November last year, we created opportunity for people to identify where they are. Check your name if you have to check your name, or correct names. If your name was not in the register, apply, let us know on time. People are just trying to come. People are now coming up. Another thing that probably we need to understand is the fact that some of them maybe some of them did multiple registration, and then at the end of the day, it is possible that some of those names didn't appear. But the commission had made every effort to correct those things wherever they are, because if you have your PVC, it is possible there was a challenge during the period. You didn't come forward to let us know that your name was not in the register. You could have a PVC, your name may not be in the register for obvious reasons. Some, there was a time we were saying we would take 10 fingers, and some of them didn't have the 10 fingers. And for those who had multiple cards, we had what we call the business rule. Even if you registered in 10 places, using the EFIS, because the thumbprint cannot lie, it will list out the 10 places you registered. And some of them had fallen victims of those things, because most of them might just have to be taken away from this because they have violated the rules of the game. I think the commission had looked at that area, and it has been addressed. And I'm sure maybe when it comes to the period of voting, it will be handled.
Okay. Now, before I let you go, we had an unfortunate fire incident at the Wanpan local government area office of the INEC, where over 5,000 PVCs waiting for collection were destroyed. Now, what message do you have for Wanpan people? Are they going to vote tomorrow?
Yeah, Wanpan, yes. You see, incidentally, the very first day, the day the thing happened, I think the CP came in on Friday. On Saturday was when the event took place, and Sunday morning we met him while we were all going there. And I want to assure you that everything that was burnt, the office had been furnished. The ballot boxes that were burnt had been replaced. The cubicles have all been replaced. Everything, even the generating set. We had to take generating set from at least one from each local government, so that we have the full complement of the generators. For the PVC, the EO told us that even by that Friday when it was going to close, Friday you didn't see people coming in. Saturday before that event took place, when they closed, people didn't come to pick their PVC. So that Sunday, I really want to believe that even based on the figure we were receiving, the updates we were receiving, there was really no massive turnout for picking up PVCs. There is no, truth be told, those whose PVCs were burnt, I don't see how this time that will produce PVCs for them. But I know that a large chunk of people who are from Kwampan had all gotten their PVCs. Those whose PVCs, who couldn't get their PVC at the time the place got burnt, I don't think it's going to be. The time
had expired.
Yes, even the time has expired for people to pick the PVCs. Okay. But even at that, the place we were ready for Kwampan, just like we're ready in all the remaining 16 local government areas.
Okay. Your final word, CP, before we hand over to Abuja.
I just want to appeal to the voters to turn out in their large numbers but they should ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. The issue, the duty of ensuring that the state is peaceful is the responsibility of all the members of the public. Thank you very much, Cyril. Back to you in Abuja for continuation of Nigeria Decides.
Right. Thank you, Sani Bansali from Jos Network Center. We did say to you that we'll crisscross the country to bring you situation reports from all over, and we're doing just that. It's next to the seat of the Caliphate, Sokoto Network Center. We go to Nalhatu Abdullahi is standing by to give us an update on INEC preparations.
Well, good afternoon, Cyril, and welcome to NTA Sokoto Network Center. The preparation is on the security note, the INEC. For now, we have in the studio the Police Public Relations Officer, Muhammad Abubakar Sadiq of the Sokoto State Police Command. Mohammed Sadiq, you are welcome on board. And we have 23 local government areas in Sokoto State with 3,050 polling units. How prepared is the State Police Command to cover all these polling units and provide adequate security?
Thank you very much, Mr. Alhatu, for this wonderful opportunity to inform the world how prepared the Sokoto State Police Command is in handling these elections. I would like to first and foremost break our preparedness into 3 stages. The pre-election stage, during election stage, and the after-election stage. You see, in the pre-election stage, we embarked on series of stakeholders meetings comprising of heads of security agencies and those of political parties. And of course, we've been able to obtain the signing of a peace pact by all the parties contesting for elections in these 2019 elections. For the preparations for during the elections, it is my honor and pleasure to inform you that we have successfully deployed our men. Of course, we have 3,689 policemen in the command, and like you said, we have a close number to that of polling units, and 1 policeman cannot man a polling unit. So what we do is we, of course, solicited for assistance from other security agencies, whom we have been working and trying to deepen our synergy with them. So as I speak to you, we've been able to successfully deploy both policemen and operatives from the DSS, from the NSCDC, from the Federal Road Safety Corps, Immigration Service, and other sister security agencies. And as I speak to you, all our men that are deployed should have reported to their polling units.
Okay, for some people who might express some fear in some areas at the polling units during the elections, what is the message of the police on those type of people?
I would like to assure every citizen in the state of Sokoto that the police has always been concerned about their welfare and well-being, and we are not going to relent in doing so, especially in this particular period of elections. We have our tactical squads that will be patrolling during the election period, and we have teams that are on standby at the police headquarters in case of any unforeseen circumstances. And very equally important, we commissioned a joint operations room that is going to be armed by heads of operations of all the security agencies based here in Sokoto to be receiving timely information and taking prompt action therefrom. So I guarantee the public that we will do our best and ensure their safety during and after the elections.
Okay. What are some areas that experience security challenges, like Gandhi district in Rabah local government, where we have some challenges of security, and we have an IDP camp at Gandhi town. What assurance can you give to Nigerians that elections will hold in those areas peacefully, including the IDP camp? How prepared are you?
Well, you know, there is no crime-free society, if I can put it that way. So despite our preparedness, we are equally having our little challenges of these things you just mentioned about. There are vulnerable areas. But the good thing is, when you are able to identify a problem, then it's as good as you found a solution for it. For the fact that we know that these areas are vulnerable, I wouldn't want to mention these areas on live camera, but trust me, we have provided adequate security to cover for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise from these areas. And again, back to the IDP. Though I'm not the spokesperson for INEC, but I guarantee you that INEC has assured us that every occupant of that IDP camp, provisions have been made for them to be able to vote, for them to exercise their civic responsibilities in the camp. And we are providing adequate security for that to take place as well.
We have had issues during electioneering campaign where thugs carry weapons around following politicians on campaigns. How are you able to tackle that?
Well, we did a lot. We did a lot. We had to re-strategize at some point because it was becoming a menace in a way. And the Commissioner of Police graciously drew up teams that could handle these issues by way of making prompt arrests and ensuring acute investigations and prompt prosecution of all offenders that are found guilty of political violence. And we have not stopped. We are still on it because despite the campaigns have stopped, some may decide to use this opportunity between the stoppage of the campaigns and the conduct of the elections to perpetrate some violent acts. That is why we have, as I speak to you, our teams, patrol teams, fully armed, and our surveillance teams for gathering intelligence. They are all patrolling around the state of Sokoto just to ensure that we secure the environment for a credible, free, and fair elections back in the state of Sokoto.
What are the rules of conduct? Some politicians are in the habit of going around to monitor the conduct of voting during elections. What is the rule?
Well, we've given out press releases informing the general public about the restrictions on movements. So if we are restricting movements, I don't know how you intend to convince me that politicians would be on the move. If any politician is going to be on the move, he should be maybe on his home of residence to his polling unit. But I can't guarantee or agree with any saying that anybody is going to be on the move because we have passed several press releases informing the general public that there would be no movement during elections. Yes.
Okay. For your officers and the men that are going to be deployed to the polling units, what are supposed to be their roles there?
Okay. They are supposed to secure. Don't get me right. Secure.
Okay.
The whole process and make sure that the aim of holding these elections is not being denied from being achieved.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
For the citizens that might observe some irregularities, what are they supposed to do?
What sort of irregularities?
During elections. During elections, some misconducts. If a citizen can observe by law, what is he supposed to do?
Observation.
Because your people will be there always.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Along with our press releases informing the public about all relevant information they need to know, my phone number has always been disseminated periodically to all the media houses back in Sokoto. Likewise, not just now, we've given out our control room number long ago to all the media houses, and I believe it has been publicized over and over again. Our phone lines are open, the joint operations room, the phone lines are open, and trust me, whoever sees any irregularity, I want to use this medium to urge Nigerians and the people in Sokoto in particular, should you observe any irregularity anywhere, please do not hesitate to call upon the police, and I guarantee that we will respond promptly.
Can our viewers see the numbers?
Of course, of course. We have the control room number here with me. We have 070-196-999 68. And my own number, which I am very sure would be up and active during the elections and after the elections. Call me anytime, please, the people in Sokoto. Call me anytime. I'm your PPRO. Call me anytime, and I guarantee you that I will ensure that the needful is being done. And my phone number is 080-6563-3038.
What comment do you have, lastly, for the people of Sokoto State as the election comes up tomorrow?
I will urge each and every one of us, including myself, to maintain orderliness, to remain calm and maintain all the peace we can maintain, and go to the ballots, cast our votes, go back to our homes, wait for the outcomes of these elections, and please, let's all unite in harmony to embrace the outcomes of these elections.
Well, thank you very much, Muhammad Abubakar Sadiq, for coming on board. Nigeria is about to clock 20 years enjoying uninterrupted democracy. In this report, Abdurrahman Usman Jibrila takes a look at the spirit of sportsmanship and political development in the country.
Nigeria, the most populous country in Africa, returned to democracy in 1999, which opened a new chapter in the nation's history. The country's democracy had suffered several setbacks as a result of military interventions. The General Abdul Salami Abubakar-led military junta ushered Nigeria into its fourth attempt at enthroning democracy. Chief Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in as democratically elected president and served between 1999 and 2007. Late Omar Musa Yar'Adua took over but died in May 2010. Thereafter, Goodluck Jonathan was sworn in as president. However, a feat in Nigeria's politics was said to be achieved during the 2015 general elections, when for the first time in the country's political history, the opposition was able to defeat the ruling party.
Your Excellency. Hello, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, how are you? I'm all right, Your Excellency. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
One of the major ethics of sport is accepting defeat when you are defeated, and also becoming humble when you are victorious. So that is why it is always argued that in election, in democracy and in elections, practitioners and players in politics and in elections are expected to embrace the spirit of sportsmanship.
In politics, the issue of sportsmanship simply means, okay, now when you win when you lose an election, you try to admit you have lost and wish the victor success. If necessary, towards in the course of the administration, maybe you can have an input to assist the president or the governor.
They should imbibe the spirit of accepting election results. Not everybody can win. At least somebody will win. So whoever wins, the opponent should accept in good faith. That is democracy. Democracy is not all about violence.
Despite successful transitions in Nigeria's politics, democracy in Nigeria is grappling with a lot of challenges that include lack of sportsmanship and corruption, among others.
As far as the Fourth Republic is concerned, the major development that is recorded is that we have had 20 years, 2 decades of uninterrupted democratic governance. But we still have a very long way to go. Major institutions of democracy are still fragile, weak, and that affects the quality of democracy in the country. Parties, for instance, political parties. We have nearly more than 50 political parties now, from 1999 up until now. Yet again, we only are having 2, 3, or 4 active political parties.
Abin da ya ƙara samun zama ci gaba tun da muka komo wanga siyasa ta wanga ƙarni kowane lokaci yanzu kaga ba mu batun tunanin wani ko a yi juyin mulki ko ai wani abu.
Since the return of Nigeria to democracy in 1999, the country had witnessed great political development. Successful transitions is a clear example. Above all, defeat of incumbent president by the opposition is a clear testimony that democracy has come to stay in Nigeria.
Democracy is about meeting the basic aspirations and needs of the people. As Nigerians go to the polls, many believe that for democratic culture to be further entrenched, there is need for clear-cut party ideologies to check mockery of an ideal democratic system by the political class. In Sokoto, Abraham Usman Jibrila.
Well, that is our contribution back to series in Abuja for continuation of Nigeria Decides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalhatu Abdullahi from Sokoto Network Center, giving us a look into how preparations, particularly security preparations, are run in that part of the country. We're back here in Abuja now, and we still have with us the PRO of the Civil Defense, DCC Emmanuel. Okay. Again, concentrating a bit on all the arrangements that have been put in place. The people who are going out tomorrow to cast their ballots and exercise their civic responsibility are saying, yes, so many arrangements have been put in place. There's another category of people who will be out there. The observers, they are out there. They themselves would want assurances that they're well taken care of, and they're free to observe and be part of the whole process.
Well, thank you. The security arrangement made so far for the election covers every categories of persons and group of persons that will be participating in the electoral processes. The electorate, just like I said earlier, from the angle of the civil defense, we've carried a lot of sensitization program, trying to enlighten them on the need to come out to vote for candidates of their choice. And by so doing, we also assure them that the presence of the security agencies is for their own interest, is to give them that assurance, is to make them to have that latitude that yes, our vote is secured. The security agencies at the polling unit are not there to vote. They are not there to show anybody this is the person you are to vote for. But they are there to protect the electoral boxes, the electoral officers, the electorate, and all those that are concerned. And for the observers as well, their security is guaranteed, because moving from one location to the other, trying to see how the electoral processes is going on, the security arrangement covers the movement of all categories of persons. Though the restriction do not restrict observers, do not stop those that are on electoral duties. And that is why at strategic essential services and those at all various locations, we have a security personnel on patrol, at least to make sure that there is that freedom for those who are out for that purposes. And at the polling unit, the electoral observers are also, when they are there, their security is guaranteed, but they are not to interfere with the processes of the election. All they need to do is they stay by the side which is being designated by the security agencies on the polling booth, telling them this is where you are to stay and to observe. And all those who, after casting their vote, that might want to stay, and that is why the security agencies are there for, also for crowd control, to make sure that after casting your vote, you have the option of either to go back home and rest, or you stay by the side without interfering with the processes. And as I'm talking to you, the Corps has deployed undercover agents personnel that are already working on people who might come to the polling booth for the purpose of interfering or causing one problem or the other. And that is why the security agencies have taken it upon themselves with a synergy on ground among all of them to make sure that the processes is not being frustrated by any person or group of individuals.
All right. Dr. Yakob Aliso, earlier on we talked about how technology can enhance the process of elections, voting, the transmission of results. An interesting aspect of the election this time around, voters cannot go into the polling booth with their cell phones. And we know what led to this. It's all about the issue of vote buying and vote selling, where people go in, take a picture of what they've done, circulate it, and get paid for it. Now, again, those who want to stay around are saying that their phones, their smartphones, might be very useful tools in capturing whatever results have been displayed at that phone, so they can cross-check what's been transmitted. These are the two sides of technology, if you like.
Sure.
And in our case, we're having a peculiar nature of selling and buying of votes through technology. Are these some of the peculiarities you talked about earlier on, that every clime has to adopt to what is peculiar to its area?
Well, what INEC has done by banning phones in the polling booth strictly. So you can have your phone while you're on the queue, because I really wonder what you would do while you're on the queue if you didn't have it, other than be vigilant, of course. But what INEC is trying to do is basically control the aspect of vote buying that that the Commission has control over, which means that there are other ways that there are other processes involved in the vote buying that may not be immediately obvious, So talking about these other processes of vote buying means that we then have to think about dealing with the issue itself and not just the manifestation of it, really. In other words, why are people selling their votes for a few naira, as the case may be? This may not be a question for INEC to answer, but the political system as a whole needs to address the kind of situation that leads a person to give away their birthrights, basically, for a bowl of porridge, as to use a common allusion.
This has to go back to civic education, really.
It goes back to civic education. It goes back to government performing some of its duties. People should never be so poor that they will give away their votes for a sachet of gari or for 2,000 naira, which it may perhaps make you a small pot of stew, and that's about it, really. So again, these are deeply structural issues. I think what INEC did was necessary, but may not be enough to stop that process. And then you're also looking at the desperation of politicians. We also have to ask, how can we reduce this desperation that calls politicians to offer money for votes? And at the end of the day, what that means is that the electorate also are complicit in the inadequacies of these politicians when they get to office. The same members, the same voters who sell their votes would also complain that once we voted for these people, we never saw them again in our villages, in our constituencies, in our communities. And so we all become complicit in the system that that gets us trapped in this never-ending cycle of lack of democratic development. And so Nigerian, I think really we need to look deeper at the removing the incentives that currently attract politicians to office, as much as possible reducing the monetary incentives perhaps, and then we want to look at enhancing the attractiveness of office for people who really want to serve. Because if you want to serve, then you're not going to buy votes, really. But you want to get in there to enrich yourself, then you just look at the amounts paid to voters as a small inconvenience. And so this practice will persist unless the whole system is looked at more broadly and the issue tackled more fundamentally.
All right, thank you very much. Well, at this point in time, we'll be linking up with another of our network centers. Just to mention that perhaps after this, I'll take a short breather, and Ademola Adeoye will join you from Abuja. But before that happens, I've got to go straight over to Port Harcourt and link up with Donald Overijo, who is right there. Donald, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in quite a while, and it's good that you're sitting in today in the Nigeria Decide Studios in Port Harcourt. So you'll be giving us an update on the preparations from Port Harcourt. What's happening in River State? Donald.
Thank you very much, Cyril. It's nice to be on set with you again. I drove into Port Harcourt this morning, and I observed quiet generally all over the place, and at the NTA here there's a heightened state of preparedness for the elections. Reporters have been putting their heads together to get things to work tomorrow. In the studio to join me for this broadcast are two gentlemen who at this moment would be talking with us after we have given you a bit of what our reporters have come back from the field with. We have on my right in River State, Usman Belel. Compo, welcome. Thank you for honoring our invitation and for being here with us.
Thank you, Mr. Donald, and thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
I also have a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. His name is Sele Dixon Msunwi. Mr. Msunwi, coming.
Thank you, Nigerians. Thank you for having me, sir.
Well, we'd like to inform you that the River State Governor, Nyesom Wike, has declared Friday the 15th of February, that's today, 29th, as public holiday for the citizens to pray for peaceful 2019 elections in the state. Announced in a statewide broadcast today. Eddie Nyekwere reports.
Governor Wike noted that the 2019 general elections is fundamental to the progress, peace, security, and development of the state and the nation. He urged eligible voters to come out en masse and cast their votes for the candidates and parties of their choice, but stressed of seeking the face of God to counter untoward developments.
I hereby declare Friday, 15th February 2019, as a public holiday for every Rivers person to fast and pray for God's intervention in ensuring that the general elections are peacefully conducted in Rivers State.
Governor Wike noted that we with a common destiny and should work together in brotherhood.
Next general elections, there's no doubt that Rivers State is peaceful and ready for the general elections, and nothing should be done by any private person, agencies, or institutions to upset the prevailing peace and set the state on fire, with their consequences of unknown scale, given the strategic position of the state in the economic sustenance of our country.
He commiserated with the families of those who lost their lives in the APC presidential rally stampede in the state. In Port Harcourt, Ogedi Nyekwere, NTA News.
We also would like to let you and they have given an order restricting movement of persons and vehicles on land and waterways between today midnight to 4 p.m. on Saturday. The Commissioner of Police River State, Usman Belel, disclosed the restriction order while briefing journalists on the agency's preparations for the elections. Robinson Deratede reports.
Police, being the lead internal security agency on election duties, has deployed over 15,000 officers to be complemented by other security agencies to ensure smooth electoral process in River State.
Together, we shall get it right this time. River State will outlive the elections. On our part, we promise to be neutral, apolitical, and professional, and to provide level playing fields for all the political parties to exercise their franchise.
Between the hours of 12 midnight on Friday to 4 p.m. on Saturday, all entry and be blocked and movement will not be allowed until the elections are over. CP Belial warned that food vendoring and other commercial activities close to any polling unit will not be tolerated.
That very important personalities, VIPs and politicians are barred from going to any voting center with their security details. Orderlies who are armed. They are also warned to desist from moving from one place to another on election day, as provided for by the Electoral Act.
The police urges Nigerians to come out en masse and vote candidates of their choice. In Robinson Deratede, NTA News.
Well, you had the Commissioner of Police there and then the Governor of River State on their comments regarding tomorrow's elections. I'm going to be turning to my panelists here. Celestine, what do you make of the Governor's comments? Very strong comments there in his broadcast to the state.
Well, if the Governor's comment is something to go by, then I think the voting public will have nothing to worry about. His Excellency Governor Yesu Wike have stated in clear terms, and I think it's a moral, a confidence building statement, because the voting public is awaiting the body language, which include the communication and the statement in terms of action of leaders to determine whether they are coming out or not. And so such a statement will help the voting public, who ordinarily will say they will not come out to vote, to change their mind towards coming out tomorrow to cast their votes.
When the tone of that broadcast is examined closely, one gets the impression that there is a state of siege. There's no trust. Do you get that feeling that the governor is speaking to a situation which should be worrisome to us? We've got to pray, we've got to fast and pray. The time that's given up, the off day today is for people to go and pray. It means that something ominous might happen. That's not, for me, reassuring. That's a bit on the other side.
Well, it's not far from the voting public. It's up to the voting public to have some take the other side with divide. But generally, the governor, from his statement, if you look at it closely, is something there is in the impression of tension, and that there is need that the people should pray. Maybe some might understand it differently. Some will understand it that there is something where, or there is kind of the governor is under a kind of pressure before making such a statement. But generally, others too will depend on the level of learning of that voting member of the public, for him to get this information, process it. But to the ordinary rural, populace, not have access to television, radio, television. The statement will mean nothing to them.
All right. Kompo, you had the governor there. Before we come to your own speech, you had the governor. Do you think that there's anything to worry about from his comments?
Thank you so much. From his speech, nothing to worry about. He is the leader of the state, and in the position of leadership, he is asking for divine intervention for peace to reign. He is desirous of having peace, and that's what he said people should go and pray for peace. And when you pray for peace, peace does really come.
So, how prepared to deal with the election assignment tomorrow in a manner that would give credit not only to your force, but also to the country? The international observers are here. The world is watching us. And the impression out there may be that Rivers is politically volatile. How prepared are you and your men?
Thank you so much. As of present, Rivers State Police Command is fully prepared. we are good to go. As of present, the police alone had deployed 16,544 police officers. That is only the police force. Then if you add up the number of personnel from sister security agencies, like the Nigeria Immigration Service, the Prison Service, the Customs Service, the Nigeria Drug Law Enforcement agencies, we have a total of 18,000 personnel that have been deployed to all the polling units in the 23 local government areas of this state. And apart from that, the Inspector General of Police, in his wisdom, had deployed a Deputy Inspector General of Police to be in charge of the South-South Zone, an Assistant Inspector General of Police to assist him, and 4 Commissioners of Police, in addition to other senior officers. All those are to monitor the conduct of the election process. We had made our deployments. What we did was to do D-2. In some other areas very far from the state capital, we had deployed day before yesterday. In most other places, our deployments took place today. And these deployments are made by name and with their telephone numbers. Like I said in my press briefing yesterday, we do not have anything to fear. The police and the other sister security agencies are up and ready to provide the much needed security prior, during, and after the election process.
Do you think that the people trust you, the electorate? Do they believe in your neutrality in a matter like this? Because that view has been bandied around that your neutrality is in doubt, that you, amongst other security agencies, have been briefed to ensure that one party has an advantage. Are you going to assure the public of your neutrality and your profession?
Absolutely. If you had listened to what Mr. President said when he came in, he said he is a respecter of law, rules, and regulations. And as a police force, I am telling you, the resolve of the police force leadership today is to present to Nigerians a force that is trusted and being depended upon. The policy trust of the present IG is that the force is going to be people-oriented, rules-anchored, and accountability-driven. So each and every police officer is or her action in the course of the performance of her duty. And I want to reassure each and every one of us in Rivers that the River State Police Command, inclusive of the other sister security agencies, we are professional, we are apolitical, and there has been no any directive to lean either left or right. A level playing field, and that's what we will do.
Thank you very much, Kompul. I'd like for us to go into other reports that have just come in, and we hear that the All Progressives Congress APC in Rivers State has staged a protest to the INEC office in Port Harcourt, demanding that the names of its party's candidates be relisted on the ballot paper, or there will be members of the APC who carried placards hinged their demand on the stay of execution order granted the party's candidate by the Court of Appeal in Port Harcourt. Kingsley Amajiri reports.
Members of APC in Rivers State who thronged the INEC head office in the state alleged that 2 weeks after 2 stay of execution orders from the Court of Appeal against Justice James Omotosho's judgment, which delisted the party's candidates from the ballot paper, INEC was yet to act on the court orders. On the Supreme Court judgment, they said neither the decision on legal representation nor that on jurisdiction ordered them from the ballot.
We have a democratic right to exercise our franchise, and no court in this land will deny us. A legitimate court has stayed action, and that action must be stayed. Supreme Court has affirmed the stay of execution order.
State INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner Obo Efa, who received the protest letter from the commission, is law-abiding and would act appropriately.
INEC is bound by what the law says, and what the law says includes what the court says. So the commission would be informed of this event here this morning.
Meanwhile, APC in River State has expressed optimism that justice would be.
Since seeing the orders and the Supreme Court judgment on the stay of execution, which proved beyond reasonable doubt that INEC has an obligation to release APC or risk being sanctioned.
The party spokesman, Chris Finebone, enjoined the electorate to come out en masse. Muhammad Buhari and other candidates of the party in favor of 16th presidential and National Assembly elections. In Port Harcourt, Kingsley Amajiri, NTA News.
I'll be coming to you now, Dixon Onsumwe. You're a lawyer. This latter day development, this protest placard carrying APC members, what significance do you place to all that? Is it anything worrisome? Are we likely to see developments that are likely to cause a breach of the peace?
Well, the protest, I think, is worrisome. I understand the sentiment of members of the political party to have their names relisted, but that will have to be done based on what the provisions of the law. It had to be done based on the pronouncement of court. We understand that there has been a very serious legal between the different factions of the members of the APC in recent times. And it is only the outcome of the court that the members of the party will rely on. And I also expect both factions to be properly advised by their representatives so as to damp the tension. Because where the party's legal advisors fail in their duties to get members of their parties, advice, as the situation demands, it can further, escalate the tension or create tension where there is none. And so this protest, as it stands, is not really necessary now. But I still believe that if members of the parties are at crossroads, like it seems they are now, otherwise, the pronouncement is very clear. They should approach the court for the interpretation of the position as it is. The court will oblige them, or the interpretation of the judgment if at all they are confused. So that's what I expect. And so right away, at the very close of the elections, I think it is worrisome because ordinarily it will create tension, and voters that could, in a way, hamper the voting public's decision to come out, because they will have kind of to come out to exercise their franchise, and so it is quite worrisome.
Mr. Osman, I asked the question because this is coming on the eve of the elections. The state has a public holiday today, or it's a work-free day, and so is there any likelihood of them getting any from the courts that will cause INEC to do what they want? And in the event that that does not happen, do you anticipate any challenge to the elections tomorrow from this kind of action from the APC?
First and foremost, let me say that I am to kind of interpret what the law had said. It is a judgment of a court, and a court of competent jurisdiction in the land. And if the members who protested felt that is not what they had expected to happen, the procedure is laid. Procedure for all kinds of judgments, and coming to whether or not that is going to affect the electoral process. Believe me, I tell you, every citizen in River State are politically educated. They are desirous of going to the polls to vote, exercise their franchise, and to choose leaders of their choice.
There was a threat in that protest that no election will hold.
That is just a statement made, because security agencies were there. Nothing will disrupt the election process. It will continue. I am reassuring. On the part of the security, we will provide a level playing field, and it will not be disrupted by whosoever or whatever.
The 6th Division soldiers of the Nigerian Army, Port Harcourt, will be found, no soldiers will be found at polling units in River State. This is the assurance from the division preparatory to the conduct of the elections. Onengiye Fineface reports that the division will, however, deploy personnel at strategic locations for effective emergency response.
Pursuant to performing its constitutional responsibilities, the 6th Division Nigerian Army is assuring the voting public of its commitment to partner with civil authorities to ensure the conduct of a peaceful, free, fair and credible elections in 2019. The performing this role in line with the Code of Conduct for Armed Forces of Nigeria during elections and the rules of engagement for Operation Safe Conduct during the 2019 general elections.
Each and every soldier of the Nigerian Army has been issued this pamphlet. Not only that, they have undergone a cadre course to understand the content of these two pamphlets, which will guide our activities during the elections.
The Army is also informing the voting public to any person who would appear in military uniforms at the polling units.
Anybody that presents himself to any polling unit, any polling booth, in military-like uniform is an imposter. So please use those numbers, call immediately, and
a number is provided for people with useful information in this regard to reach. That number is 09027771482. The 6th Division Nigerian Army will also be undertaking a confidence building patrol within Port Harcourt metropolis. The aim of that exercise is to assure the general public of the state of the Army's unalloyed resolve to partner with other security agencies to work in synergy in the discharge of their constitutional mandate of protecting lives and property, eliminating all forms of criminality in society, and ensuring a conducive environment for the conduct of the 2019 general elections. Division Nigerian Army here in Port Harcourt, Onengiye Fineface, NTA News.
These are indeed busy times for the security services in this state. In the meantime, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps will deploy 5,011 personnel for the 2019 elections in River State. State Commandant Lawal Harun briefing. Robinson Deratede has details.
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps will play active roles to protect electoral materials and the electorate during the coming elections, which informs the planned deployment of over 5,000 personnel across strategic locations in River State.
By the special grace of God, they all moved to their various stations Friday evening. Those on motorized patrol, already they have started their job, and we've deployed them to various local governments throughout the state. And the riverine local governments, we have boats stationed for their activities. So we are fully prepared.
In Port Harcourt, Robinson Deratede, NTA News.
Ahead of the elections, national presidential and National Assembly elections, the Independent National Electoral Commission in Akwa Ibom State says they are fully prepared for the Resident Electoral Commissioner Mike Igini affirmed that sensitive and non-sensitive materials have been dispatched to the various local government areas. Susan Asuko has the report.
The Independent National Electoral Commission headquarters, Akwa Ibom State, is a beehive of activity the Saturday election. Election observers were seen waiting to be addressed on how best to conduct themselves on February 16, 2019. Kits for observers, life jackets for those who will be monitoring the election in riverine areas, mats for rock centers and megaphones have all arrived and were duly dispatched to different areas. An official of the Federal Road Safety Commission was seen carrying out a roadworthiness test of the vehicles that will be used to convey both personnel and materials on Saturday. For the presidential and governorship elections, a total of 2,119,727 voters vote as against 1.7 million voters recorded in Akwa Ibom State in 2015 general election.
The entire 31 local government of Akwa Ibom State have all been receiving non-sensitive materials, ballot boxes, there are various cover, the cubicle, and all other categories of non-sensitive materials are already being distributed to the various LGA.
4,353 functional card readers and backups have also been received. On the issue of whether the thumb or the index on the ballot paper, Mike Igini says,
thing we have seen over time is that whenever people use their thumb, they normally will flatten it this way. But when you want to use your index, it could be this. And so you can use anyone, provided, because we have captured all the biometric in your 10 finger. That's basically what had been said. To avoid, from this ballot paper you have seen, there's no doubt that we are going to have massive incident of invalid vote. And that's why we are taking the step to try to talk to people that please, if you are using your big, you could do it this without flattening it. If you do that, it will cross over to another political party.
In Uyo, Susan Asokwo, NTA News.
We have more reports from INEC, and we hear that the Electoral Commission says it's on course to deliver a credible and violence-free election in Rivers. Sensitive materials are deployed to the 23 local government areas ahead of tomorrow's elections. Whereas Nigerians are going to the polls to determine their next set of political leaders at different levels, voters are not leaving anything to chance, as they've been engrossed in one form of activity or the other. In this special report, Aya Prezi reviews the activities by various stakeholders in the run-up to the elections.
Election observers and party agents are among stakeholders whose services contribute to transparent and credible. The briefing organized for observers and party agents by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC is to ensure that the February 16 and March 2 general elections meet the expectations of Nigerians and the international community.
No election is a war. It's a game, and you will win tomorrow.
What do you expect from the observers?
The observers, they should learn how to do their role, play their role well.
The Nigeria Police Force, which is at the epicenter of providing security during elections with the help of sister law enforcement agencies, pledged commitment to ensuring a peaceful exercise.
We are here for you for prompt information. Don't wait until the worst is done.
Participants who comment on the briefing urge INEC and other critical stakeholders like law enforcement agents to be impartial and professional in the discharge of their duties during the election period.
INEC has put the process. They can alone. It has to be a collective responsibility.
Accreditation for the 2019 elections is expected to commence by 8 a.m. and end at 2 p.m. Voters are not allowed to go to the polling booths with their phones or related gadgets. In Yanagwa, Aya, NT News.
Akwa Ibom State have expressed readiness to effectively participate in the presidential and National Assembly elections come Saturday, February the 16th, 2019. Evelyn Badu Ekbo reports that the people say the election will afford them the opportunity to decide who leads the country, hence their eagerness to vote.
More than prepared to vote candidates of their choice that will bring about a transformation that will go as far as creating economic stability and improve on the lives of Nigerians. The 2019 general elections, which will begin with the presidential election on February 16, 2019, has continued to generate, particularly on the part of the electorates, as they strive to assess aspiring leaders and what the future holds for Nigeria.
We need a focused candidate, not what we have today. We need a man of integrity. You know, somebody that will move this nation forward.
The leader I really need is he or herself to be a servant. If any leader of a nation does not have the charisma of servantship, I don't think such a leader can be.
Patriotic leader, someone that have the interests of Nigerians at heart, utilitarian, someone who is not egoistic, someone that is not corrupt, someone that has the mindset to develop and transform Nigeria for the better.
Interacting with some eligible voters, they expressed their readiness to vote candidates of their choice that will not only deliver on their campaign promises, but also look into the vital economic sectors that will need overhauling. Candidates that will focus on liberating the masses against poverty and job creation. Most of the choice for leadership by the eligible voters.
I'm praying for the rights, and not the one. I don't talk of the man that once he entered there, by the time I say, "Oh God, remember me," he said the way of God.
With regards to mixed feelings as to whether votes will count and voter apathy among Nigerians, is to say.
I urge each and every one. It's not only by going out. You're going out there should prove the sign. Many will go out there on that day to sell their right. Some they will sell their right unknown to them. But at the end of the day, those are the people that will keep on complaining.
It is a clarion call to all Nigerians not to disenfranchise themselves, but to come out and vote credible candidates towards a better Nigeria. In Uyo, Evelyn Badu Ekpo, NTA News.
Well, that's a package from Elsa and Akwa Ibom State. Tomorrow is the big day. We pray that everything goes well. Let me thank Kompol Usman Belel for coming and for the insights into state of preparedness. And Barrister Dixon Msumi, I want to thank you very much for your perspectives. I hope that when we call you again, you will double. This time we'll now hand over control to Abuja, where Demola is standing by.
Yeah, thank you, Donald, and welcome back to Abuja. And I still have in the studio with me the our guest from Center for Democracy and Development, Dr. Jumoke Yakub Haliso, and also the PRO Civil Defense Corps, Emmanuel. Okay, you're welcome back. You listened to the stories there and the issues discussed in our Port Harcourt Network Center, in particularly the number of registered political parties, which I'm going to ask Dr. Jumoke to comment on. And the number, registered political parties, 97 of them. To what extent would you say that this has enhanced or hindered our democracy?
Thank you very much. There are 91, as that's my last count.
Okay.
If you allow me to correct that record,
no problem.
I stand to be corrected too.
Okay.
This is a challenge that I think the INEC needs to think of addressing. Now, INEC has indeed made efforts to address the problem of too many parties on the ballot sheets. Now, INEC is made up of Nigerians like every one of us who are committed to expanding democratic rights, actually, and not to limiting them.
Okay.
And I think we need to start with that assumption. And that's to put in perspective previous efforts by INEC to try to limit the number of parties, such as deregistering some. And we do remember the furore that accompanied that, and the court cases and the eventual resolution of that. So, indeed, it's a challenge that needs further investigation. I'm aware that such investigation and proposals are on the table within the legal framework of the Commission and of elections
because
in Nigeria.
the number 91.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
However,
and, yeah,
you may be interested in knowing that a country like India actually has thousands of political parties.
Okay.
So you want to ask, how do they manage it?
Yeah.
What's the system? Because there must be a system for these parties to interact with minimum conflicts, minimum complications, and that's what Nigeria should actually explore. In India, not all parties are national parties.
Okay.
Not all parties, some are regional, some are local, and they all coexist, and everyone knows their own jurisdiction and basically constituencies and the publics that they appeal to. You know, Nigeria needs something like that in order for the current system to work, because this is at this election. In 4 years' time, will we have 180 parties or what? So these are some of the,
Don't you think that there are going to be issues that will arise as a result of this number of political parties?
There
like
are already issues.
A massive invalid votes being recorded as a result of this?
Sure. So invalid votes are usually put down to poor voter education. But it's more than that. One of it is simply that the ballot sheet is too complex. And in fact, going towards this election, I'm aware that INEC considered using a booklet rather than a sheet. Perhaps that would have made it easier. Who knows? So these are just possibilities as the case may be. So yes, I know there has been massive voter education efforts by parties in local areas, in their wards and so on. But the extent to which this is going to play out tomorrow remains to be seen in terms of the invalidation of several votes. INEC also innovated on the ballot sheet, you know, and has been telling us how the sheet should be folded so that the ink does not stain some other box and things like that. And then people have come up with using the tip of your index finger or whatever, you know. So Nigerians are also are also creative, because the entire system, maintaining the integrity of the elections, is in the benefit of all Nigerians, not just political parties. So for the interim measures that are in place, let's cooperate with those measures and perhaps teach one another. That may be too late already, but certainly the number of political parties is a puzzle that needs to be dealt with, not by reducing democratic space, but basically by managing better the interaction between these parties and the citizens, and the implications for the electoral process.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Jumoke Yacob Haliso, for coming to honor us on this Nigeria Decides platform. And also, thank you, you've been here since morning. I also want to thank the PRO of Civil Defense Corps, Emmanuel Oke, for coming. Now we move on now. We now take Oke for coming. Thank you. Now we now move on to this story by Kunle Adeyeye to give us a situation report from Idu train station.
Thank you very much. Studio is the eve of the presidential election, and we are at the Idu train station here in the FCT to ascertain and monitor the movement of people within and outside the FCT. And to probably shed more light on this is the operations manager, Mr. Victor Adamu. Mr. Adamu, can you tell us the latest as regards transportation at the station?
Thank you very much. Yes, you can see the station this morning has been full of activities. People started moving out of Abuja for the general election since on Wednesdays. We have experienced high turnout of passengers into these three stations, and also passengers coming into Abuja from Kaduna.
How has the movement been today?
Yes, today the first train, 7 o'clock, out of Abuja has departed. departed. The one from Kaduna into Abuja has also came in by 08:43 hours. The second train out of Abuja, which left here 09:50 hours, has also departed.
Well, we still have some of the passengers who are intending to go to Kaduna by the rail, and I have with me one of the passengers. Can we meet you?
Good morning, sir.
Yes. What is the name?
Rukayat.
And where are you living for Kaduna?
I'm living Maghreb Roads, Gasa Kaduna. So I'm leaving because of the election. So I want to go and elect my own presidential candidate.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, can we meet your name?
Yeah, I'm Al-Bashir Ahmad.
Okay, and since you got here, what is the experience like? Why are you traveling to Kaduna?
Yeah, I'm traveling to go on board. I'm traveling to go on board.
Well, for now, that is the latest from the train station here in Idu. But we promise to keep you posted as soon as events unfold. Thank you very much. It's back to the studio.
Thank you, Kule, for that report on the situation in the train station. We now link up with our Maiduguri Network Center, where Abubakar Adamu is standing by. Over to you, Abubakar.
Ademola, you are welcome to Maiduguri studio of Nigeria Decide. Today, on issues, our last-minute preparations for security, INEC and the citizens. We'll take a few stories, then come back to the studio for discussion with a representative of Network for Civil Society. But first of all, the news stories. Security has been strengthened across Borno State to ensure peaceful conduct of the 2019 general elections as residents prepare to participate fully. Citizens go about their normal lives anxiously waiting for the election to break. Maimuna Garba has the situation report.
Maiduguri is calm, and this may not be unconnected with the public holiday declared by the Borno State government to enable the people prepare for tomorrow's election. Let's now hear from the residents how prepared are they. Ahmed Musa, how ready are you to exercise your franchise tomorrow?
We are ever ready, madam, because that is why I used to move even with this PVC to show the people that every person in the state is ever ready to vote to elect our future leaders.
I'm very anxious to go out tomorrow and vote. I have everything with me, my PVC. You know, the polling booth is just close to my house. I'll go out tomorrow, very early in the morning and vote.
I'm really ready. My PVC is ready. And inshallah, tomorrow I'm going to be out in field to vote for my candidate of my choice.
Even though it is a work-free day, movement within the state capital has not been easy, as there was heavy flow of traffic on some major routes due to the level of preparedness by people ahead of tomorrow's polls, and considering the fact that there will be restriction of vehicular movement during the election. Similarly, movement of people in and out of Maiduguri was high, as everyone wants to participate in the exercise, especially those moving to rural areas. To ensure watertight security throughout the election period, combined show of force by security forces in Maiduguri has commenced this morning. Commenting on police readiness to ensure peaceful conduct of the election, Borno State Commissioner of Police Damian Chukwu said there was massive deployment of security personnel across the state alongside patrol vehicles, trucks and armored personnel carriers in case of eventualities.
I've directed the SAS, the PMF and the CTU to aggressively patrol all the nooks and crannies, especially where election activities are taking place, to ensure that persons found with offensive weapons are promptly arrested.
With the measures put in place, it is expected that the exercise will be successful, devoid of any breach of security. In Maiduguri, Maimuna Garba.
And the Independent National Electoral Commission, Yobe State, says there is no cause for alarm on its plan to relocate some polling units considered unsafe for election with the necessary arrangements in place to ensure all eligible voters exercise their franchise. Hussein Mohammed Isa reports that 1.3 million voters are expected to vote in the 1,714 polling units across Yobe State. His report.
According to statistics obtained from the Independent National Electoral Commission Yobe State Office, 1,365,913 people registered as voters, out of which 54,128 have failed to collect their permanent voters' cards, hence will not participate in the upcoming 2019 general elections. 12,634 were transferred prospective voters who chose to cast their votes in the 178 registration centers of the 17 local government councils of Yobe State.
The level of preparation is at a very high grade. Over 80% of our sensitive materials have reached the local government headquarters for their subsequent distribution to RS and then the smaller units. What remains are just very few, and then they will be distributed. And they are now in the process of distributing. They are now even going to their local government headquarters.
1,077,942 people registered for the 2015 general elections in Yobe State, out of which 490,579 people cast their votes during the last presidential election.
As it is now, there are 24 registration areas in Yobe State which are considered to be inaccessible, and therefore election may likely not hold in those areas, but alternative places are being provided for the election. From INEC office in Damatu, I am Hussein Mohammed Isa.
Thank you, Mohammed. And as I said, we have in the studio the Executive Director, Network for Civil Society Group in Borno State, Peace Ambassador Ame Shehu, to answer some questions regarding Nigeria to decide. Sir, you are very much welcome.
Thank you very much.
And if I may start, will you say that the pre-election efforts, of societies and other stakeholders on public enlightenment will lead to easy and, rancor-free elections tomorrow?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. To start with, it's important for us to look at the peculiarities of this northeastern part of Nigeria, considering that this is the second election that is going to take place in the mix of this insurgency. From us, the civil society, we believe that there are a lot of lessons that we think we have learned, and toward that we have really developed a strategy on how we can ensure that we have been responding to the situation and also complementing the effort of the various stakeholders on ground. For instance, in terms of sensitization, we are able to work closely with all the security agencies and then the INEC. Just even yesterday, in partnership with the INEC, we mobilized over 20 community-based organizations for them to go to their communities and then decide to talk to their people, especially in aspect of the recent emerging trend about the process of voting. As we know, the ballot paper is now longer than necessary. I can say people should even the process of folding in and then how not to be disenfranchised. All these processes, we see it that what we need to do is for us to work with the community-based organization. And I think I have to digress a little to also explain here that for all stakeholders, if we really want to make an impact in everything that we are doing, in Nigeria, especially in the communities, we really need to work with the community-based organization, especially for us as a civil society here in Borno State. This is one of the key challenges that we're having. As I'm talking to you now, tomorrow we're going out to observe election. But one key challenge that comes is you found organizations coming from the federal capital claiming to observe the election here. While we as a civil society, as I'm talking to you here, nobody is engaging us to observe the election, but we found our way through the INEC as last minute to ensure that we observe the election. Talking about the trend is very difficult, but for us as a civil society, we're on the ground. So now we talk to the people, we work with the traditional rulers, and right now we are on the ground, working and then visiting all the nook and crannies of this state to ensure that the people are sensitized, especially considering the fact that educationally we are backward. And even in terms of access, these are the issues. So I think the role that the civil society is playing toward ensuring that the people, especially the voters and then the citizens, are sensitized, we are on top of the situation. And I also like to use this opportunity, I think, to also appreciate those people that have lost their life within this 2 election period in the course of service to humanity. As you can see, tomorrow also, election is going to take place. As I'm talking to you now, a lot of our members are traveling to the various LGS without security. Why? Because they believe in the system. Because they believe that they have to also contribute to the part of the process that they want to sensitize the community, ensure that election was carried out effectively, and then it was observed, and then we report in a very good way. This is just one aspect of it. The second aspect is, as a civil society, we refuse to allow other actors maybe the visitors coming to observe to now dictate or to give us the feedback about our election. What we did in our own little way is, among us, we mobilize our members, we ensure that they get credited, we ensure that they are right now as acting as an observers, and now we partner with 1 or 2 other organizations to set up what we call the situation room. The situation room here, I think this is the first time is happening in Maiduguri. And that situation, as I'm talking to you right now, for us as a civil society, is not funded by anyone, and is self-sponsored as a result of sacrifice by the members. And now discussion is on top of gear with some of those partners on ground, like the EU were already in Maiduguri, and then the ECOWAS were in the discussion with them, will be sharing information on the observing of the election. But for us, we want to use that as a medium where we'll be getting the situation as it unfolds. We'll be feeding our members and then the society on the event that is before the election, during the election, and then after the election, so that the main objective here is to ensure that those things that needed to be done are done at the right time. For instance, at a polling unit number A, when the machine is not working, we should not wait for an INEC to come and, okay, we are there, our members are there observing. Immediately we can get the report, and then we can relate with these stakeholders to ensure that all these things are provided on course. So the role played by us as a civil society is very important, is very key, because we are locals, we live with the locals, we know the trade, and we know how we can be able to talk to our people on the language they can understand.
And you talked about other civil society groups coming from Abuja to Maiduguri to monitor the elections. While you are here, you are part of the state. In what way is their coming here going to hinder your own work? Why don't you do your own, let them do their own?
No, we are not saying it's going to hinder our work. Okay. What we are expecting is a level ground, playing ground should be created. For instance, as a civil society with over 180 registered members, legally recognized, working with all the other stakeholders, if I told you only one of our members is accredited to work, to observe this election, I didn't mean I'm coming from other country. You see that all this 180 would have been registered. What I'm trying to say here is, when they come here, let them join and then work with those people on ground. When you want to recruit observers from those civil society that knows the trend, so that at the end of the day, when they observe, whatever results they provide, people can say, yes, it is coming from a credible sources. That is our concern. We really appreciate their presence. We are really happy to partner with them. As I'm talking to you, one of the situation room is going to be launched in the next 2 hours, and is going to be in partnership with one organization, of which the discussion is on top gear with them. Maybe I can use this opportunity to give the numbers to the public. When there are any situation, especially this situation room is targeted for women precisely, but it can be used for other contexts in that. So I can be able to take this opportunity to read the number for people, especially in Borno State, to take advantage. It's a toll-free line that you can call, especially for the women, when there are issues of disfranchisement or that you cannot be able to have access. Anything that has to do with this election, you can call, and then your attention will be paid. So permit me to call this number, 080 0977626766. I should take it again. 0800977626766. It's a toll-free line, meaning anyone can call without charges, and he can be listened to, especially the women.
So now, why are you limiting the work of the situation room to women alone?
Well, actually for us as a civil society, we have plan of setting up the situation room, but up to this moment, we have not received a kind of a strong support that both technical and otherwise to set up the room. But we come across this organization. It is a women's situation room that they are also operating in Abuja and in Maiduguri. So we decided to, okay, let's partner toward ensuring that we use the already existing platform toward achieving the objectives.
Okay, now what is the situation on ground in relation to preparations for tomorrow's polls as far as your civil society group is concerned?
Well, as I said earlier, we have been working closely with INEC and we are getting feedback about the situations on ground with them. One thing in Nigeria, what we believe is by now, we have expected that we have learned a lot of lessons by now, but I think we are still not yet there. As I'm talking to you now, is today that some of those sensitive material that is going to be like taken from the Central Bank of Nigeria, and considering the terrain of Maiduguri, that is not healthy to the system. In Maiduguri, we have a lot of LGS that the election is going to take place at those LGS. For instance, Gwaza, Chibok. Those LGS, you really need a convoy. Sometimes you really need to like gather a kind of a 50 or 60 cars for them to move with the convoy. And you have 24 hours to election and the materials are here. Okay, considering our expectation from the civil society is Nigeria is a great country. By now, we thought we have learned a lot of lessons that we can be able to, like, if the United Nations are operating in Maiduguri here, they can use choppers, they can use aeroplanes to now deliver it. So we expect that we can have this that can be able to deliver all those to good in good times.
Thank you very much. And now with unfunded issues of change of voting locations and late arrival of some sensitive materials, as you just talked about, how will this affect the exercise in Borno State with these peculiar problems?
Well,
just 1 minute, please.
Okay, that's a great concern to us. As I'm talking to you now, generally I need to be commended here by being so civic in discussing with the communities. Initially in the previous election, most of those community voted here in the IDF camp. But with this development, the INEC and all the stakeholders in the NGA agreed to sit down and decide where the voting is going to take place. Some of the voting, the stakeholders, the citizens agreed to take the voting at their NGS, others to take the voting at their IDF camps, and others at their communities. So, but one of the decisions was just taken yesterday, especially for one of the NGA, Kala Balge, that has the headquarters at Ran. The stakeholders were unable to decide until yesterday, 24 hours to the election. And the route is so far, is so difficult as a terrain. And as I'm talking to you, people are yet to even completely travel to exercise their vote. So I think INEC should look at those particular issues and then reconsider maybe engaging or maybe changing the rules on how people can even vote even at these last hours.
Well, thank you, Amesho, and we hope when we invite you, you will honor our invitation again. Well, viewers, we take one more report and then round it up from this angle. Meanwhile, the residents of Damaturu, the Yobe State capital, are neck deep into the last-minute preparations to enable last-minute preparation to enable them freely discharge their civic duty on voting. While we were unable to take this report, that will be all for now from Maiduguri studio of Nigeria Decides. Until we come around on the next round of discussion and updates by correspondent on general elections, from me, thank you very much.
Thank you, Abubakar, for that discourse. And back here in Abuja, I have in the studio Mr. Dayo Olaide, Center for Democracy and Development. He's an election analyst. He has just come to join us to discuss on Nigeria Decides. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, you listened to the discussion from the Maiduguri Network Center, which centered on the atmosphere, that is, of the election, the voter education, civil society groups, their functions, their roles, what they are playing. These are some of the issues that we're coming back to discuss, but we'll just take this report. As the elections draw nearer, more and more passengers have continued to troop to the Abuja airport for their last-minute travel. Let's join Emmanuel Ayimero at the airport for the situation report. It's over to you.
Thank you, studio. The Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, in the last couple of days has been witnessing a surge in passenger traffic, both inbound and outbound. The inbound passengers, mostly foreign election observer and the media, are in the capital city to witness, monitor, report the proceedings of the presidential and the National Assembly election. The outbound passengers have been politicians and the electors who have to return to their localities in order to participate in the election. And before I tell you about the latest in Lagos, let me speak to Malam Mohammed Hassan, who is Kano-bound passengers. Please, over to you, Malam Hassan. And would like to know where are you traveling to and what is your mission in Kano?
I'm traveling to Kano now just for election, the presidential election, as well as that of senatorial election and House of Reps. So I'm leaving Abuja now with Max Air for Kano, to travel to Kano.
Return back to your base?
That should be next Wednesday. By then the election is over and we have had the announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Let us join Naklin Dazel of the ARIC, who has been around in the last couple of days to tell us what her experience has been like.
It has been very busy in the airport. We have so much influx of passengers traveling from Abuja, out of Abuja to different destinations. I'm sure all this is happening because in preparation of the forthcoming election. It has been wonderful and amazing, and we've been doing what we're known to do better, moving passengers to their different points. Thank you.
Our viewers would like to know, how have you been handling the tax difficulties and having to attend to the surge in the passenger traffic?
Well, we've tried from our own side as the airline to manage everything we can do. The flights are good and the passengers are well taken care of, from checking in, their baggage and everything. So the airline has put a lot of effort to see that things are done smoothly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And lastly from me is the airport manager. He's Mr. Mahmoud Sani, and you have also been around. How have you been handling the situation?
Yes, so far so good. We have been having a smooth facilitation of passengers and aircraft in the airport. We envisage such as people have to move out of Abuja and also some coming in to cast their votes. All our facilities are serviceable and our passengers are having free movement. And we hope that this will continue through the presidential and national assemblies elections and later the gubernatorial and state assembly elections.
Thank you so much. You recall that I told you that I'll be talking to you about the situation in Lagos. And the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos is also agog with increasing passengers and those who are trying to do their last-minute booking are finding it difficult because of those who have done the online booking earlier. Whatever the situation is, I will continue to relate to members of the public. From the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, it has been Emmanuel Ayimero.
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel, for that report. Mr. Laide, you can see from that situation report from Emmanuel that there is a huge human traffic of people, traveling, to perform their civic responsibility. What's your take on this?
Well, I think for me the first will be that it's not unusual to have a lot of Nigerians traveling in and out of Abuja or indeed any other state. However, given the elections happening tomorrow, it's also not surprising that many have to move from wherever they are doing business or where they currently live or reside to go back to the places where they're actually registered to vote. So for me, I don't think it's something that we should worry about. I mean, I would have been worried were people actually traveling out of fear about potential violence or threats to their lives. I don't think that is the situation now. A lot of the people that listening, going back to what we heard from your correspondents, I think many of them actually are, energized, motivated to go and,
Actually,
vote.
I was going to ask you, about the mood of the nation right now, because a lot of different emotions are being expressed, a lot of anticipation, some anxiety, some, especially for the youth, is excitement, being able to take part in the election for the very first time. What's your view about, compare this mood with that of 2015?
I think you captured it in the different languages you use. It's about fear, it's about excitement, it's about people are excited, that the elections are here. Compare what we have now to 2015. There are quite a number of things that are, I think, are the same. But some things are also different. In 2015, I think the level of privatized, in quote, privatized campaigns was much more higher than what we have seen for 2019. In 2015, there are so many citizen-led, organized groups, activities to sensitize, basically either supporting a particular candidate or the other. I think that's completely different in 2019. In 2019, what we have seen is more of party-led activities, very few private efforts to actually, campaign and whip up support for specific candidates. Instead, we have seen a shift from the streets to the social media. So that a lot of politically sensitive and active student, citizens and youth, especially, you actually find them trying to sell their candidates, trying to sell the, the programs of their candidates using the social media, whether it's on WhatsApp, it's on Facebook, or even on Instagram.
Okay, Mr. Laide, I'll just take a pause there. We'll come back to this discussion. But I want to take a story from our correspondent. After weeks of electioneering campaigns by political parties, it is expected that eligible voters should have made their choices by now. Ignatius Nkwo is at the Garki village, a suburb of Abuja, to interact with the residents. Ignatius, what is the level of preparedness there?
Okay, well, here at the Garki village, a suburb of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, you actually see that the residents that we spoke to, some of them said actually they're ready to cast their votes tomorrow. While some actually, the expression on their face appears to seem that these people are not yet ready. Some of them are yet to even make decisions, while some say are not even aware of the processes of this voting. But it's very significant to know that to make decision on who to vote for before election day is key to being an informed voter. And then here in the Garki village, we spoke to some of them who bared their minds on their feelings, their preparedness or otherwise of tomorrow's election. Yeah, we have Deborah James. She's one of the residents here in the Garki village. She wants to tell us if she's yet prepared for the voting tomorrow. Now, are you prepared to cast a vote tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Now, have you made your decisions, and are you aware of the processes of going to do the voting and the rest of them?
Yes.
I'm ready to vote tomorrow because this is my first time of voting, and I'm even appreciate what the INEC have done to this country because they are going to do a free and fair and credible election.
Do you know the time of voting tomorrow?
The time of the voting is 8 o'clock in the morning. I think the accreditation will start from 8 o'clock. After accreditation, then the voting will start. But I don't know when it will end up. Because they are saying that movement start from 6 to 6 tomorrow. So we are expecting that if we cast our vote, they should count it in our presence, so we'll know where we are heading to.
All right. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you so much for coming.
All right.
Yes, I'm ready to vote, but my PVC, they don't give me. I went there for 6 times to get that PVC. It's not possible.
It appears that the residents of Garki, quite a number of them are ready to go to the polls tomorrow to decide who becomes their next leaders. Now, this is where we'll have it. This is where we'll stop at this point in time. Maybe by tomorrow, we'll bring to you after the voting process. We'll bring you an update of what these residents have experienced during the voting process.
Thank you, Ignatius, for that situation report over there from Garki village. You saw that the number of enlightened, voters there has, increased this time around.
Absolutely.
As a result of social media that, you mentioned earlier. And they talked about this issue of accreditation and voting. What can you explain further?
Yes, so what the INEC has said in terms of the new guideline for casting your vote will be that accreditation and voting will happen simultaneously. Okay. And I think they've done extensive education, public sensitization to be able to enable voters understand the change and therefore not get to the polling units, do the accreditation and walk away. Right now it's going to be something that happens seamlessly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olaide. I think we need to go to our Ibadan Network Center, where Femi Johnson is standing by to tell us what exactly is happening there. Femi, give us a situation report.
Thank you, Ademola. Barely some hours to the beginning of another landmark in the history of Nigeria's electoral process. Statistics show that 22,643 candidates cutting across the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja will be anxiously waiting to know their fate over the 1,504 elective positions in 2019 elections. At the moment, 100% of the sensitive materials have been on ground in various states, while also in Oyo State as of this morning, sensitive materials were received from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The campaign for presidential and National Assembly elections has been put on hold. Eligible voters now look onto INEC to help them in ensuring that they perform their civic responsibility. For us in Oyo State, expectation seems to be very high, and I have with me in the studio the resident electoral commissioner in Oyo State, Barrister Mutiu Agboki.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, Nigeria.
Also with me is the State Director of National Orientation Agency, Dolapo Dusumu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Nigeria.
Before we start our discussion, let's update you on the development so far. Distribution of sensitive materials for tomorrow's presidential and National Assembly election is ongoing in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Lukman Hassan reports from Central Bank of Nigeria in Dubai.
Independent National Electoral Commission, Oyo State, has today received sensitive materials for the Saturday's presidential and National Assembly election. The materials were being received in the presence of political parties' representatives. Here with me is the All Progressive Congress State Publicity Secretary for Oyo State.
The full complement of the House of Representative materials, the ballot papers, the ballot sheets, the result sheet is here, and of course the senatorial is also, we have the senatorial material for the Oyo South and Oyo North. We were told before the inspection of material that the Oyo Central material is not yet in, and we have found it so like that. And of course, we've been briefed that the ballot papers for the presidential election is not yet in, but result sheet is in, and we've been able to see it and we've been able to capture that.
Also, we have the People's Democratic Party's representative, the state coordinator for the presidential election in Oyo State, Dr. Nuren Adeniran. The election materials have been brought today.
Very well.
Is the party satisfied with the levels of compliance from the Independent Electoral Commission?
Very well. So far, so good. There has not been any hiccup, except that some materials are not yet here. The presidential election ballot papers are not here.
Materials are already in Lagos. And they are coming in batch by batch. So we have all these here. We just felt that it will not be in our good interest to just wait here, waiting for all of them to arrive. So in our own wisdom, we feel, let us put all the one we have on ground together. Let us be deploying them to local government. As others are coming, we know how to.
I can see this as a very tough task, but then there are people on ground. INEC people are on ground. Those are the local government that are going to handle the election on ground to take away the materials at the appropriate time.
That is it from the Central Bank of Nigeria's premises, where the electoral materials are being distributed ahead of tomorrow's general election. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Lukman. The resident electoral commissioner is here and he's going to tell us more about the situation report as regards those materials. Meanwhile, the situation within Ibadan metropolis is calm. Few hours to the presidential and National Assembly election. Let's join Kemi Akinwande for details.
This is the popular Secretariat Bodija UI Road in Ibadan. It is in its usual busy state, probably because there is no public holiday declared by Oyo State government. Workers reported at their duty posts in the Oyo State Secretariat, with some pockets of civil servants around the premises. The hustle and bustle continued in markets, with people making last-minute transactions. Members of the public went about their normal businesses ahead of the elections.
I'm here to withdraw, and I'm a copper anyway, so I'm going to participate in the election. So I'm going to my PA now.
I'm expected to go to the polling booth tomorrow, get accredited, and vote for a candidate of my choice.
Yeah, my vote, my PVC is with me, so it's very intact. So I know who to vote for.
However, both public and private schools were closed, but banks were opened to customers, though preparing to end banking hall activities by 2 o'clock this Friday afternoon. In Ibadan, Kemi Akinwande, NTA News.
Thank you, Kemi Akinwande. So let's start with you, the resident electoral commissioner in Oyo State, Uche Agboke. Earlier on, we saw a report talking about some materials that are available, some that are not on ground. What is the situation now?
Okay, let me say that the report has captured what is actually transpiring now, because it's an ongoing process. So we are all there at the Central Bank Ibadan. Now, what is happening there is that we have received consignment of certain sensitive materials. The basic ones that are not yet arrived are the ballot boxes for presidential election, the ballot boxes for Oyo Central Senatorial District, and thirdly is the result sheet for the senatorial district of those voting points that we created. Those are the 3 items. And when we make contact with the headquarters, we are informed that these sensitive materials are already in Lagos. So in fact, immediately the management of Central Bank in Ibadan has sent forward to Lagos the trucks that will go and bring all these materials.
So what really is INEC's position on permanent voter card and also the temporary voter card? Because it's already generating a lot of attention.
No, it shouldn't generate anything. And it is just for us to learn how to follow the rules. The rule of the game is clear. Number one, we have insisted very, very strongly, and the security agencies, they are in the same page with us in this. You will only be eligible to come to the polling unit, one, if your name is in our register. In other words, the register of voters. The second thing that qualifies you is that you must have a valid permanent voter card. Because it is the PVC and the smart card reader that will make you be eligible to vote.
So if an eligible voter is having a temporary voter
card,
if
you have a temporary, don't even bother to step out on that day, because the security agencies have been properly briefed by INEC. It is no PVC, no voting.
Let's go into this. There are allegations of some of the political parties, particularly in Oyo State now, that some of your staff they've been paying them salaries for the past 6 months, and that they are planning to make sure that they thwart the course of this election tomorrow?
My brother, what we call fake news is a news that just came from the blues and unfounded. So many things I've heard. I just read something now that some people said people were already thumb printing somewhere. I've already also said that in a particular house, they were already thumb printing. This you have just told me now, I'm just hearing for the first time, is one of such fake news.
So if at the moment,
yes,
maybe somebody is having a clue to any of these things that you have just mentioned, what should be the next line of action?
The person should approach me. I'm a public person. I'm available to everybody.
How do they approach you?
No,
where do they see
my
you?
phone number is everywhere. Johnson, my phone number is everywhere. They call me. I've received 105 calls this morning.
You are still at Ibadan Network Center, and this is Nigeria Decides. I also told you earlier on that we have with us the State Director of National Orientation Agency, Dolapo Dusumu. Dolapo Dusumu, sensitization on the issue of thumb printing. What actually did NOAA do?
Well, for some months now, we have been talking about this issue of, actually the target was how to reduce the incidence of void votes. And we started raising the consciousness of people as to how to thumb print properly. Because, you know, like we are all aware that 2019 elections, we have more political parties, and there's every likelihood that there'll be more, the ballot paper might be longer if we need to capture all the political parties contesting in this election. So we have been telling people that they should please look carefully, and more importantly, to the rural areas, that the name of the candidate will not appear on the ballot paper. What we will have is the acronym of the party and the symbol or the logo of the party on one side, and the space provided for the fingerprint. Because if we keep saying thumbprint, we're indicating that this is the finger to be used. So we now decide to be using finger print because INEC has approved that any of the 10 fingers could be used. Very recently, we just started hearing index. Some even went to the point of saying that the thumb has been disqualified, that you can no longer use the thumb. But I want to say categorically here that that is not true. The most important thing is to thumb print effectively. And how does it become effective? There is a borderline square provided in front of each political party or their symbol. And that is exactly where they should put the prints, whether thumb or index or forefront or any of the fingers. They should just apply the finger to the ink and just make an imprint, just something to indicate their interest. Not until you press and it begins to smear to other political parties' space. It becomes a void vote. So we're saying it over and over that voters should be careful not to thumb print on the line, the space, the line demarcating the party in front and the one below. And also the space outside. They are not to put their fingers there. So they should be careful. I don't know, you know, and after thumb printing, they should please allow some few seconds to dry up, because INEC said we're going to use dry ink. So it's assumed that it's going to be dry almost immediately. And we were told by INEC that the ballot paper will be folded at the point of giving it out. That is not going to be open, you know, since it's a secret ballot paper, I mean, secret voting. So they will fold it and give it to the voter, who will proceed to the cubicle to cast their vote. And after casting their vote, they should please fold back and flatten this way to go into the ballot boxes.
You've been around, let me say, at least in the last 6 months in Oyo State.
Yeah.
What is the mood of the people of Oyo State on this election tomorrow?
As of today, I went around today, and I could see that people are, you know, they're doing this last-minute panic buying. The market is bustling, the traffic very heavy, you know, people are just moving as if there is something, you know, coming up that is, you know, it's so expectant. And I know that the interest of people is more this time around. A lot of people are anxious that, oh, tomorrow we want to vote, tomorrow is election, and everybody is talking about it. But as for the calmness, like I was reporting to Abuja, that everywhere is calm. Up to yesterday, there's so much pressure. You know, a lot of the political parties were rounding up their campaigns, and there was so much pressure outside. But as at this morning, everything went down. So we have peace.
Thank you so much on that. Back to you, the resident electoral commissioner. With what we have heard and what you have said now, what really should we expect from INEC tomorrow?
Due process, peaceful voting process, and also the assurance that people's vote will count. You see, let me tell you, we are having this peace now because people have seen that so far in this state, INEC is making the electorate understand what is obtainable in the process. In other words, our stakeholders, they are part and parcel of us. We drive the process together. We try to simplify our policies to them. And they have also assisted us to engage further members of the public. So the confidence is there. And of course, there could be certain fear here and there that will our vote count. And repeatedly, we have said it, that your vote definitely will count after this election.
And lastly, before I leave you, domestic and international observers, has it been in Oyo State?
No, very well. We just had a briefing for both the domestic and the foreign observers. Those that were accredited were 59. The domestic observer in Nigeria, for Oyo State, sorry.
Okay.
And of course, the INEC headquarters has engaged the foreign observers, who of course have been deployed. As I speak to you now, the Commonwealth observers, they are with us in CBN, and they all saw what INEC has been doing there in terms of the deployment of the material. And we have told them, an observer is to observe, is not a monitor. An observer is to observe, write a report. Even if you see anything untoward, report to us. It's not your duty to engage. That's one. Secondly, as observer, we don't pay you. It's a voluntary thing. Not that after the exercise, you now say, Rek, this is my bill, you come and pay me. No, that's not the thing. So we have told them, and we have also assured them, because the Commissioner of Police was represented, that their security will be definitely guaranteed.
You have just talked about security, and that's exactly another area that I will be going to. For the State Director of National Orientation Agency, what really would you say you are looking forward to from our security officials?
What we will be expecting from Nigerians, whether you are voting or not, is that each of us should conduct themselves in a very peaceful manner. There's this issue that people are always accusing the security agencies of harassing them. But the point is, after voting, now good enough, we have a situation where we just be accredited and you go to voting. You go to voting. So after voting, whoever wants to wait to see the result of the particular voting center should just step a little bit back, and don't constitute themselves into nuisance by, intruding into other people's activity. They should just stay back. So at the point of where they would do the counting, then they can come round to hear. Good enough, it will be counted loudly, so everybody will hear. So there's no point in, stretching your neck or wanting to see what another person is going to do.
With what you have just said, we have a report that is talking about the security situation in Oyo State. They have also assured us of each free general election. The report.
The training is organized to sensitize staff of the commission on their role in ensuring a free and fair general election. For the success of the election, all security agencies in the country were urged to collaborate among themselves through information sharing.
We will be all out to ensure that we forestall any tendencies that will throw both the personnel and INEC official into any security risk.
They have to accompany our materials to the polling units, collation centers, and as well the reverse logistics.
FRSC says its men and women trained will be available at all nooks and crannies on the highway to ensure free movement of electoral officials and material.
We have done a series of trainings. This one is just the final of it before the Saturday assignment for all our men.
Members of staff of FRSC were further urged to collaborate with electoral officers during the election. In Ibadan, Lukman Hassan, NTA News.
So in one word, that's another report on security from Lukman. In one word, your message to Nigerians.
Go to the poll tomorrow with your PVC. Don't cause trouble. If you are asked to go back for one reason or the other, don't cause trouble. If you want to create a scene, the security are there to ensure that normalcy is sustained.
It's almost becoming a sentence, but no problem. Yes. State Director, no.
One word. Okay, no vote buying, no hate speech, no fake news. Everybody should do the right thing at the right time.
Let's do the right thing at the right time. That's the expectation of the people of Oyo State on tomorrow's election. Demola, is back to you.
Thank you, Femi. That's Femi from Ibadan Network Center. Mr. Olaide, you listened to their discussions.
Yes, indeed.
And one major issue that was discussed there is this issue of fake news, especially concerning these election and all. What's your view on this issue of fake news?
Fake news is a big issue and a big concern to a lot of civil society groups. And it is one of the things that the CDD Election Analysis Center will be trying to address tomorrow. There has been several efforts, several convening to sensitize the Nigerian public to the rising tide in fake news. And you can also link that with the problem of hate speech. Now, until 2015, hate speech and discussions around fake news weren't really something that was given any serious attention.
Yes.
But we've seen in countries like Kenya and several other countries, within the continent, how people can deliberately misinform in order to cause violence, misinform in order to provoke, and therefore create reactions that otherwise wouldn't have happened at all. Okay. Now, what kind of structures do we have in place to be able to address this?
Okay.
Given that it's a recent phenomenon in our political evolution, I think that we are still weak, both in terms of the institutions and our capacity to respond to them. But what we have seen in 2015 and now is that there is increasing effort, especially among civil society groups, to push it into our attention. Our
information officers, are they doing enough to combat this?
I think that if you look at what civil society groups like CDD wants to do, everything that is received from the field tomorrow, there is a process of sifting them.
Okay, so you have to verify
and identifying
everything.
And then providing counter narratives to say this is fake news. And I've also heard on a couple of radio stations sponsored adverts, basically saying if you receive anything, if you're not sure about the source, go back to whoever sent it to you, all right? Warn the person, don't send this to me. Because the truth is, fighting fake news and hate speech is a collective responsibility and not that of just one person.
Well, thank you, Mr. Olaide. We'll just take this report now from Kano. Fatima Sanusi is Karaye on the update of distribution of sensitive materials in Kano State.
Thank you, studio. With barely 24 hours to the 2019 presidential and National Assembly elections, officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Kano are working round the clock to ensure that materials are delivered to the more than 8,000 polling units across the 44 local governments of the state. There are security agents who will escort these materials to their destinations. And I have with me the resident electoral commissioner, Riskwa Arabushehu. How certain are you these materials will get to the various locations on time?
We are doing our best, as you can see, and we are determined to push it.
And what problems are you anticipating?
Well, there may be delays in few places, but we are determined to work throughout the night to ensure that we get to the polling units as much as possible.
Important to know, this is the 6th general elections in the country, and Nigeria wants to get it right to show the maturity of democracy in the country. Thank you, and back to you, studio.
Yeah, thank you, Fatima, for that update on the distribution of sensitive materials in Kano State. We now link up with our Lagos Network Center, where Bayo Adewusi is standing by for more. Bayo, it's over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Demola. Before we gauge the mood of Lagosians, I just want to inform you that we have in the studio an egghead. He's an analyst, he's an associate professor at the Institute of International Affairs on international relations and strategic studies. But first, as Nigerians prepare to go to the polls tomorrow for the 2019 Presidential and National Assembly elections, correspondent Rotimi Oluwagbemi went around town to capture the mood of Lagosians on this exercise.
This is Sabo Yaba, the headquarters of INEC office in Lagos State, and the situation here is very peaceful and calm with the presence of security agents to maintain law and order. And we try to find out from the residents, how are they preparing for Saturday polls?
People are prepared. People are getting their PVC, getting ready for the election, including me.
Very fully prepared for the election. The sincerity of the INEC is actually what we want. And then with the security outfits that will cover that will work with the INEC on that very day.
This road along the INEC office used to be a very busy one with various commercial activities going on by the roadside, but that is history now as a result of conspicuous presence of security agents. This move is part of preparation for the general election. How are the residents of this area coping with the new development?
The securities, they are on the ground, they don't stop anybody movement. They just be at alert, and everybody is preparing for the election.
The INEC office is close to the barracks here, and based on that, from the look of things, I think the security measures they are put in place so far, I think when you are close to the gate now, the security men, they are at alert.
Ernest Simon Odion is a lecturer at the University of Lagos. He described INEC's preparation for the 2019 election as the best so far.
If the way INEC can structure the election, that once you are accredited, you go in and vote, and that is even more perfect. And the security also, they are set. This election is going to be the most peaceful election that has ever happened in this country.
He, however, submitted that Nigerians with permanent voter card should come out to exercise his or her civic responsibility on Saturday without violence. In Lagos, Rotimi Oluwagbemi, NTA News.
Well, welcome back to the studios. With me in the studio right now is Dr. Segun Bolarinwa. He's an associate professor in international relations and strategic studies. He's an analyst and is related to the Institute of International Affairs. Dr. Bolarinwa, thank you for your time. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
To the segment. The 2019 presidential and National Assembly elections happens to have a different bent in the sense that accreditation and voting would be simultaneous. Is that a good strategy?
Yes. I think that is coming into our political culture and history for the first time. What we have witnessed in past elections is that of coming out for accreditation as early as 7 a.m. or between 7 and 8 a.m., going back again, then coming back in the afternoon like 12 noon or 1 p.m. or thereabout for proper voting. And in the past, this attitude has always taken elections into late hours, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., even when those results should have been at the collation centers for onward announcement of those results. But this time around, I think the INEC has moved a step further from trainings and retrainings of their personnel, and also they have also moved a step further by learning from the past. Experience, they say, is the best teacher. So they are learning from the past to see how INEC can try to do its best and come out delivering the best that the people want. So that's why they have decided that as you come in, you do your accreditation, you just go in and vote. If you want to stay, you can stay. You step aside and just not constitute any nuisance or any problem then while waiting for the results to be announced. And if you want to just do your accreditation, do your voting, and go back to your different homes or houses, it is a better thing. And it's also another way of trying to prevent violence and make people believe that, yes, so we can do elections and there will be no violence and everything will come out successfully.
Now, why do we think that violence would accompany elections? Why do we need to stand around and watch the votes being counted? Does that mean that INEC is not an unbiased umpire?
Well, all over the world, not only in Nigeria, not only in Africa, but even Africa and beyond, all over the world, some elections, they always have the aftermath. One of those things is violence breaking out after elections, particularly when results are being announced. And some of these things come up.
But is there anything about these elections to suggest that?
No. This current election, this one on ground, by the grace of God, from my own perception and understanding of the way things have been, I've also been to the field, I've been going around, and I've been seeing things the way they are, is that there is no element of violence. And if you look at the report, even by the NTA and some other media houses, particularly the electronic media, you will see that even in Borno State, Maiduguri, some other outskirts, you see everywhere is peaceful. And people are also peacefully going about their businesses, their daily activities, and everybody is open and envisaging, by the grace of God, tomorrow, Saturday, February 16th, there will be INEC will conduct a successful general elections for both presidential and that of the National Assembly. So people should go out there and cast their votes and do it orderly and go back to their houses and be expecting the results.
You did not answer the question as to whether INEC is an unbiased umpire.
So far, so good. What INEC has done, in all fairness, they've been so unbiased, and INEC has been seen as an unbiased umpire and an institution. So we hope INEC will keep it up, as it were, where they are now, what they have achieved so far, with the distribution of materials, with the sensitization, the conscientization, the education of the members of the electorate, even Nigerians at large. I think INEC has done so well. I want to give INEC, so far so good, 85%. And the remaining 15% will just be the process and the conduct of the elections tomorrow, by the grace of God, that will lead to the result. And I hope the way they have done, they'll be so unbiased, they've been so plain, they've been open. And over time, in the past 1-2 weeks, I have seen the INEC PRO, who had always been coming out for sensitization, for conscientization, for information, for education. Even the chairman has come out severally to explain.
Do you think there has been enough of all that? Education,
yes, there have been enough.
Sensitization, and
sincerely, there have been enough, because INEC has used all of the mass media, from the print to the electronic media, using the television, using the radio, using the magazines, newspapers, pamphlets. They've done so well.
What about
even
the
they've done
parties?
jingles.
What about the political parties? Don't they have a role in sensitizing the public?
Yes, they are. And
have they performed that role?
They are. To an extent, we have seen it done in some of these electioneering campaigns around the country. We have seen it. The political parties are also trying to do their own too. For example, most of them are actually doing it using their own logo. using their own logo. You go out, go and collect your PVCs, go and confirm your PVCs, make sure you have your PVCs. PVC is your power. That's how you can cast your vote. That's how you can take a decision in the government and all of that. So the political parties too, they have done it. And again, for the first time in Nigeria's political history and general elections, this is the first time we are having so many. Of course, we have always been running and practicing multi-party system right from 1960, except in one or two occasions of NRC and SDP that we had in 1993. But in other general elections, you discover that it has always been that of multi-party system. But this time around, there are over 70 or about 80 something political parties participating in these elections. So it goes a long way. The INEC had done its own. The political parties all have also done enough to sensitize, to educate.
Well, the National Youth Service Corps has indicated its willingness to contribute to the success of the 2019 general elections. Do you think they had been excluded in the past?
No, I think they are just, the NYC is just stepping up its own contribution to national development, if I may put it that way. So they are trying to do their own in that way too. So what NYC is doing is basically a contribution by the national agency to national development. In the past elections too, NYC or core members have always been involved. They've been involved at all levels of elections, particularly during general elections, during votings, they have been participating. But what the current NYC Director General is trying to say, or as an institution, what they are trying to say is that they are also on grant to make sure there will be a successful.
Dr. Bolarinwa, we have a report on that. I'll just interrupt you for a bit and we'll come back to you.
Okay.
The National Youth Service Corps says it is fully prepared to contribute to the success of the 2019 general elections. This came to the fore at the final sensitization of corps members that will participate in the elections. Bolaji Akim completes the story.
With few days to the commencement of the 2019 general elections, various organizations that will be taking part in the exercise are now putting final arrangements in place. One of the stakeholders in the exercise is the NYSC, which will be providing corps members as ad hoc staff to take part in the election. The exercise was to remind the corps members of their duties during the election.
We have put enough security measures in place to ensure that corps members are well secured, and corps members have been adequately briefed about how to be sensitive to their environment, first and foremost, so that all the teachings that they have been taught will be practicable when they get there.
Corps members are good to go because they have been adequately trained and adequately equipped with the requisite information that will ensure that their participation in the election is very, very successful.
FIC has also given us a guideline about how and where to post them. The commission in Lagos is cooperating with that, and we are not sending them to the riverine areas and to the flash points.
Corps members were also warned to avoid any act that can jeopardize the success of the election, as full weight of the law will fall on erring corps members. Over 13,000 corps members from Lagos will be taking part in this year's election. In Lagos, Bolaji Akim, NTA News.
Well, that was from Bolaji Akim. Before we hand over to Abuja, are you optimistic that tomorrow's outing would be a great success?
Yes, by the special grace of God, tomorrow's outing, the 2019 general elections, will be successful, will be peaceful, and Nigerians will be happy. Even the international community will have good things to say this time around.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Well, as we conclude that conversation with Dr. Segun Bolarinwa, Associate Professor in International Relations and Strategic Studies at the Institute of International Affairs, we hand over to Abuja.
Yeah, thank you, Bayo. And while Lagos was on, we have another guest joining us here in Abuja studios. Nigeria Decides, Dr. Hussaini Abdul, Chairman, Yaga Africa Watching the Vote. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, let me just ask you this question. You saw the campaigns and the huge crowd, for these campaigns. Do you think this is likely to translate to an improvement in the number of voters that will come out tomorrow to vote?
I wish that will. I wish you could contribute to that. But if you take the history and also the character of this crowd, for me, it doesn't make any fundamental difference, because part of one thing we need to understand is that the nature of the campaign, there is a psychology of crowd, and that sometimes it's a game that you are playing, particularly between the two major parties. So the more you mobilize people to go out there, the more you are probably able to send a message to your opponent that you are fully on ground. From what we have seen is also probably in some location is the same crowd that goes to the two. Okay. So there is no huge difference. Of course, the crowd helps in galvanizing people. It helps in creating that active environment that is required in an electoral politics. And so we hope that will do. But from where I see it, it's not showing any much significant impact on it. We think, yes, the new voters may come in strongly, but they wouldn't make any major difference from what we used to have traditionally. So probably it's going to be within the same spectrum of voters turnout that we have only had in the last 20 years. Okay,
Mr. Olaide, what's your own view? What's your take on this?
I think I agree pretty much with his understanding and his analysis of the crowd, the behavior of the crowd, but also the point that he made about how much of the crowd could likely, result in massive increase in terms of voter turnout. I think that the point to also add to what he said is the fact that there's a lot of redundancy in our current voter list.
Okay.
A lot of corrections will need to be made, not because there hasn't been any effort in that regard, but it just has to be a continuous effort to update the voter register. So many people have died, so many people have moved out of the country, they have relocated, but their names are still there anyway. So until we are able to get to a register that is fairly reflective, right, of the true number, the true population of voters, chances are that we will continue to overestimate and so over-prepare. And so
you're saying now is that we are likely to have the same number of voters?
I think so. I think even if we are going to have any increase at all, it's not likely to be major. So I don't expect the additional 13 million voters who are now being referred to as the first timers for the entire 13 million to turn out. If we are lucky at all, we might have 50–60% of them turning out. So I think in aggregate, we will likely be having something within the range that we have actually witnessed the last 20 years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olaide. We now take this report on the political party supremacy from Abdullahi Mohammed.
The articulation of ideas by political parties can evolve from the perception, circumstance, as well as social and economic condition of the people. Nigeria's political parties in the First Republic anchored their development plans along a well-spelled out party ideas which every member respect and operate within. The ideology of every political party stands above every individual member with strict monitoring of the implementation of party principles and discipline held sway.
Abubakar Rimi, as governor, will be pressed to a point whereby he has to apologize to the party because he was seen to have veered outside the principles of the party. And believe you me, he did apologize, and he said, Abubakar Rimi ya tuba, Abubakar Rimi ba zai kara ba. In our presence. This is what party discipline is supposed to be. Because you are proposed, or you are nominated to contest a position, you are supposed to symbolize the principles and the programs of the party in government.
The supremacy of the political party over individuals has given way, and powerful politicians and caucuses wield influence over who does what, even against the ideology of the party.
It is ideas that bring about development. And every party must look for people with ideas. And that is how the party can entrench itself through the ideas that it has developed to bring about meaningful development that will enhance the well-being of every Nigerian.
Even APC, which has ideas about anti-corruption and working well and helping the poor, it is actually the executive, the president, that has that idea. But if the party adopts that and all the people try to adopt it as well, I think then we will start to have some system of people having a party for ideologies.
Some who saw yesterday in politics say turning the tide will take a decisive step towards making money and other inducements irrelevant in politicking. This, they say, will give way for the entrenchment of the supremacy of party ideologies.
If the party is clearly to the right, let it be seen, be based on the principles of the right. If a party is clearly to the left, it should be seen to be based on those principles of the left.
Observers say if party ideologies are truly a reflection of a set of circle to the plight of the people, then it must reign supreme. In Kaduna, Abdullah Muhammad, NTA News.
Yeah, thank you, Abdullahi. And back to the studio now. Dr. Hussaini, let's look at the role of the media in the coverage of the election. Let's look at the assessment of the media and the coverage of the election. How would you rate the media this time around?
I think the media is a very important part of our elections, and they have historically played that role. Except that in the contemporary time, particularly with the emergence of the new media, that the new media is taking a lot of shine, particularly the fact that it doesn't have certain ethical conditions or editorial principle that shapes what comes in and what goes out. Anything can actually be manufactured by anybody and then they throw it out there. But otherwise, the media has always been a very important player, and in these particular elections you could see from the radio stations to the televisions and to the newspapers. But again, for any discernible reader or listener, you can actually be able to define what are the kind of alliances that these media organizations have built, and which line are they towing in terms of their editorial commitment and their reportage. And for me, that has always been the challenge, and therefore the public out there, they associate each media house with a particular party or a particular candidate, and that can be a bit problematic, as much as the national policy framework, particularly the broadcasting code, tries to define and ensure that there is that sense of balance in coverage of the political parties. You don't see that happening quite often in most of the media organizations. But beyond that, again, the smaller parties are not benefiting enough from such coverage. There are about 73. Of course, a lot of them have fallen out in the last few weeks, but there are 73 presidential candidates. But just a few have had access to the media. Even the presidential debate generated its own controversy, where some smaller parties felt that they've been edged out. But I can understand the difficulty of managing 70-something political party by any media. It can be very difficult. But again, the experience of these particular elections to teach Nigerians on how best can we manage such situation. But the media has been excellently part of this contest.
Mr. Laide, let's look at the role of the social media, especially in creating awareness and galvanizing the youth towards the election. You know, you were saying something earlier on in our discussion. Can you just speak more on that?
I think that in the last 2 elections. And when I say 2, I mean including, you know, the 2019 elections. The 2019 elections, the 2015 elections, we have seen a massive growth in terms of the contributions, but also the influence of the social media in the electoral process in the country. Now, I had an earlier conversation where someone was then saying, well, that may not be totally true, given that, you know, his own argument is basically saying, look, what we have seen is the fact that it just coincided with the growth and the, you know, the boost that we have seen in the social media space broadly. But I differ. I think what we have seen beginning 2015 has been a deliberate effort on the part of civil society groups to actually appropriate the social media space, right, and expand the scope from social media space that is primarily tailored towards entertainment, fashion, and stuff like that, to something that can become a veritable space for advancing democracy, civic education, and democratic principles. And I think that is what has happened beginning 2015. For anyone who is interested in studying elections, 2015-2019, the massive size, the massive data that is available as a result of social media, bloggers, citizen journalists using the social media. I mean, right now, you can actually, I can count on my fingertips up to 7-10 different apps that have been developed, either to tell you way back, as far back as 6 months ago, to tell you where you can pick up your PVC, where you are supposed to register, how you are expected to register, timing for the elections, you know, and how to conduct yourself. So we've seen a lot of innovations within the social media, and I think it is to the best interest of, you know, democracy and for Nigerians generally in terms of their active participation in the electoral process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olaide. Now, we're not going to link up with our Benin Network Center. I will sign off now, and while we come back from Benin, Kudu Abubakar will be here to take over from me. Now, it's over to you, Agatha, in Benin.
Thank you. This is Benin. This is the heartbeat of the nation, and welcome here. The time is almost here for Nigerians to go out to exercise their civic duties, and Nigerians in Edo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Delta states are getting set to decide who leads them in the next 4 years. But first, let's see a glance at what the spread is in these 4 states in terms of demography, which drives the voting population, and Ediago is our guide.
Of the 4 states in the zone, Delta State has the highest number of registered voters with 2,845,274, out of which 465,317 with permanent voter cards are ready to cast their votes in 3,624 polling units in 270 wards. Edo State has a voting population of 2,219,778 registered voters with 1,735,910 ready to cast their votes in 2,627 polling units in 193 wards. Ekiti State has 909,967 registered voters, out of which 675,119 are expected to cast their votes in 2,195 polling units located in 177 wards. And in Ondo State, 1,828,219 are registered voters, while 1,478,460 have claimed their permanent voter cards to vote in 3,007 polling units spread across 203 wards.
Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC in Edo State is putting finishing touches to dispatch sensitive materials to the local government areas in the state. Ogochukwuka Ona brings us an update.
The sensitive materials are still being sorted at the premises of the Central Bank of Nigeria in the presence of party agents. The resident electoral commissioner had earlier told NTA after inspecting the materials that the commission is ready for a smooth conduct.
We are about 90% ready.
Non-sensitive materials had earlier been distributed to the council areas. At the time of filing this report, men of the Federal Road Safety Corps were inspecting and certifying the vehicles to be used to transport the materials. In Benin, Ogochukwuka Ona, NT News.
Also, the Nigerian police force has strengthened security architecture to ensure a hitch-free electoral process across the state. This readiness was expressed by the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Frederick Lakanu, when he met with officers of the Edo State Police Command ahead of the elections. Ivio Mori reports.
From the police headquarters, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Frederick Lakanu, accompanied by senior officers, proceeded for a show of combat readiness across the metropolis. This is a way of informing the public that they are ready to clamp down on those intending to carry out unauthorized activities.
We are just coming out to have a physical demonstration of what they have done. All the works have been covered by all the agencies now. All the collation centers in the state have been covered by all agencies now.
The Deputy Inspector General's visit is in line with the Inspector General's directive that DIGs be sent to zones across the Federation to enlighten the foot soldiers on the way to go.
We are going to be non-partisan, non-aligned. We are going to conduct free and fair elections, credible elections to the satisfaction of everybody.
The Deputy Inspector General and officers thereafter had a closed-door meeting to strengthen plans. In Benin, Ivie Omoyi, NTA News.
A public affairs analyst, Dr. Okunzuwa Osawao, has been in the studio with me and will be discussing issues from this report. Welcome to Nigeria Decides, Dr. Osawao. All right, so let's go first. We saw from the first report on the voting spread. What's your focus on the voting process as regards bearing in mind the number of people that collected their PVCs, the population, and all of that? What do you think what's your focus for the voting process?
Focus in terms of those who expect to turn out for voting?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, well. The vis-a-vis the number of voters' cards not collected, I don't think it's going to affect the process at all, because we don't have a threshold for validating elections. It is those who come out that will decide those who will rule beyond May 2019. We don't have a particular figure to say 50% of registered voters must come out, 60 must come out, 70 must come out. So we encourage people to come out in good numbers. It helps to boost legitimacy, but it doesn't detract from the value of the electoral process, no matter the number of persons who come out. But the more, the better.
Okay, all right. And we also saw INEC there putting finishing touches to the arrangement so far. How would you rate their level of preparedness?
Well, I'm not an insider of INEC, but from what the chairman has been telling the nation, we have to believe him. He's holding that office legitimately. He's assured all Nigerians that he and his team will conduct a free, credible, legitimate election that will be acceptable to all of us. So I think we have to wish him well. Those of us who are going to be voters, we go there and conduct ourselves properly, believe in peace, shun violence, and let us see how the process is going to play out. But so far, so good. Movement of materials and so on shows a kind of readiness.
Okay, but we saw earlier from that report that materials at this time are still being sorted at the Central Bank of Nigeria, that CBN office here in Benin. Will this have any effect in any way at all?
It shouldn't. If you have to safeguard sensitive materials, you don't want them in wrong hands, I think holding these things up to the 11th hour, as long as they are available at the points they are needed tomorrow morning, I think that's what we should all be looking forward to.
Okay, we are saying that actually, so long as they get to the polling units as early as 8 o'clock tomorrow, then there's no cause for alarm. Yeah. What about the police? We saw them talking about, putting a show of force that they are ready to combat any situation that may occur. What would you say about that?
Well, I hope our democracy matures. We no longer see elections as a kind of combat where we have to mobilize our security operatives into the arena. But I believe, and I want to salute him for what he has said, I hope it is widely shared by the security agencies that there will be neutrality. There won't be tilting towards the left or tilting towards the right. I think that's what we call for, to make sure the atmosphere is peaceful. People go and exercise their civic preferences without molestation. If the security forces can guarantee that, I think we'll have had a good day.
Okay, Dr. Sawaru, we'll come back to you, but let's take more reports from the field. Like I said earlier, in a few hours, Nigerians will elect candidates to oversee the affairs of the country for the next 4 years. Now, Obehi Toba Presai, in this report, she's telling us the mood of the electorate ahead of the election. She also caught up with first-time voters and the physically challenged who are part of the exercise this Saturday.
The Independent National Electoral Commission puts the figure of registered voters in the country at more than 8.42 million. Out of this figure, registered voters in Edo State constitute more than 2.2 million. They are to choose who among the 73 presidential candidates leads them. Also up for grabs are 3 senatorial seats and 9 House of Representative seats. There is a build-up of traffic in the city center, an indication that people have already begun arriving in the city ahead of the elections.
Our children, our mothers, everybody, they are at home, and we prepared very well because whatever that we are going to eat is in the house. So I don't think that we are going to patrol up and down while the election is going on. So we have to be on the election ground tomorrow.
So I've made the preparation for the election tomorrow, and tomorrow I will be there to cast my vote for the candidate of my choice.
I'm going to vote for my choice. My BBC is not for sale.
No, tomorrow is the D-Day. Tomorrow is the election day. So that everybody is prepared.
Getting there on time, voting, and just going back home.
Some eligible voters are making frantic efforts to travel outside the state for Saturday's election, as captured in these motor parks. The queues in the ATMs are longer than usual, while schools are closed for early mid-term break across the state.
A cop are serving in River State, Port Harcourt precisely. And I'm going back now because of the election to work with INEC to assist them in the running of the election.
First-time voters and the physically challenged are part of the demographic that will be voting this Saturday.
I expect it to be peaceful and without any violence.
Persons with visual disabilities for the first time will be able to vote unaided. Before now, what we used to have is that visually impaired persons are asked to come to the polling unit with their trusted aid. Again, the secret nature of our voting system, as enunciated in the Electoral Act and Constitution, is defeated when you vote through a third party. But this time around, visually impaired persons will be able to, on their own, use the guide and vote independently.
Meanwhile, today has been approved as half day for state government workers to facilitate their movement for the elections. In Benin, Obehi Toba Presai, NTA News.
Also, people of Ekiti State are enthusiastic to elect candidates of their choice in the presidential and National Assembly elections. Ayodeji Ogunshakin reports that election materials have also been distributed.
Thank you very much. Here in Ado Ekiti, the state capital, the atmosphere is calm and people are going about their normal businesses without any fear of molestation, with security personnel strategically placed at various locations in the state capital. But one thing that is noticeable on the faces of people is the enthusiasm that they are going to the poll tomorrow to elect the candidate of their choice at the general election.
I'm very prepared. I think tomorrow I'll vote for my choice. Anyone that wins, we go by it.
I'm ready to exercise my franchise to elect the person of my choice.
Our preparation is to come out and vote for who you want, who you like, for progress of Nigeria.
You know what is happening tomorrow. Tomorrow is election. I prepare very well to vote.
In underdevelopment, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has distributed sensitive materials to the various local government areas of the state. The distribution of sensitive materials by the Independent National Electoral Commission was sequel to the delivery from the CBN in the presence of party agents, security agents, and election observers. The materials were cross-checked for onward distribution to the various local governments. Ekiti State is made up of 16 local government areas, 177 wards, and 2,195 polling units.
This is Ogara Jijibo Asis, one of the busiest cities of metropolis. One thing that is paramount is that the situation here will be different tomorrow due to restriction of vehicular movement order according to the Electoral Act, and people can even pass through this road even without looking back. That is the situation for now. My name is Ayodeji Ogushaki. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Ayodeji. And in Asaba, the electorates are ecstatic and ready to cast their ballot. The situation at Akure is that sensitive materials have been distributed. Also in Ekiti, sensitive materials has also been distributed. Dr. Kunzu, I will now go back to you. We saw earlier some physically challenged people. We are aware that arrangements have been made for voting to be easy for them. What would you say about this innovation?
Well, I think INEC ends commendation by making provisions for this category of Nigerians. Because adult universal suffrage presupposes that any person who is qualified to vote should actually vote, should not should be able to enable to overcome any barrier, and maybe down the road to all eligible Nigerians who live outside, maybe some kind of absentee balloting and so on. It's a way of making sure every Nigerian that can vote does indeed vote. I think it's a commendable step taken by INEC.
Okay, now in this process, this is actually a contest. We are actually going to a contest. How do you expect Nigerians to receive the result, whatever it may be at the end of the day, bearing in mind the need for post-election peace that, you know, it's a prerequisite for development? I
think Nigerians should accept the result with all equanimity. Those who are going to win should celebrate responsibly, and those who may lose this time should believe there's another 4 years around the corner. After all, these Nigerians, people are being voted in to serve. So I don't think there should be any violence because of the election. Okay, your last words regarding the process tomorrow? Well, until we see you tomorrow, we won't be able to say. I'm not an insider inside INEC, so I won't be able to make any forecast. But tomorrow, by time people will have gone to vote, and when the votes are tallied, we will know how the process will have gone. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sawaru, for joining us in the Nigerian Side Studio here in Benin. That's all from here, but we'll keep you updated with events as they unfold. It's back to Abuja.
Thank you, Agatha. Welcome back to the Abuja Decide Studios. My name is Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. And welcome to the third strand of broadcast of Nigeria Decides. This Friday, 15th of February 2019, less than 24 hours to the scheduled presidential and National Assembly elections on Saturday, the 16th of February 2019. Now, our panelists are still here. We have Mr. Dayo Olaide, an election analyst, Center for Democracy and Development, CDD. You're welcome once again.
Thank you.
And of course, Dr. Hussaini Abdu, Chairman Yaga Africa, watching the vote.
Thank you very much.
You will tell us how much watch of the votes you have made so far. But before we go to the vote, because the election will hold tomorrow anyway, yes, the two of you have been discussing and I've been listening very attentively when my colleague Demola was here. And let's begin from, for example, what took place in Benin. They were talking about the various updates. And I know that you listened to some of the comments that were made in Benin. And then before we can now come back to Abuja. I will begin with you, Dr. Abdu. Of course, Yaga has its own observers all across the country. Your observers in Benin, what are they telling you? Does it go contrary to what we just heard from our studio in Benin?
Well, normally we have not started receiving. We had 3 phases of observation. One is the pre-election observation, and the report of the pre-election observation has already come in. That one is what we did 2 months for 2 months, trying to understand the context in which the election is going to take place, the preparations, the nature of voter education that is taking place, the kind of campaigns, which party is campaigning where, and we have taken all those documentations. We are very much aware about the preparation of the Electoral Commission, and we knew that the Commission had made it very clear that they are very ready for these elections, and they've made all necessary logistic arrangements. Bearing any other issue, we think that we are ready to go from our own observation.
Mr. Olaide?
Yes, I think he captures it very well. At this point, a lot of the analysis that you find in citizen situation rooms are basically looking at the preparedness of the Electoral Commission, the commitment of the political parties to peaceful elections, all the efforts that civil society groups are making to actually get commitment to peace, peace accords at the federal level, at the state levels. The level of preparedness and mobilization that has taken place across the states to get citizens actually activated and energized and ready to vote tomorrow. So I think that, you know, looking at all of these different indices, there is reason for us as a people, as civil society groups, to be upbeat about the fact that yes, the elections will hold, against all fake news that it might be postponed. We are sure that the elections will hold, and so we are counting down to February 16 tomorrow for the elections.
The Center for Democracy and Development said it has 500 roving observers. How are they distributed across the country, these 500 roving observers? And what did you tell them to look out for? So a number of things have informed the selection and the deployment of observers. I think that if you look at the security analysis report, for example, by civil society groups, a number of civil society groups, such as CLEAN, recently released their own security threat assessment, which identified a number of states as being hotspots. That's one consideration in selecting. Yes, in terms of the spread. There are some states that are considered naturally important. Rivers State, Lagos State, Kano State, by reason of the size and of course the level of competition that you're also likely to find in those states. That has also been considered in the selection. There are also some states that are considered rather disadvantaged, maybe because for reasons of violence, security threats. Again, it is always very important that you have an eye even in those places. So all of these actually make up the mix of our considerations and has informed the deployment of our observers. Yeah, certainly I'm interested in the way the civil society is approaching the entire electoral process. It's important for us to understand how they understand the process themselves, if we are to now appreciate whatever they will at the end of the day be telling us and telling us to validate whatever INEC comes out with. But before we do that, we'll go anyway, we were going to go straight to Kaduna, but we'll go to Kaduna much later. I'm told that we can continue discussion, which means let's come back to Yaga and your own civil society as well. Let's look at how did you come up with the number of those who would be your observers? Where is it almost the same thing with the CDD, for example? Is it the issue of hotspots too, threats? Or disadvantages in that situation?
Okay, we're a bit different, and I think that's the most interesting part of the civil society engagement with the electoral process. Each organization or network of organizations are doing different and adopting different kind of methodology in observing the elections. The Jaeger watching the vote actually have a very peculiar methodology, which we call PVT.
parallel vote tabulation. And this is a statistical method, parallel vote tabulation. It's a statistical method that had been used in several elections across Africa and the rest of the world. And an interesting part of it is that this particular method has the capacity to validate or contradict whatever is coming up from the election management body. It is the only, the PVT is the only observer group or mechanism that can confirm or contradict whatever INEC is going to put on the table.
Well, the process. Let's leave it there. Certainly we will have to interrogate this parallel vote tabulation or PVT, like you call it. We'll very quickly link up with our Kaduna studio, where Abdullahi Mohammed is there as our anchor. Abdullahi, over to you. Tell us updates, situations in Kaduna area.
Thank you very much, Kudu, for joining us in Kaduna. You're watching live Nigeria Decide from Kaduna Network Center. My name is Abdullahi Mohammed. I'll be talking subsequently with the resident Electoral Commission in Kaduna State in the name of Abdullahi Adamu Kogama. But before then, I would like to take a kind of situation report which Ben Adams packaged for us. Take a look.
Agitation at the Kaduna South Local Government INEC office is as a result of delay in delivery of PVCs of January, February and March 2018. But not long after that, the situation was brought under control as INEC received delivery of the materials and were immediately dispatched to the prospective voters.
I've always been saying, I said this year that is my first year of voting, and then they want to deprive me of that. I was so disappointed. But now that I have my voter's card, I am so happy that I'm going to vote.
From then we experienced the sorting and dispatch of non-sensitive election materials in collaboration with the leadership of the NURTW as well as NATO, whom have promised a hitch-free delivery of these materials to all the 8,200 voting points in Kaduna State.
This 2019 election will be the best by the grace of God. All the unions, both NATO and NURTW, were ready. We have cooperated alongside the INEC to ensure that the movement of these properties and men have been concluded successfully without any problem.
Yesterday night, we saw the commencement of sorting as well as dispatch of sensitive materials, talking about the ballot papers. In attendance, we have representatives of all political parties, security agencies, as well as the local government electoral officers, all ensuring that these materials are well sorted out for onward distribution and delivery at the voting centers come tomorrow morning. This is the situation here at the INEC office. It's over to you in the studios for the continuation of the news.
Thank you very much, Benny Adams here, and the report I have with me in the studio. Abdullahi Adamu Kagama, the resident electoral commissioner. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
First of all, we know that looking at the quantum of voters that we have, Kaduna is the third largest, having the third largest number of voters in the nation. Definitely, yes. Your hand is full.
Yes. Well, actually, as you earlier said, the third in the nation, and which we have over getting to 4 million voters. About 3,700,000 collected their PBCs, and we expect most likely they will come out. Therefore, we arrange for that for the tomorrow's election.
We know that preparation has been on for a very long time, but yes, in the last 3-4 weeks, it has been at the peak. Tell us about what has gone through this preparation so far.
Well, actually, as you say, for the last 3 weeks, we have the PBC, if you have seen, and people have been collecting, and preparation of our offices and the non-sensitive materials already on ground in all the 23 local government in the state. And now what we have only is, you see, this even most of our sensitive materials
have been going to the local government, and the distribution is going on in all the 23 local governments. But nonetheless, we know we may most likely some of the polling units, they may be a little delayed because take place like Sanga, and the vehicle just left Kaduna around 2:30.
Okay.
But that one has to do with the logistic and security, because we work with security, and we have to clear the security before going because of that road. Take example of Benungwali also. That's where we have taken the first consignment, and just now I have been told they are safe. They have reached the Benungwali local government. Now they will be getting to the RAs for distribution.
Tell us also, the kind of partnership that you have had so far with security agencies in terms of, taking the sensitive materials to where they're expected to be, especially with the fact that, we have some pockets of security issues in some places.
Yes. Like yesterday, we met with the DIG in charge of Northwest Zone,
okay,
and the Commissioner of Police Kaduna State, myself and the other inter-security agencies members. We discuss the security issue, and we see I brief them on the report of my electoral officers from the various local government, and we have identified the flash point, and they are ready for it, and they assure me of that.
What plan do you have also for those places that you have just mentioned that may start late?
Well, actually, one of the things is the distance.
Okay.
And when we talk of the distance, we are talking of the last polling unit. Like even within Igabi, yes, you say Igabi local government, there is one polling unit. Out of that local government, you better go to Abuja than coming to Kaduna. So those are the units which we may likely see a little delay if it happens. But the electoral officers are trying.
Tell us a kind of, what the voter is going to expect or is going to see once he or she gets to the polling unit.
Well, actually, what we expect, the voter already, the program is there. Coming, he will be received by our staff, and our polling station will be open before 8 o'clock. But actually, the accreditation of the voters will start by 8 o'clock, because even our card reader is programmed that it can only start working by 8 o'clock.
Okay.
But at the same time, coming to the polling station, there are procedures to follow.
Okay.
One, you should not come to that polling station unless you have PBC. That is Permanent Voters Guide. That will permit you to come to the polling station. Getting it, our staff will check it and see and accredit you and give you the ballot paper if you are qualified, and show you what to do, and go into our cubicles, go and mark or make your choice, bring it back, put it in the ballot box. Then if you wish, you can remain in the polling station up to the declaration of result, or if you want, you can go home.
Is there anything unique or new voting process that has been brought which you would like to, tell the public to,
yes,
look out for?
Yes, especially the accreditation.
Okay.
If you see what happened in 2015, you have to queue up, be counted, then later voting will start.
Okay.
But now the commission has seen that actually during that 2015, with that method, some of the, accredited voters didn't return on time, and even after the counting. So now it's what we have, continuous voting and the accreditation, or what they call simultaneous. That's what I try to explain. You just come after being admitted into the polling station and accredited, just you are given the ballot paper to go and cast your vote, then you go. You don't need to queue up like what happened in the 2015. It's continuous. Just you are given, you do it, you go back if you want so.
So anytime a voter comes in, he or she goes directly through the process.
That's it. That's what I mean. First of all, you have to come with your PBC. Okay. That is the permit that will admit you into the polling station. Then you will go into the process. That you go for checking your name, doing others. Our card reader will check you. And once you are qualified, ballot paper will be issued to you. Then you go into our voting cubicles, which we don't allow taking photograph within that voting cubicles. Therefore, you cast your vote, leave if you want to leave, or you stay if you want to stay up to the declaration of result.
So exactly at what level are we now? Because you have assured us that all is set. Does that mean that all the 22 local government have all the materials and ready for voting tomorrow?
That's what I'm sure that as it is now, all our local governments are now ready, and they are distributing materials. But as I said earlier, there's some far distance polling stations may have a little delay because of the distance from the local government headquarters. Yes, because it is now, majority of them are distributed to the REs.
Thank you very much, Hamisi Abdullahi Adamu Kaugama. I know you have so many shadows in your hand and you have to move on and then continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's also look at some issues relating to security matters. Now, electorate in Kaduna State have been assured of the readiness of security agencies to maintain law and order during and after the general elections. Deputy Inspector General of Police Aminchi Baraya gave the assurances after a meeting with heads of security agencies in Kaduna. Achari Maxwell has details of that report.
In less than 24 hours, Nigerians will be going to the polls for the presidential and National Assembly election, and security is key to the success of this exercise. The meeting between DIG Aminchi Baraya, who is in Kaduna for a special election assignment, and heads of security agencies was to assess their level of readiness to protecting lives and property of citizens during and after the elections.
I will assure the people of Kaduna State to go out and cast their votes in peace. The police and other security agencies are out in all the nooks and crannies of Kaduna State in order to protect the electorate. So they should go out, conduct themselves peacefully at the voting points, cast their votes, and go home. Their votes will be protected and they will be protected too. I will also assure the officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission that the police and other security agencies are prepared to protect them. Already they have started distributing some of the electoral materials, and so far so good. We have not received any report of any incident from officials of the INEC.
The DIG warned those who might want to disrupt the peace to desist from doing so or face the full wrath of the law. In Kaduna, Achari Maxwell, NTA News.
And in a related development, more than 400 security personnel took part in a show of force in Kaduna to demonstrate the readiness of the operations towards creating an enabling environment for hitch-free 2019 general elections. Haman Jabani has details of that report.
The show of force kick-started from Murtala Square through Kawo, Mando, and other major areas in Kaduna metropolis. It is intended to warn persons or group of persons that may indulge in acts capable of causing unrest before, during, and after the 2019 general elections that the security agencies are ready for them. Brigade Commander, 1 Division Garrison Command, Kaduna, Brigadier General Jimmy Appo says all security operatives are involved in the exercise and will be carried out in Zaria, Kachia, Kafanchan, and Beningwari towns.
The police is the lead agency in election duties. The military will support the police to ensure that there is a secure environment for the elections in whole. We will be in visible background to support the police whenever they require us.
The exercise is to showcase the preparedness of the military to support the Nigerian police in the 2019 general elections. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
And many thanks, Haman Jabani. There, we will now have to link back to Abuja, where Mohammed Kudu Abubakar is standing by to continue Nigeria Decide. Mohammed, it's over.
Thank you so very much, Abdullahi. We listened attentively to your discussion there with Resident Electoral Commissioner for Kaduna State, Alhaji Kaigama. He made a number of revelations and assurances, of which my panelists here will interrogate. Certainly, we are still here with Dr. Hussaini Abdu, Chairman of Yaga, watching the vote, and Mr. Dayo Olaide of the Center for Democracy and Development. Gentlemen, we're back to the studio again. We listened attentively, like I said, to what took place in Kaduna. Let's first and foremost, the Resident Electoral Commissioner was talking about the number of registered voters, almost 4 million, and he said more than 3 million have collected their PVCs. This means that we expect a robust attendance, or if you like, presence at the various polling units tomorrow throughout Kaduna State. Let's look at that issue. How much do you think, what do you think should be done if more than 80%, for example, come out?
Well, it's been good for our democracy. We will all be very happy if more than 80% come out, vote. Of course, we don't have that history. Even in Kaduna, we don't have that history. But sometimes the level of collection of PVC does not necessarily define the number of turnout. But it gives us the potential turnout that we are going to have. And you know, Kaduna is quite important. One, apart from being the political capital of northern Nigeria, it has the third largest collection of registered voters in the country after Lagos, Kano. And Lagos and Kano. So Kaduna is quite key. And having about 3.7 million people already collecting their PVC is very, very encouraging. And so what we just do is to encourage these people who have collected their PVC, that these PVCs are not simply ID cards, because a lot of people have them as ID cards. They use them if you want to open an account in a bank and they ask for identity card, you present that. You can use it for other identities, but the primary use is for you to go and exercise your civic responsibility. And I think we encourage people to go out to vote. And I think what is also coming up from the REC there is very encouraging. They are on top of the logistics, of course, with the support of the road transport workers, both the workers and the employers association. I think it's one of the innovative things that INEC has done since 2011. Working closely with the transport association, not just dealing with the drivers individually, but dealing with their union.
Their parent association.
Yeah, their parent association, their union, and that union helps in identifying motorable vehicle. In fact, this time around what they did, they didn't only identify good vehicles, they also got the Road Safety Commission to assess INEC got to assess the vehicle and ensure that those vehicles are very motorable, they are quite good, and they can withstand the rigors of the roads that they are expected to be taking. They also want to be sure that the drivers are not too old, not too frail, the young people who can actually be able to drive those. And I think we've heard that from the REC, and this is quite encouraging for Kaduna.
Yeah, Mr. Olaide.
There are some things that are quite unique about our elections, you know, an election season. You know, you know, listening to the representative of the NURTW, you know, almost after everything he said, he kept saying, "We pray that the elections will go well." And that's one thing that, you know, often we don't give enough attention to the fact that election seasons in Nigeria also mean massive increase in prayers across churches, across our mosques, because of the trepidation and fear, you know, the anxiety that it actually it raises. So I have often said that when elections go wrong in our country, it's not always because of poor planning. Sometimes it's just because one or two people have taken and made deliberate decision to undermine the other collective efforts, you know. I'm seeing the increased collaboration that we are also, you know, that was described between NURTW and INEC, among the security agencies, you also find the same collaboration, you know, happening among civil society groups. So there is every reason for us to be able to say, yes, indeed, we are getting ready, preparing and addressing, you know, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. But ultimately, on the D-Day, there are a number of things that I think both the REC and the DIG also touched upon, which is on the elections day, we all need to go out and conduct ourselves properly. Because a little provocation can basically just flip every plan that we have in place. Security people must conduct themselves professionally, respect the rule, be neutral, and guarantee the protection of all. The INEC officials must also conduct themselves properly according to the rule book. But I think most importantly for me is we also must demonstrate patience. The REC mentioned that for the reason of distance, some places might experience delays in starting off. It's not because they cannot, I mean, it's a deliberate thing to disenfranchise anyone, but it's just our reality. If there was less concern about security, some of the places where we would normally want to keep the sensitive materials might have been closer to the places where they are needed. But trust deficit will often mean we have to keep them far away and then transport them over long distances, which takes time. So my appeal to all voters tomorrow will be, even where there are delays, be rest assured that ultimately everyone that shows up with that PVC will have opportunity to actually cast their votes.
Now, the REC also talked about one novel thing that is going to happen now in 2019. Having been the INEC secretary in 2015, Alhaji Kegama is one person that is so knowledgeable in electoral matters that what he referred to in 2015 was the rule that this allows a prospective voter to come, be accredited, and then he can go away and come back much later for the voting. But this time around, INEC in its wisdom says you do a continuous voter accreditation, and at the same time, you can now just go ahead and vote. How do you see this with respect to contraction of time and even the possibility of tensions not rising or rising at the same time, if you like?
I want to believe it's going to manage tension beyond the previous one. Actually, there were experiences with the last one. The whole idea was to ensure that proper mandate protection and also ensure that people are allowed to vote without creating chaos and all that. And then to guarantee citizens and the candidates that, look, their vote will count. That was the wisdom of INEC at that time. It worked. But again, the 2011-15 election taught us another lesson. That one, a significant number of people went through accreditation but didn't come back to vote. That's the first issue.
In fact, almost 2 billion, I understand.
Yes, about 3 million or so. So they did the accreditation, but they didn't come back to vote. Or some came back, but they finished counting. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, but again, this time around, INEC felt, look, it's important, and this is part of the advocacy of the civil society. We advocated for it. We demanded that, look, it's better we can manage this simultaneously. Because in the previous one, when people finish the accreditation, they still loiter around within the voting environment, and crowds build over a period of time, and sometimes exchanges occur, and that could escalate.
Crowd control becomes a problem.
It becomes a problem, and there are possibility of escalations, which we have experienced in some places, into violence. But this time around, you get there, you join the queue, you're accredited, you'll be given your ballot paper, you go straight to your polling booth, you go cast your vote, you vote, you leave. You have no business there. If you are interested, maybe by 2 o'clock, you can come back when counting is taking place, so that you are sure of what vote your candidate or your party actually got. That's all. So we believe this will probably work much better than what we had in 2015.
Olaide, I want you to talk on a related issue, the issue of screening and validation of the PVC prior to allowing a prospective voter to go ahead and vote.
So I don't think there has been any major changes in that particular process. What happened in 2015 is, or was, you get to the PU, you are accredited in terms of your vote. You, of course, without your PVC, you actually can't be accredited. It is punched into the smart card. The smart card establishes that A, you are registered, B, the card you are carrying
is valid.
C, it is you that is actually on that card. And on the basis of that, you can go ahead and vote. It is the same process that we also anticipate would happen. Now, some of the concerns that I think was raised in 2015 was smart card failures, delays to be able to accredit. In some places, it worked seamlessly, and you had people just come, you have validated the very first trial, and you move on. But there were also incidences of places where it was taking much longer. I think that the lessons from 2015 has been taken on board, so that the smart cards we are all hoping will comply, work with us, and cooperate with all of us tomorrow, and give us a seamless accreditation process ultimately.
Where I say you should address that is, as civil society personalities, there could be apprehension on the side of the prospective voter when maybe his PVC is not considered not valid. What should happen in that scenario, from the electoral officer to the party agents that will all be there? What should you tell them now? Let's be proactive and start telling them something, so that there will be no chaos at the end of it.
I think people need to be patient sometimes, because it's a machine, and many times machines can be sometimes unreliable and it could fail. But I think what INEC has guaranteed is, one is that, look, they are not going to entertain anything other than the PVC, so you must have your card. So not temporary, it's a permanent card that you have to take there. Where you have your card and your name is actually in the register, and there's a challenge in terms of your identification, maybe the machine fails to read that, then the presiding officer, there's a mechanism, there's a process that he can handle. So that's very clear. So, but you must have the card, and then you must be reflected in, your name must be reflected in the register for that to be done. Unlike the previous one where they use incidence paper, this time around there wouldn't be such thing. But there can be something like a manual accreditation.
Yeah, gentlemen, we have a report on standby by Ademola Brooks in Sunday. It's a special report on vote buying and good governance as we prepare for tomorrow's election.
Nigeria finds her foot solidly in democracy in 1999. And since then, successive leaders and governments have been doing their best to ensure that the country consolidates on the process and that Nigerians enjoy the dividends of democracy.
29, 30.
One of the processes of selecting the leaders to paddle the canoe of the country is by election. But the advent of financial inducement to make voters vote against their conscience is becoming the phenomenon in the process.
Dividing the money into 4 years, it can't work. I can't sell it. It will be selling my voice, it will be selling my rights, it will be selling the democracy of Nigeria.
Their act to influence the outcome of the elections was rendered almost useless.
Kabiru Adamu, a security expert, tried to x-ray how Nigeria finds itself in what he described as an ugly situation.
In the past, they will snatch ballot boxes, they will use non-state actors, youth gangs, to intimidate voters that are not supporting them. Once INEC improved on all those processes, especially the introduction of the card reader machine and other biometric processes, it became very difficult for them to carry out those activities they were doing in the past. That's when vote buying became a feature.
Apart from its ability to produce wrong leaders, Kabiru Adamu believes it has a negative effect on good governance.
The democratic tenets of providing everybody an inclusive process where you can participate in governance is closed, because it now means only people who have money would be able to participate in governance.
To curb these phenomena, the Independent National Electoral Commission has put in place measures to eliminate vote buying in Nigeria's electoral process. The Nigerian police has also put in place mechanisms to checkmate vote buying with readiness to arrest and prosecute perpetrators.
When two adults decide to buy and sell their votes, is something that happens behind the scene, and so it can be a bit difficult to detect. But what we're doing already is deploying undercover operatives, and so you don't be surprised you'll see some of our operatives operating as agent provocateurs or operating as carrying out decoy operations to monitor and intercept those who may likely want to sell or buy votes.
Human rights activist Esther Uzoma said the act of buying or selling of votes or permanent voter cards has been criminalized under the law.
Under the Electoral Act. Now, if you look at section 25, that section says whenever you induce a voter, to part with his card, with voter's card, that they have committed an offense, is punishable by imprisonment or an option of fine or both. You are also not expected to be in possession of more than one PVC without lawful excuse.
Ignorance is said not to be an excuse in law. The National Orientation Agency said it will not stop informing and educating the people on the dangers inherent in the practice.
Sensitization on the dangers of making our electoral process to be very transactional. Transactional meaning that it is reduced to give me, I give you. The politician goes to the voter, gives him inducement, and then the voter in return also gives him, even if he does not believe in what the politician can whether the politician can deliver or not. And this is actually a very worrisome aspect of our democracy, and we are calling on each and every Nigerian to actually see that there is a nexus between bad governance and the vote selling and buying.
Call it vote buying or cash and carry democracy. Observers say this phenomenon should not be part of Nigeria's democracy, as it is capable of destroying the labor of the nation's heroes past. Adebola, Brooklyn Sunday, NTA News.
Well, thank you so much, Adebola, Brooklyn Sunday. And from vote buying to the situation at the motor parks in and around Abuja, let's hear from Gufan Shaji.
Thank you, studio. It's just a few hours to the 2019 general elections, particularly talking about the presidential elections. We're right here at the Utako Park in Abuja to find out the situation of commuters who are traveling across the country to cast their votes. Let's talk to some of those commuters and find out why they have to travel to make their votes count. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, can I meet you?
Yeah, I'm Adam Yusuf.
Okay.
As you can see, I'm traveling from Abuja to Ankpa, my hometown, to make sure I cast my vote. So I'm going to Ankpa right now.
Okay, did you have any difficulties having to transfer your votes to Abuja, or you'd rather travel to Ankpa to go and cast your vote?
I decided to go Ankpa and cast my vote because that is where I did my voter registration.
All right, and thank you. Well, let's still talk to some other persons to find out why they have to travel to cast their votes.
Because Kaduna is my hometown, and at the same time, I want to go for an election. That's going to be the general election tomorrow.
Has the transport fare changed? Has it been hiked up, or is still not?
I don't know what are they going to set now, but I know definitely yesterday, from the day before yesterday, they are taking it as 3,000 from now to Kano. But now someone has said 4,000, 4,000, 3,500.
Still here at the Utako Motor Park. Let's find out from some of the transport owners what the situation has been in terms of, you know, the financial commitment and the number of commuters that have actually come to the park to travel. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Nice talking to you. Right now, today, where we are today, you can see we have enough vehicles so that we can be able to convey most of people to where they're going to cast their votes. But I don't think they find it difficult. We have enough vehicles. The passengers have been coming, and the vehicles have been started moving around. You can see the park is almost like empty. So everyone, I think, is happy.
So it's still countdown to the 2019 general elections, and lots of people are actually making their way into the park to go cast their votes and make their votes count. It's back to the studios.
Thank you, Gufan. That was a very good situation report there on how people are traveling or not traveling at all. But it appears they are traveling. But here in the studio, I've been joined with Esther Uzoma, barrister at law and national coordinator of Proactive Gender Initiatives. I suspect she is one of the registered observers of INEC.
Very well accredited.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I should say that in that special report on vote buying, I did show you there as one of the experts.
Yes.
Of course, our other panelists are still here. Dr. Hussaini Abdu is still here with us. He is chairman, Yaga Africa. And of course, watching the vote. And of course, Mr. Dayo Olaide of the Center for Democracy and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, the issues are still there. We have had a report, a special report by Ademola Brookson Sunday on vote buying and good governance in Nigeria. And of course, we had that report by Gufan Shaji on the situation report at the various motor parks. But let's look at the issue of vote buying and good governance. We will start with Esther Uzoma because she appears to be the expert in that report. Let's look, how much of a challenge or a problem
is it?
Well,
it's a huge problem. It's across board, but it's not a problem that it's just a tendency inherent in the Nigerian citizen that, you know, has come to fore in elections. What am I saying? Citizens are always breach the law when they can. And so when elections are with us, they also carry that same tendency. The truth of the matter is that our weakened criminal justice system, you know, provides a very fertile ground for these tendencies to fetter. People just do what they can do and get out. Anything that a human being can do without consequence, the human being does not hesitate to venture. And so vote buying is just one of the laws that Nigerian citizens break with impunity. It's just one of the laws that they celebrate. You know, they just break it. Nothing will happen. You know, so that is why we see, you know, the nuisance of vote buying. And it's so much of a challenge because some have argued that the prevailing economic situation, you know, people are hungry, salaries are old. Therefore, if give me 5,000, I'll give you this vote. It doesn't mean anything. But beyond the economy of vote buying, the underlying factor is this: just one simple thing. It is possible to sell and buy vote. If it were impossible, people don't eat their children.
In spite of the rules and precautions by INEC?
Well, this is something bigger than INEC. The duty of maintaining law and order, frankly, doesn't fall, you know, it's not on the table of INEC. The arguments that people have made, oh, it's poverty, they're owing us salary, you know, it's neither here. People don't eat their children because of, you know, poverty, for instance. You know, people don't do that. There are things, you know, there are limits that the human beings set for themselves. The truth of the matter is that people do it because they can do it. It's possible to beat the system, in quotes. That's why you see the, you know, and then politicians, what do? They come. They entice us with our own carrots.
You know, when you say people will still beat the system or the law, you're making us have fears now. We have few hours to go to the polls, and you're saying there's a possibility that votes will be bought. How?
Precautions have been taken. When we celebrated it in Ondo, it was Operation See and Buy. Follow who no road. All right, we've graduated from that. In Osun, it was they went digital. The politician is a desperate person, always evolving means just to succeed. You see, and here we are. From our various conversations with the Nigerian police, with INEC, they have taken sufficient precaution. But beyond that precaution, in fact, that's why criminality persists. Anybody, people who can beat the system, still beat the system, until we, the Nigerian people, decide that our vote is worth much more than Gary and Granite. That our vote is worth much more than 4 bulbs of onions. That our vote is, you know, is much more significant than 5,000 naira. Until we come to that point, you know, people will, what they do now is digital. Just you confirm with a lot.
You confirm how?
In our shoe, we saw some of it. People were getting alerts before. Politicians took the risk, you know, of transferring money, you know, before, you know, on the promise that you vote for me. A party was paying 10,000, another party was paying 5,000.
You mean
alert,
a
digital
prospective
confirmation.
voter will get an alert before he goes into the polling unit?
Yes, they will go and hunt. If you agree, you do me, I do you. Okay? So, but that doesn't mean that I'm saying it is good. It is a bad thing. It is a bad place to be.
And you are saying there is a possibility of it happening?
Well, the security agencies have taken precautions. I have practiced law now for close to 20 years. And what drives people, the only thing that drives people away from crime is that personal decision not to commit it.
Mr. Olaide, how bad is this situation? What Esther Uzoma is telling us, is it a possibility?
So I think that
and if it is a possibility, what will your observers in CDD be looking out for? What did you tell them to look out for tomorrow?
I think the possibility is always there. We must recognize how we came about, how we got to this point. The resort to vote buying is partly is a part of the response of the political class to the strengthening of the electoral processes, which has therefore reduced opportunities for ballot snatching, ballot stuffing. That's not to say they don't happen. They still happen in few places, but I think that the desperation of the political class may have also contributed to the vote buying. Let's not forget the common saying, I mean the popular saying, it takes two to tango. There must be a willing buyer and a willing seller, and so that creates that market.
So what would the CDD, what did you tell your observers
if you
look out for tomorrow so that you will have a validated observation?
The fact of vote buying, or whether it happens or not, may not necessarily affect announcement of results. But it is the fact that it is distorting the electoral process.
Credibility.
The credibility. That is, I think, one of the things that CDD will be hoping to also highlight. To then say that while the electoral process may have gone smoothly, while people may have gone out to vote, how much of that vote has actually been bought or sold? I think it is important that we draw that out as a major discourse in the elections tomorrow. Now, the point that Esther eloquently made, that there is a broader, bigger challenge that we have in the country, which is about the enforcement of our laws.
That's right.
When you find breakdown in law and order, it's not often because of weakness in the law, but a combination of, one, gaps that have been identified and deliberately exploited.
That's right.
And then on this other hand, our inability, loss of our willingness to enforce our laws.
I think enforcement of laws is one issue we will interrogate so very well. Let me bring in Dr. Abdu here, because he said at Yaga they have the PVT.
Oh, fantastic.
Parallel vote tabulation. If you have this parallel vote tabulation, how much of this system will you utilize to interrogate the votes that are bought and those that are genuine?
One, let me just start this. I'm not a supporter of vote buying, but I've always heard a very different position from my colleagues when it comes to the conversation on vote buying. I've always felt that we've been very simplistic in our understanding of vote buying, and probably also exaggerating the influence of vote buying in our elections. And therefore, we've not been quite nuanced in understanding it, and therefore we're not able to find a way to deal with it. This has been it's a personal position that I have expressed in different debates around vote buying. Yes, of course, as observers, we're very concerned about seeing cash being exchanged for vote. But voters' inducement is historically part of our electoral history. This is not to say it is good, but it has been historically part of our history. But as the character of the economy changes, the nature of inducement responds to it. So where cash
the inducement changes as well.
Yes. So where cash is being used today is probably because the economy has become deeply cash economy. Why you could reach for alert is because internet banking has come up. But otherwise, what you do in those days, you share wrapper, you give people salt, you give Maggi, you go house to house, you give some of those things. Then elders, some people, you get cash. In growing up in Second Republic, I knew even posters, they'll give you posters to share, they'll give you Kudin Madara. Kudin Madara is like a gum, because milk, the economy was good. Instead of going to find milk, gum, they give you, because milk can be sticky, so they give you money for milk. The milk you are going to put on the posters to put on the wall. But the Kudin Madara is all Kudin Aiki. It's an exaggerated amount that is given to you for you to go and do those things. It's an inducement. So that is the history of it. But significantly, why is it becoming an issue? It's becoming an issue because there is no significant connection between citizenship and governance. Therefore, vote means nothing. There is no, because whether he wins or I win, for the person who is going to vote, life does not make any difference. So if I get my own immediate gain now, why should I wait for this man to give one? So it is the failure to provide strong connection between our citizenship and our governance. And so once governance fails continuously, the citizenship is devalued. So citizenship has been historically devalued in the country. So it is easy for somebody who is going to vote. It's not about voting. People are actually collecting PVCs. They give you money, they take away your PVC.
Completely.
If they take away the PVC, how do you
don't vote? But they have denied someone else denied you from voting, and therefore, particularly if someone knows that somebody from this part or people from this area will vote for this candidate, so you go there, you invest, you collect their PVCs, you stop them from voting. So you have denied your opponent vote. So the collector, why would he take that money and give it? It's because he doesn't feel any difference. Whether you win or I win, the government is the same attitude, is the same approach. So why bother myself? I have money, I take it. So let's not blame the victim. The people who are buying it are also victims. They are victims of the system. And therefore, the system has to be strengthened in a manner that people's citizenship is appreciated, and people also appreciate their own citizenship and connect their vote with their citizenship. It's not a one-day thing. One, governance character must change. Our public education must deepen. We must create that level of awareness. Because criminalization of that does not actually solve the problem. I'm just being honest. But I believe it is extremely irresponsible for any politician to go to the polling unit and people are on queue and then he's giving cash. He's giving them cash. It's extremely irresponsible, reprehensible.
But this time around, it's not even going to be possible.
Yeah, it's not possible. But again, another one is that it's easy to do that kind of thing in an off-season election where is election taking place in one particular spot, maybe one gubernatorial election in a state, the entire attention of the country is mobilized towards that, resources are mobilized towards that direction, and therefore politicians go there and they invest in it. They wait for the last day, the last 2 days of the election, and then they go there, they pump in money, and then they get the vote. But when you're having a much bigger, larger election of this nature, sometimes it's very difficult to have it. This is not to say that it was not going to happen. We are going to observe it, we are going to note it, and it is going to come as part of our report, and we will make recommendations on how best to deal with this issue. But I feel that we need to be nuanced, we need to understand it better. And the last issue I want to state here, and Dai was very straight up, he was very clear with it. Sometimes, again, because INEC has gotten a bit better, in those days politicians invest for two things. One, they invest to induce electoral officers, and two, they invest to induce the judicial process. So now it's not easy. Even if you give the INEC official money, you're not going to get a result, and therefore you just invest it in the real voters. So I think we need to take this holistically so that we can find a better solution to it. But every observer, we are all concerned about it. We are going to observe it. We will report it where we see it, and we also call on law enforcement agencies and the INEC and others to make put up proper system that will guide against it. We have seen it also, like INEC has brought out better guidelines which protects the voter, that you don't need to, so that people don't see how you are voting before they even give you the money. So I think we have made some good progress on that.
And I understand, you may correct me here if I'm wrong, I understand INEC could not allow anyone to go into the polling booth with his mobile phone.
Part of the guide, yeah.
So how possible is it going to be a situation whereby someone gets an alert? How will he tell the other person who sent the alert that he indeed voted for party A or B?
You know, the guidelines, make it impossible, because that is the whole philosophy behind the law and regulations. Constantly trying to make it impossible. But we had reports, for instance, of persons collecting PVCs. We also had reports of persons taking certain numbers from PVCs. Be that as it may, INEC has come out very clearly that once you are in possession of the ballot, you do not take pictures or handle any machinery that can, any electronic machinery. But beyond the handling of the ballot, once you are outside the booth, feel free to tweet, Facebook, Instagram, whatever is happening around, flag it off and, you know, channel it to INEC e-portals. The menace of vote buying, like Dr. rightly, you know, stated, you know, it has been with us. You know, in the developing countries, the inducements were perhaps came in form of exotic cigars, cognac, brandy. Those things were used to induce voters. And did this disconnect from governance? I think it is actually, you know, I think it is the faith. There's a belief of the voter that these votes will make a difference. I think that's why they sell their votes. And that is why the politician even bargain to buy. Otherwise, that vote will have no value. And you see, depending on, in off-cycle elections, the votes are very, very costly. While we saw in Anambra, it was gala and soft drink. But we came to Oshun, 10,000, 5,000.
Naira. Or dollars.
Exactly. I wish. You know, it kept on increasing. You see. So I think the citizen knows. The citizen is not disconnected as such from governance. But the citizen does not, I think it's not, you know, not their thing, make them do them.
That's what I'm saying. Is it disconnection?
That's the disconnection.
No, that's the disconnect.
They know that, for instance, if they believe that if my brother is in charge, things will be better for me. So they know that something comes from governance. So they know that this thing works. But that's consciousness of following it through. Yes, I think we are lucky. There's a gap. Perhaps.
We will be running over at the top of the hour. Let's very quickly look at that report from Bagufan Shaju that talks about people leaving Abuja to travel to their various maybe villages or towns where they registered, probably. Does that mean that what INEC did in terms of making transfer of PVCs, what have you, how does that show the effectiveness of what INEC did?
I think that may be a part of it, but you know, I have often held a different view. Why should any voter, any electorate, want to go and vote outside of where you actually reside? The risk that comes with the influx, or you know,
or the outflux,
you know, of people leaving the
domain,
you know, where they actually reside or work or practice, to other states. There's so much risk on the highway. So while we celebrate the fact that yes, INEC's efforts to actually ease the process of transferring, you know, your registration from one location to another may have facilitated this transfer, these travels. But we must also go back to the point. Must people go back to their home? I'm from Lagos, and I've lived in Abuja for 11 years, 12 running. Now, why must I go back to Lagos to vote? There are more Lagosians that have taken my place than I can count since I left the place. There are more indigents of the FCT that have also relocated to several other places. So I really struggle with the rationale behind people actually willing to take that risk to embark on long trips to go and exercise their
let me just say something quickly. You know, there's a significance to it. In the Southeast, it's so significant who is number one on the voters register. Don't joke with the number one person on the voters. It is significant.
So what does that mean?
It has political value. Yes.
To the contestants?
To the village.
Oh, I see.
To the clan. Yes. It is our sons, the ones that are doing well. Don't joke with that thing. I'm talking about where I come from now. So for, you know, because beyond that political significance, when you come to a community and you say you want to discuss with the persons here, You have to go back to the voters register. Who's number one? So it is so sick. Did we come back during voting? There's another political economy. You have to entertain the elders.
Esther Uzoma, our time for allocated time is really up. It's very interesting what you are revealing. But Nigerian Decide Studio will round off here now until we come your way again. We're going back to our scheduled programs, but very quickly, let me say a big thank you to Dr. Hussaini Abdu, Chairman, Yaga Africa, watching the vote. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having us.
Mr. Dayo Olaide of the Center for Democracy and Development, thank you so very much for staying all through the two strands of discussions. Of course, Barrister Esther Uzoma, who just joined us, has shown what a woman can do. How vibrant and explosively analytical she is. Thank you so much for your time as well. The Nigerian Decide Studio will reopen at 10:30 in the evening after the network news. Thank you for being there. I'm Muhammad Kudu Abubakar.
You are what?